Hi, I'm Jakub Baranowski, aka Highway, and I will be competing in the NLC as support for Team Bifrost. I have never played on the level of ERL, and I'm coming to the NLC from 2nd German Division as its 2021 double champion. Hopefully I can bring some fresh perspective to the team and help them get beyond of what they achieved last year in Masters.
Work hard and play hard. Minor setbacks just led to something more major. Can't stop me now, you can't stop me. Can't stop me now, you can't stop me. Need I remind you in case you forgot? You know I'm coming for that #1 spot. Yeah, I can't be stopped. You know it's level to it. Yeah.
You've got Shikari on the side. Viking could be in trouble here. As you see Shikari dive on top of it. Viking is in trouble. He's the one with the smoke. He's taken down. FGG goes as well as the Carly dives on through for the double. For Bifrost, they don't lose a member.
Me and I got somewhere to go now. I'm taking anything coming my way, taking anything coming my way, taking anything coming my way, my way. Can't stop me now, you can't stop me. Can't stop me now, you can't stop me. Need I remind you in case you forgot? You know I'm coming for that #1 spot. Yeah, I can't be.
Speaking of the NLC, I want to jump onto the predictions that we had at the start of the split. So for the people that don't know, after week one, after week one, so we already had 2 games. Me, Lee, and Tom put our predictions in. 1 to 10 chose who was going to finish first, second, third, blah blah blah. There was going to be a forfeit as well, which is someone has to wear a stupid hat in one of the episodes, or all of the episodes in the playoffs of the NLC after show. So I'm going to put up the predictions now. You're going to be able to see what happened in these predictions. So we can see straight out the loser is Tom Kick. How we've done it, by the way, is you get points based on how far away you are from where your team actually finished. So as you can see, Tom Kick had a strong list in 2nd place. Therefore, he's 5 positions away, so he gets 5 points. He had Dusty in 10th
that
place.
Is dreadful, Tom.
I did it for the content, okay? I did it for the content. I said we couldn't have 2 similar lists.
Fucking
I'll fucking do this.
Tom, like, from this, I don't know if you can predict what day it is tomorrow, mate.
Now, granted, Lee, congratulations, because you got 5 people right, and 2 of them are only 1 or 2 off. You know, we've got Bifrost, Shady, XL, and X7. I'll let you off with them ones. Your only dodgy ones are Astralis, Dusty, which we can understand that a tiny bit.
Other way around, it would have been almost perfect.
Yeah, and you were the closest out of everyone. Your furthest one away was 3. Mine was 4 with Astralis, and obviously Tom Kicks was 15 with Dusty. So yeah, that is the standings. Tom Kick, you do lose. Would you like to see what I'll be purchasing you to wear on the all the next streams for the playoffs?
Yeah, first of all, I'll say that next time I'm gonna pick with my brain and not my heart. Okay, I was picking with my heart and I was believing in Astralis. I was riding the hype. I was like, okay, young talent, Carlson, you go, my guy. And next time I'll not make the same mistake.
What a silly thought.
Yeah, that was really silly.
But yeah, so this is the hat you will be wearing.
Okay.
Oh, that's incredible.
Take it in.
You know that meme with the clown guy that's putting on the clown makeup and the nose and everything? You should have.
I think you should get some.
That.
Do you know how to do makeup at all? I think you should get some clown makeup on as well.
I'll see what I can do. I can probably fix that. I deserve it.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Yeah.
And it's good that you're aware of that, because I think that's just potentially one of the most egregious lists I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was
Thank you.
pretty bad. I mean, if we just take a look at it
That's
again.
that's
No,
the
we don't have to look at it
Yeah.
more. Come on.
I find it interesting actually. I find it interesting that
This is the worst list since the penalty takers for Euro finals.
No, but look how big brain I am. I predicted JDXL. Come on, like.
And neither of you had Singularity last as well.
Hey, I tell you what.
Which is just incredible, by the way.
If this split would have gone on long enough, guarantee you Eminem would have gone below Singularity, and I would have got them both
Singularity got a roster together of 4 blokes doing biochemistry at the University of Nottingham, and you thought they were going to come anything but last. Hats off to you, mate.
No, but like it's what I actually said earlier. Like every team that is predicted to be last, like they never end up last. But this is an exception. So I'm probably also gonna do next time. I'm proud of that one. But I'll say okay, Australis, I fucked up there. I really fucked up there.
Can we point out this Dusty roster as well? We've got Aelif, Viking, Backlund, Venza, and you've put them. You've.
How have you put them? No, that's
You've
the
put
worst
them
thing on
below
the list.
Singularity.
That's actually worse. That's
How
actually worse than the
have you
Australis
done
thing.
that? Why? How on earth does Viking Anton, Aelif Backlund get lower than Singularity, who quite literally acquired a roster from Best Buy?
As I said, I'll restrain from commenting. You will have to talk to my lawyer from now on.
But your lawyer's going to be seeing you wearing that hat because, you know, that's happening.
Your lawyer needs to be stripped of the bar, mate. And I'm not talking about limbo.
But yeah, so yeah, that's happening anyway. Congratulations for losing. Lee, congratulations for winning. Unfortunately, you get nothing for winning, besides just a little bit of pride.
Oh, you get something.
Should get ahead as well.
I've got a song for you. This is your reward for winning. I've got a song for you.
Okay.
Go on.
It's called "Shape of Q" by Ed Velkoz. I'm in love with the shape of Q, pushing the pool like a wave state do. Although my towers fall into, I'm in love with your bounty. And last wave you were in my lane, and now my red buff smells like blue. There's not really much more of the song, but anyway, that's your reward.
Cheers.
Did
It was
the,
well worth
the
it.
fade away with the camera as well. It's gone
Yeah,
down.
it was beautiful.
Yeah. The last notes, obviously, I don't want it to last too long. We have spoken a lot about a lot of bullshit. Playoffs, I want everyone's predictions. Obviously, in the top side of the bracket, we have Bifrost and X7. We did have Bifrost, obviously, beating X7 twice in the regular season. I want to just go through every single person and let me know what you think it's going to be. It's a best of 5 series, so feel free to... should we do some more predictions? And we can...
Yeah, I'll do a prediction.
Okay, what more can I lose at this point?
I'll do a prediction.
I mean,
the Queen is going to die by July. That's my prediction.
What's more likely, this Singularity roster winning NLC or the Queen living till she's 100?
Queen living till when?
She's 100. 100.
100.
What's she now?
What
Like
is she now?
96?
I don't know.
Well, you know how they stay alive, right? I probably shouldn't talk about that on broadcast.
Adrenochrome.
I feel like, Tom, you gotta go wild with the predictions. You got nothing to lose, man.
Yeah, I'll probably do
You gotta
it.
take
we
the
already
dark horse.
don't respect your opinion ever again, so you may as well just say what you want. Right?
I'll just pull up a little sheet and we'll...
Yeah, I'll start this off. I'm predicting. Oh, okay. We can't actually get all the 3 Norwegian orgs in top because of X7. So of course Bifrost is gonna win the first one, and they're gonna win the whole thing. Bifrost is number 1. We all know that. X7 can't beat them. Nobody can beat them. It's fine. The only team that might beat them is like Riddle or something. But yeah, so in the top half, it's gonna be Bifrost winning 3-0 of X7 easily. And then let's see, on the bottom there, Riddle is of course winning over XL, and of course Vanir is winning over Dusty, easy. So then it's gonna be Vanir versus Riddle. Riddle is winning, and then versus X7, and then Riddle is winning. But then in the end, Bifrost is gonna win the final 3-2 over Riddle. But both Norwegian organizations go to EM Master. You can thank me later.
Right,
You're
my
gonna have to
main
say that all again
predictions
now. He's
are...
actually got the thing open as well.
My main predictions are Bitcoin 100 grand by February 2023, the Queen dead by July, and let me just look at the Champions League.
Liverpool to win Champions League.
Nah, Liverpool's not winning the Champions League. Sorry to let you know.
Okay,
And
so
Arsenal top 4.
okay. Yeah, so Bifrost X7 is the first upper bracket. Let's just do that one first. So Bifrost X7, I'm putting X7 3-1.
Bifrost 3-0, easy.
Next.
I'd say X7 3-2, and I've got a bit of a gripe here with LS, which I'm sure he'll hear about somehow.
I'm sure he's
and
watching
take
right
very
now,
personally.
honestly.
Yeah.
I remember hearing once, like on some talk show or something he was on, they were doing predictions for some sort of best of fives, and he had like some 5-head reason for why you can't ever predict a 3-2 in any scenario, because like if you think one team is better than the other one, they have to at least be able to get beaten by 3-1 or something. I don't remember how he managed to like do some mental gymnastics to explain it, but I just thought it was bullshit. Like if you think one team's slightly better and it is actually close, of course you can predict 3-2.
Well, because there is that thing, right? One team has to be 2-1 up at one point, and then that game can go either way. Like the difference between a 3-1 and a 3-2 is like very marginal. I feel like
That's one game.
a lot more than people realize. Like
I'm gonna go 3-2 X7 because I feel like they're able to adapt to the best of 5 more. I think best of 1 is a bad format for them.
wait, what are we predicting? X7 versus who?
Bifrost.
Bifrost.
Bifrost, that is winning, of course. Nobody's believing. Hello, what is this?
Nah, listen. Like all jokes aside, like, obviously X7 has laxed off a little bit. Surely they 3-0 the series, no?
If that's what you think.
Okay.
Yeah, 3-0 X7. Like if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but
I would my heart's telling me Bifrost, but my head's telling me X7. So yeah, that's how it is. The next one is
We did tell Tom Cake to go nuts with the prediction. He's the only one that's predicted Bifrost. So
True. The next one
do that
is
as you want.
GDXL and Riddle.
3-0 Riddle.
Obviously Riddle.
I'll come out
3-0.
the gates. I'll come out the gates swinging. 3-1 Riddle. Now, get it in. Get it locked in now.
There you go.
Listen, XL stole the top size that I wear, man.
All I'm saying is, if we have a look at the last NLC playoffs, did we beat them 3-1 then or 3-2?
I'm actually gonna leak something here. It's either gonna be 3-0 Riddle or 3-0 JDXL. I don't think there's gonna be a in between.
Oh, you think
It's a 3-0
the tempo
Riddle.
of the series?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll go 3-0 XL then.
That's
Alright.
disappointing.
That's a bit rude.
That's
a hat.
horrible.
That's a hat for you. Yeah, I'm going 3-0 Riddle.
I'm going 3-2 because fuck your rules, Lee.
Go on then, Tom Kit. What are we saying here? Come on then.
3-0. Like, what else is there? Riddle is winning 3-0.
You know when you bump into that, like, you go out to a pub or something and it's like 6 p.m. and you know that guy's been there since 10 a.m. just drinking all day and he's just chatting proper rubbish to you. That's what I feel like Tom Kick has done with these two. I feel like Riddle can win this game, but I think 3-0 is a bit crazy.
I've decided just now I'm going to be taking this series into my own hands.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm not going to elaborate on what that means, but I am willing to guarantee on this stream that Riddle will win this series.
What is on the line?
What do you mean what's on the line? Them winning. That's what's on the line.
Is this legal?
Is this legal?
Yeah.
In Albania, it's illegal. Legal.
By the way, you put 3-2 for me. I'm 3-0.
Sorry.
No worries.
Take
I
a
think
proper offense to that.
Jake, if you're wrong, you need to come on the stream again and do a Don Jake giveaway.
Oh, Don Jake giveaway. People don't know about the Don Jake giveaways.
What's a
Nah,
Don
they might
Jake
not know
giveaway?
about it, but they want it. They want it. I can tell.
No, people really want a Don Jake giveaway, I feel like. Yeah, no, I guarantee to do that, yeah. 100%. I'm going to be You know, like you know that. Oh God, this is gonna sound really sinister, but do you know in like those old '80s like detective shows where like they're trying to find the killer and the killer like sends them letters in like newspaper clippings, like they'll get an A from a newsletter, a B, and then they all stitch it together. I'm gonna start sending letters like that to Torek, just to really throw him off his game. I'm gonna say volley bear. It's gonna be volley bear. Go and pick Zach support again.
Making the letters out of Lego instead.
Yeah, if you do that. If I made him like a Lego volley bear, that will really freak him out.
Okay, Veneer Dusty.
Vanir is gonna throw for the content, but they're still gonna win, so it's gonna be a 5-game series, so 3-2 to Vanir.
I think Dusty 3-1, and it's like the one game that they let rise through.
This is a difficult one, right? Because fucking Veneer plays Renata. And Renata is the name of my mum's stepmom. And then Dusty has FGG, whose real name is Gary, and Gary is my dad's name. And I'm trying to think if there's any other familial connections in this game.
The fact you're sat on here with Tom Kick, the resident Norwegian, and you're on the podcast of a Norwegian org, sponsored by a Norwegian
I don't know
company.
No. Don't you try and put the clamps on me, Sonny Jim. I'm a free spirit. In fact,
okay, look.
You saying that is
I'll
making me
join
want to
your
go
sunglasses and you'll join the Norwegian side.
Okay, I like this. I think if Sahira discovers what practice tool is, then this is a 3-0, surely. But you know Tony the Tiger? Are you familiar with him? The guy from Kellogg's. He's the guy, the Frosty Flakes or whatever.
Yeah.
He used to give out swimming badges. And I remember when I did my 25-meter swimming badge, I got mine from Tony the Tiger, which is very suspicious because cats don't like being near water. So what was Tony the Tiger doing near a swimming pool? I suspect that Sahira hasn't been anywhere near a pool in a while. So it might be difficult, but I'm thinking 3-1 Veneer.
There's the 5-man RLT! What was that Bifrost? You are just dominating this entire game. 3-2, and Bifrost are your Telia Esports Series champions.
Tempt is dead as well! I think they've done it! Jaeger is the last man standing and he falls as well! Where were you when Bifrost brought down X7?
Breaks things up. Bifrost have done it. They take down Dusty. It's a clean 3-0, and they're on route.
If someone would have told me 2 years ago that I will be sitting here today after a Bifrost European Masters participation, I would have never believed this guy, because honestly, when I joined in 2020, things were rough. We were 7th place in Norway and it was all not so structured, so we completely rebuilt our whole League of Legends section. We invested resources, we invested a lot of time into a team that won the Telia Masters in spring 2021, but then fell short in the NLC relegation afterwards.
He's coming in to 28 minutes on the clock. 1 kill every minute in game number 4 here. It has been a bloody series and a hardball series as well. But at the end of the day, Dusty will take this 3-1.
When I joined Bifrost, I knew we were capable of achieving a lot of good things. For the competition itself, it was a bit of a surprise, in my opinion, to get first place, even though I think we deserved it. Coming into the playoffs, the finals was kinda smash. We didn't have anything to do. We couldn't put any fight against them.
At this point, Haru gets to go in and do that. That's why they won't either land an encore onto 1. There is still a redemption that comes through and does even less damage. Jewel is dead as well. Seaboy goes in, but Nat has got a wild growth. Cannot be stopped. More autos come through courtesy of a health. Picks a triple kill for Haru. Jewel is down. No way out of this. An X7. It's a victory march. The trophies in their sights.
So I think it was a good wake-up call coming into AM Masters. For AM Masters, for Plains, we all expected to go out. We struggled struggled a bit in the groups, but I think versus Barcelona we had a great showing, and no one expected us to go out.
El primero en clasificación finalmente Dridi. Esto que es un desastre. Cuidado con Lucky. Está pegando Dridi de gratis. Se muere finalmente. Esto que puede ser el punto y final al European Master del Barça Esports. Se flashea B-Boy. Esto que va a ser finalmente partida para el equipo de Bifrost. C-Boy que se va a apuntar otra más. Finalmente le consigue rematar.
Coming into the groups of death, everyone said. Against BDS and Fnatic, it was really fun to play against those teams. Once again, no one expected us to go out. I think for myself, I didn't even expect it as well. So coming out first place was really hype, and it was really nice experience.
What comes in? Here comes Aggressivo. Fury is going to force Psycho to go into the stopwatch at the moment. Finds himself a quick shutdown, and just like that, Bifrost are finding their opportunity. Fury's still alive. The zap's coming in. They've got the Event Horizon. They've got the kills. They've got the shutdowns. Bifrost cashing in big.
During the past 2 years, I often questioned myself, like, is all of this even worth it? Is the resources I am putting into this project even worth it? But sitting here today, I can say it was worth it for sure.
Down 2,000 here will be a smite fight, still secured by Bifrost. Oni doing so much work, gets two. Crowny is dead. The crowd falls one more time. Aggressive on the backside, but he doesn't get the kills. He needs to get more. No, Bifrost are doing it again. They've done it again. Shao is dead, and Bifrost in another late game miracle team fight. They have found their way back from the depths of a gold lead that seemed insurmountable.
Over the forward flash instantly goes in. They want first blood. They will get it. Diamond claims the kill. As well, long range captive audience will catch you out. White Lotus there as well. The flash. Genthix down to the Requiem. Goodbye. Steos actually steals the kill in the end. Diamond keeps him alive. Kira in the middle of everything, pulled back, Diamond procs, a beautiful fight to kick in. Just diving on towards Genthix and White Lotus, a double with the Requiem, and Gambit are absolutely shredding through Rainbow 7.
Super risky attempt at a dive if they go for it, but they are.
Where's the pillar going to go?
Diamond Prox
is here. They're just going to back off. Chain CC does go in, but there's enough minions there to block the tower.
Now and Trezzo just going to get taken out. Beautiful counterplay by
I'm Daniel Reshetnikov, also known as Diamond Prox. I'll be competing in the Northern League Championship with Team Bifrost. I've been playing professionally for over 10 years now. I've played MSI, Worlds, and recently LCL. But now it's time for a new challenge, in becoming the Northern Kings. We have an amazing team setup, so expect us.
and gentlemen, welcome back to week 1, day 1 for the Northern League of Legends Championship Summer Split 2022. We have a lot of changes in the teams. We have the best you can see. It is the Northern League. 10 teams will attempt to climb Mount Targon, and only one will be proclaimed the King of the North. Are you ready for some action? I am. I'm your host, Alexandre Asharon Maya, and it's really good to be back. In the studio together with me, we have, welcoming back, the British Nightmare alongside with the guests, M-Test. How are you doing, folks?
I mean, I like that I've now been graduated from being the not quite British enough guy to be British. I'm glad I've, reclaimed my nationality. That was a lot louder than rehearsals.
I told you.
So great to be back. So great to be back.
So Initialize got demoted from British and now you're British.
Okay, I've taken his place.
Honestly, yeah, hi guys. I'm almost hyped to watch that live. Like, I've never seen Arkham do it, things like this live. Yeah, if you were here, you would realize how hype I am right now. I feel it in my body. I'm M-Test. I used to play professional. I actually played in the NLC.
Crazy.
I am famous. I actually beat Fnatic when they went on their insane... I actually ended their streak. But I went 2-18, I think, in that split. But we won against Fnatic, so that's all I care for.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
So you were the Giant Slayer in the league.
Exactly.
Oh, man. Okay, but now you're a caster, now you're an analyst as well. You're going to be with us in the pre-show to tell all his mindset of what you know and what you can bring. Also, we're not alone in the studio. Obviously, we need the caster, we need the play-by-play, we need the analyst who's going to bring us today the games. I mean, we have a lot of good games. So without further ado, I'm going to toss it to Initialize in Trouble.
I need to complain. I need to lodge a complaint. I've been demoted out of nowhere. The hell is this? I come back and I get this news live on air. Honestly, I also we're now being drafted in to climb Mount Targon out of nowhere.
Once Heatbrain is back in the studio, you will both.
Oh, I see how it is. Right. And this is just kick the play-by-plays where they're down. Thank you, Asharon.
Hey guys,
Hi.
happy to be back.
Can I just say that I love this team? I really love this team. I love this team.
I'm working on that.
Because obviously a lot has changed. A lot's happened since we've last been on live on air. So much to recap. We'll get to that. But some things stay the same as well.
Okay, moving on. Now, you need to understand what is the Northern League of Legends Championship. Which kind of ERL are we talking about? We have a lot of teams. We have 10 teams. Let's meet the team, shall we? Where are they from? So we have a map just for you. I'm not good at geography, but I'll talk about it. So Dusty are coming in hot from Iceland. They have a lot of changes to the roster as well. They did an amazing split last one, and let's see what they can bring. What do you want to talk about? Like, what is the next team?
You know what? I've got a couple of anecdotes about a couple of these teams.
Yes.
Obviously, we've had some hands-on time in the last split. Before that, though, I've not been casting actually that long in the grand scheme of things, but one of the very first teams I did actually manage to get my my voice on, I suppose, was Nuriki. Nuriki, back in Telia, Finland, I was casting them versus Death Fox, their regional rivals. Got a lot of fond memories of them back then. So yeah, Nuriki from Finland, that's the one which I'd start with.
M-Test, pick.
That's actually a fun fight as well. I used to cast Nuriki as well.
Really?
In Telemasters, yes. That was very fun indeed. But I would choose Riddle, actually, because of the fact that back in 2017, when the scene was not as big, it's still not as big as in the Nordics, but NLC has luckily brought that up. I just love this. But Riddle, actually, I used to play against them so many times at LAN. And I'm just looking forward to that,
Any good memories? Any bad blood?
I remember, all I can say is I remember bot gapping enemy Riddle bot, but I don't even remember the players of the...
So alongside with Riddle, we have Bifrost and Vanir coming in from Norway as well. Looking a little bit into the south, we have, I'm representing now. He's not here with us today. It is Goldberg. It is the Danish teams. We have Astralis Talent alongside with Singularity. Teams that actually didn't do a lot of changes. So I would like to see what they're going to bring in this split. We had high expectations for Astralis in the last one. Let's see what they're going to do in Summer Split. Now, into the UK. I need someone from the UK.
Well, I can't be Jamada, so I can't, completely curse Eminem in the way that only he can. But Eminem, JDXL, two teams which come close from my home city of the last few years. I lived in London for the last couple of years, so I've managed to meet a couple of the folks over on both of those orgs. Officer Naughty, met Torok, of course, at the finals last time. I've got fond memories of both those teams, but what's that other one?
Exactly that. A lot of people at EU Masters were asking, what is this flag? Where is this from?
Where are these three legs coming from?
Isle of Man, 3 legs, X7, with some changes as well that we're about to see. I'll talk about that in a minute, but there we go. These are the 10 teams.
My theory is that all the players joined that team thinking it was the Isle of Men, to become like the pantheon you wish you were some days. You're even better than it. It's great.
Okay.
I just have to put in that maybe in 2 or 3 years we will have a Swedish team and they will actually beat Astralis. That's just my final wish.
It is your dream, isn't it?
Yeah.
I heard there's something going about Sweden and Denmark in terms of League of Legends. Now, on to the schedule, on to understand what we're going to have today. So let me run you by the games today. JDXL versus X7 are going to open up the split. These were the games that we were constantly talking about. Okay, this is the game of the week. This is what's going to bring the entire NLC. And every single time, X7 took them down. Singularity versus Vanir are going to go next. Bifrost versus Riddle Esports is going to be the third one, followed up by M&M Gaming versus Dusty. And to wrap it up, it's going to be Astralis Talent versus Nuriki. M-Test, what is the game you're looking out for the most?
I just have to pick the third one, right? Bifrost versus Riddle. Bifrost, had such a great split last time around. And the Riddle, they actually had a good split as well, but there are so many teams that we're going to get into. They changed so many players. So you could basically call them, not new teams, but will probably have new identities, right? But I just want to see a bloodbath between Riddle and Bifrost, honestly. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, in terms of the matches that I'm looking forward to, one of the matches is a completely new team. Second game, Singularity versus Vanir. First game of last split. First time I was in the studio, wow, great. Well, actually, no, that came a bit later. You know what? Timestamps all over the place. It's been a while. Either way, that was a 54-minute slugfest. Baron steals, backdoors, late game team fights, a Karthus jungle out of nowhere. If that could get anywhere close to that first game we saw from last split, that game will be fantastic.
So every single game is going to bring something to the equation. Obviously, the standings at the end of the day are not going to mean a lot, but obviously this is a way to understand how the teams are doing. But to understand more about what is happening, we have a new part of the show just for you. It is Onto the Caster's Desk with Trouble and Initialize with the news.
Breaking news indeed. My name is Initialize, joined by my co-host Troublelink, and we've got ourselves a new segment for you, the NLC News. And yes, I'm throwing on a little bit of a voice for this because why not? It's a lot of fun.
I love the music as well.
Indeed it is, and this is a new segment where we're going to be bringing you the breaking news around the League of Legends world and for the NLC in particular. But first up, we had a massive international competition, which was resolved only yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And RNG with their back-to-back international title, 2 MSI titles, 1 World Championship title. What can these guys not do? And of course, we had our very own guys from Europe. We had G2 making it all the way to the semifinals to, of course, fall to no other than T1.
Absolutely, and it was a huge win for RNG. They finally beat their demons T1. This is a team they had never beaten in a best of 5 before yesterday. An extraordinary feat. Big shout out to Zhao Hu as well, who of course was top lane last year. Won MSI as a top laner, switches over to mid lane, wins MSI as a mid laner. Extraordinary stuff. Now they become the first team in the world, over T1 in fact, to get to 3 MSI titles.
I just love how cool and collected they also were when they won their third back-to-back international. That was like, yeah, we knew we were going to win anyway.
Absolutely. And of course, we've now got to move on, of course, because of a big patch change on the live servers. 12.10 has hit live. Not live in the NLC as yet, but there's been some massive shifts in champion priorities because, of course, durability of most champions gone right up, and that means some of those win rates have really shifted. Sad time for Assassin players, but for the likes of Brand, massive shift in win rate, up from about 48.5% up to nearly 52%. You're looking at Talia and Zillion, who were already strong before the change, are now even more aggressive. And of course, Singed, that is nearly a 57% win rate as a top laner. That's utterly obscene.
Yeah, I mean, if you played as a top lane, Lehens also played it into Yumi in the bot lane, right? So maybe there's some win rate coming in from the support as well. But of course, I love that you mentioned 12.10 because it will not be hitting the NLC until next Monday. That means that our players for this week are going to be stuck on 12.9, and the durability and non-assassination potential is going to come in play day 3, which is week 2 of the NLC.
Indeed it is. And speaking of players that may not be here, unfortunately for X7, Tempt is not here as yet. He's still over in Korea, which means they'll be playing with a substitute mid laner for the first game of the season against no other than XL. So Slowq will be stepping into the roster.
Hey, I don't think it's going to be very strange for Slowq to play against JDXL since him and his team Riddle knocked them out of playoffs round 1 last split.
Massive deal indeed. But that is enough from us. We'll throw it right back over to Arstrom and the crew to take it from here.
Lovely news, I would have to say. And with the change of Slowq now in the mid lane for X7, is this enough? We're going to talk about it soon enough. Yeah. But is this enough for GDXL to finally get a victory versus X7?
There are so many moving pieces to that. I don't even know where to begin because a lot of the teams will have been trying to practice on the new patch. We'll have been ramping up towards that. They still have to play 2 days on the old patch, 12.9. We don't have those durability changes coming in, which means we have 1 more week left of Ari before she leaves. So I get 1 more week to revel in that. The changes are huge, both in patch and in teams. It should be a close affair, I think.
Are you enjoying the patch, though?
I am. Yeah, actually, I think for AD carries especially, to you that they dispatch 12 point, like it's so good. Like
You
just
can finally play, right?
Not being assassinated in 0.0001 second. It feels good to play, honestly.
Okay, so this is the patch that we're still not playing with. So in the future, we're going to start with that one. But talking about changes, we do have a lot of them at NLC. For the new viewers, obviously, this is not going to mean a lot by now, but at least the percentage is going to be amazing. We'll see that one in a second. For the old viewers, this is going to shock you. Let's see how many changes do we have in the teams. 26 new players on Division 1. And this is the amount of changes per team. This is ridiculous.
Quick maths. We have 10 teams in our league. 10 times 5 is 50. 50 players. 26 is over half the players which we cast last split. I feel a little bit sad. Some of them obviously have moved teams, but whoa, this has completely flipped the table.
Can you just imagine how hard it is for us casters to make predictions when the teams are looking like this? It's basically, again, it's not a whole new league, right? You still have 24 of the 50 players left, but it's going to be so exciting to see because they will have new identities for sure coming into
Something that I would like to point out is the fact that teams that ended the top of the standings changed a lot, and those teams that ended at the bottom of the standings only changed 1 player. What does this mean to you, M-Test?
I think they are, Singularity and Astralis, they're basically saying we're going for something a bit more long-term, and they kind of want to develop their talent, right? Which is completely understandable, but I also understand the kind of roulette that Riedel and Vanir has been going for, and they just kind of hope that even though they had kind of a good split, they just kind of flipped the table now, and hopefully they're doing even better.
There is a lot of questions about, again, development. I look particularly at teams like, say, Nuriki and Singularity, and you have to say, well, actually, where did that development come in through the entirety of last split? That's not a short amount of time. Now, a team like Singularity did pick up a couple of wins towards the end of the split. You still have a long way to go. Relegation is on the table this time. If you don't get that chemistry right, if you don't roll with the punches, if you don't adapt to the new patch change, it is going to be a big battle against some of those Div 2 teams, which, of course, you guys are pretty familiar with at this point.
And talking about those big teams and changes as well, we have Legend stepping in to the NLC studio. Obviously, we could talk about all of them, but we pointed 3 of them out just to bring it out. We're going to start with Dusty Kerberos. We already have Shikari. We keep saying the return of the king, but Kerberos was part of NLC, wasn't he?
It absolutely was, and it was a little before my time. You know, I guessed it onto a couple of times last split, and well, last year rather, into the split. It feels like such a long time ago, but even then, I just kept hearing this name recurring and recurring. Kerberos, he's getting so many solo kills. Was that a pentakill that they got at that point? Nasus player, this guy would pick for the 1v1 matchup. Stuff like Nas, stuff like Camille, stuff like that Nasus, which takes over a sideline. And absolutely monster the Rift. Coming back onto Dusty, who had a great split last time around. I think this is a very big change. Even though the last split with Matchcode maybe didn't go exactly the way that he wanted to, this guy has pedigree and he's coming back home.
But you do know this gentleman, don't you, M-Test? Talk me about it.
Unfortunately, I do, right?
Yeah.
I played in Dusty, I think 3 splits ago, and Kerberos on the other side of the enemy team, right? And I was 1 term to say for him, and that he has Goomba stomped my whole team, basically. He just picked Wukong. I think he blind picked it. He didn't care, and he has these niche picks, which I'm actually going to get into as well, because Kerberos has 2 accounts in solo queue that I know of. One that he is playing super well on, super consistently, like almost top 10, like almost every single season.
One super well.
Yes, one is super well.
Obviously, ask the question.
Yes.
What's the other one, M-Test?
Yeah, that is, he's literally named it Kerberos int account. And I swear to God, I don't know why I'm so unlucky, but I always get Kerberos when he's on his int account. So he plays Quinn, which he's not bad at, right? But he's just limit testing permanently. He goes 10 deaths almost every single game. But that shows why he has so many niche picks, right? He's playing those champions. So it's just going to be fun to see him.
A lot to expect from this gentleman, at least. Now, moving on to a legend, probably the guy with the most experience. It is Diamond Prox.
And you know this? No. You are not taking this from me.
Oh, hello.
To explain, casters are not really supposed to show bias. Screw that. I'm going to be a Diamond Prox fanboy this entire split. I got into League of Legends watching this guy. He is an utter legend of the game. Yes, we may have lost Haru, but we've gained arguably the most veteran jungler still playing in the world today. He started back in 2011. Hell, this is the guy that invented counter jungling as a whole thing. He was trading with Insec in 1v1s over how the hell you're supposed to play Lee Sin. The Insec, you remember that guy? Yeah, he came up with that move. Diamond Prox helped come up, was one of those guys playing alongside and beating him up. He has knocked out world champions like Imp, Dade, Prey, Zatai, Dandy, Mata, Smithy. Hell, the Dade Award is partly due to Gambit and Diamond Prox knocking them out of the Season 3 World Championship. He has been around for such a long time. He's been smurfing in the LCL, at least more recently. He's now moved over to the NLC. Huge amount of history, huge amount of legendary names this guy has got under his kill count. What a guy to have in the NLC, and I could not be more excited to be casting him for this split.
Knowledge, that is passion, and also this was a guy that kicked me while I was playing competitively at ESL.
I only found out that he played against him like 30 minutes ago, by the way. That was such a mind blow to me.
He kicked my bot lane so hard, my support rage quitted. I'm just saying, in the middle of a tournament. It was not a good experience, but it was lovely to play versus these legends back in the day called Moscow 5 still. Now, moving on to the last one, Attila. And this is on me, baby. Okay, this is the Portuguese stallion. This guy came into Portugal while Kick were the unrivaled team. Nobody could defeat Kick. And he joined Electronic Generation back at the day, and he was the one bringing down Kick. And as soon as he stepped on stage, it was like, my job is done. Boom, drop the microphone. And we know Attila, back then it was called Miniature Pax, but he's now Attila. We know he talks loud, but he talks the talk, he walks the walk, doesn't he?
He does, and I just remember when he, back in the days as well, when LEC was actually called EULCS, and he helped them promote with his MF, with his Ezreal. And I actually wanted to ask you, Arkhan, because you told me something about a 26-minute rule that Attila has.
26 minutes rule, yeah. We came with that in Portugal. As soon as he hit the 26-minute rule, he would win the game. He would auto-carry the game because he had at least 2 items. And as soon as he stepped onto LCS, as we can see, every single caster was talking about it. His positioning, the aggressiveness of Attila. He is a man.
And he was part of this, this golden era of Vitality too. Of course, there have been some down periods for them after that point, but 2017 made it to Worlds, and they didn't get out of that group stage, but they defined a lot of that group. There was a speech from Yamato Cannon about playing your own style, and if this guy doesn't have the confidence to play his own style, absolutely no one does. He does talk that talk, as you're saying. He's very much walked that walk.
And one thing that I love, just to finish it off, is he played Draven in the world stage, and he slapped someone that nobody thought it could be possible. So I'm expecting that at NLC, and we talked about the bot lane of X7 a lot of times. Nata was an amazing AD carry, but it was not as aggressive as maybe the team needed. Attila is more aggressive than anyone can have, so maybe let's see what happens.
He's back with Kasing as well. It's that duo which they had on that Vodafone Giants roster. They made it to the quarterfinals in split before last now, of course, and they were a team which were very much around Attila, played towards those back to fronts, played to front to backs rather, with Attila on these crit carries and just doing so much work.
And by the way, if we're talking about players that just joined into the NLC, what about those players that are part of the NLC and switched teams? We have MC in an interview talking about his recent change. Take a look.
This split, I'm expecting us to win the NLC, of course, and hopefully go as far as we can in EU Masters. Obviously, winning is the goal, but I think I'll be happy if we get top 4 at least. Or finals. I think based on what I saw from the rosters, I would be most excited to playing XL. I think they kept their core of their top side, and their bot lane is like not so different in skill level. So it's kind of the same, and also MNS is like really good mid laner. So I think JDXL would be the team I'm looking forward to facing the most. Ooh. Honestly, it's really close. I think it really depends how the rosters go together. If, Venzer and FGG are better than what they had, I think XL are for sure the ones we are gonna face the most, like the most likely chance of facing. But I could also see Bifrost, honestly. Biggest learnings for me as a player was like importance of game plan, or like planning, especially as a jungler, your role is to like plan how the early game goes, and also how important team synergy is. Like, although we weren't the best team, like we still managed to beat Excel because I felt like our synergy really clicked at the end of the split. Yeah. I think it's a fresh split, so there's no... I think both of us have expectations, so there might be that thing, but it's a fresh split. I think the first game doesn't... Well, it matters in the long run, but it also doesn't determine your whole split, so I think everyone will just play with no nerves, and I think it's going to give a better match for the viewers. Yeah, and I don't think they should carry on, because it's a whole different roster I'm playing with. They've changed their bot lane. They have new coaching staff as well, if I remember correctly, with the addition of apples. So yeah, I think no one should carry on nerfs from last split.
And welcome back to the desk. Look at this. It's still the same desk, but the lightning and the effecties. I love this. I love this. So welcome back. This is the P4 game. JDXL versus X7. Opening up week 1, day 1. This is an amazing game to start. This is the spiciest one of them all. And just as MC was talking about, he wants to play versus JDXL.
And there's a lot that was said on that interview. Obviously talking about the closest competition, XL was mentioned on there. Really think this game can be determined by those early game plans, which you also mentioned though. And what's really kind of funny to me at that point is obviously he was on that Riddle roster, which so often went away from their game plan because stuff just flew off the rails. He was doing Miracle Baron steals. He was doing these crazy kicks on Lee Sin and the like of it. I want to see if we can see a bit of both, where it is actually game plan goes well, but if push comes to shove, he's still got that spark of magic.
So if I may, I want to shift the conversation now to JDXL. I want to look into JDXL and understand this team. Obviously, they were talked about probably the most in the previous split, like this team is going to win spring split. They couldn't. They got into playoffs. They got kicked off. I have to be blunt about it because it was really
unceremonious.
blunt.
It was unceremonious.
What can we expect from this team on this split and test?
It's really kind of funny to me because I look at the roster now and they have Eminence, right, who's just been such a huge deal in the last split. He was playing just super well all around. They have Dan, who is also kind of known for utilizing other players in his team. But then I see Kreis as well, and I see Venser, Venser, don't get me wrong, this guy is super solid, but I just haven't seen him in the past be able to, you know, when you look at a player like Attila, right, you want to play around this guy. You want him to just get 2 to 3 items, and you know that he will carry the game. And I'm not saying Venser is bad. He's not at all.
Well, it depends which week you got him in, because we have these stats like weeks 1 to 4, weeks 5 to 6, or something like absolutely night and day. He was very streaky. If we get good Venser, it's going to be crazy.
And that's the thing, right? I just look at Kreis, and I know that they can play through him, right? But he can also play this type of champs like Cillian top, Karma top. He plays those champions, so if they want to do that, they have to make sure that Venser is on his A game and is able to carry it from both sides.
You probably have the best support to provide with that. FGG, we talked about him. I don't know if the Rel is still his most played champion right now because there's a lot of champions that you can
Definitely
play
most banned
in this new meta. And this is something that I wanted to bring with you. So you have to ban specific champions, and now you have to look into this bot line of JDXL. But they also need some sort of revenge versus X7. They've been defeated constantly, and they always talked about, we want to defeat X7, they just can't. They were one of the teams that just couldn't.
Yeah, and I mean, I look at this matchup, and you look back to the last split, XL never even got to a best of 5 versus X7. They didn't get to that point where their drafting, which was so weird and wonderful, sometimes a bit hit and miss, but still a very powerful part of their game, didn't even get to show that at that point. And you look back to that last split, it happened because of Bifrost's late surge in XL. They kind of fell apart a little bit coming into the last couple of games, and they got booted out of the top 2 out of head-to-heads, meant they had to go through that lower bracket, and they couldn't even get through that point. They went through that long road, through that lower path in the bracket, couldn't get past the first hurdle.
And they were the ones picking Riddle to fight them against, and now they have to face a part of Riddle, let's call it this way, versus X7. So with this in mind, this is XL. This, to me, it's the most we can bring out because we still don't know what is going to happen with this team. Now looking into X7, they have new changes, and we always talked about how to intempt. This is the duo. The jungle plays for the mid lane, they provide the mid lane, and something happens afterwards. Now, the mid lane is different because we have slow Q to sub in the first day, and we have a new jungler. What can you expect?
And I actually kind of like this. I mean, slow Q, not about, like, this guy has been kind of, when I watched him, it felt like he kind of was popping off like every single game I watched him. So definitely like not the worst sub at all that you can have. And pairing him up, because I remember Slowkey was playing like a bunch of Zed, you know, these types of champions, and pairing him up with
there
MC.
were some corky packages in there too.
Yeah, that is true. What I'm saying is, from my point of view, I feel like Slowkey and MC, they both like to be in the enemy's faces, and I think if they can, even if like Slowkey is just playing for one game, they kind of know each other's styles, and I think they can play off of it.
But for me, I look towards that top lane. I had a chat with Chronicler, who has been the LCK Challengers guy, to talk about Chasey, because Chasey came in from, I believe it was the Damwon Challengers roster, which came in there. And you can look at that roster and say, oh, it didn't actually perform that well. But when they won, it was because this guy was 1v9ing. He's a lot of LCK Challenger players are kind of like hands, which are Korean Challenger, just stapled to their peripherals. Then sometimes the nervous system and the brain behind it get a little bit lost in translation. Chasey's actually quite an intelligent player, though. If you leave him in a good 1v1, he knows how to play it on weak side and on strong side, get the most out of it. I'm really looking forward to see where the benchmark of a player of this standard can be in our region.
I agree with you, and most people talked about, okay, Haru is leaving, so this team is going to lose a lot. In my opinion, it's quite the opposite. Even though we had Haru, and Haru is a beast, that's why he is where he is right now. But they upgraded the team, if you can talk about like that. I love the old players, but the way they can play now, we still haven't seen them inside of the Rift, so obviously we need to take that into consideration. I think this team is more of a menace than the previous one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that is my overstatement for day one. I like to be spicy. Take me on that one. So, JDXL versus X7. Now we're going to focus on the face-to-face. We have time for that. Obviously, you have to take some bans into X7. Do you think... Like, Torok is the maniac of champion selects. How can you adapt?
Depends on side select. I think what we saw at MSI, which of course we recapped all in that news. We're on the same patch set, so you're looking at Lucian and Wukong bans on red side most of the time. It depends who's on red side. I actually think that a coach like Torok has typically been happy to leave through some picks. Even some of the interviews we saw around MSI, Wukong is countered by X, Y, Z, ABC champions. Like, so many champions which technically can deal with them. I'm just wondering who's actually prepped them. And of course, Torok, given some time to look at these pro games, I wonder if him and the rest of his team have cooked something up. I still think you've got to get rid of Gwen, though. You cannot give a player like Chasey a champion like Gwen. It's just, that one's off the table for me.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, right? And it was yesterday when Bin got Gwen. Every single game he was just popping off, and I was like, why is this champion even open?
Take away the Gwen. That is the biggest priority. But then you have to take away the Nidalee, or do you allow Nidalee to go through?
Oh gosh, yeah, because of course that's one of the things from last split, because MC was the Nidalee god, and we waited 6 weeks to see it last split until it finally got let through, and it demolished. So we'll see if that can continue on this point. One Tricks have a bit of a patchy history in pro play, because you get to this point where it's like, well, are they actually as consistent on other champions? But if it gets you a free ban every single game, that
versus
is
X7.
gold dust. Yeah, exactly, against X7. If you can do that against all caliber of opponents, that is a huge feather in your cap.
Okay, now focus into focus. This is what I bring into this table. Where should we focus this game? Where is going to be the action? Because Slowq is stepping in to sub for Tempt. Usually we had the mid laner with the jungler. I talked about this. Where should be the focus for X7 now? Where should be the focus for JDXL? I'm going to start with you.
I'm going to do the time-honored tradition. Test, what do you think?
Okay. Well, basically from what I've heard, right, and what I watched from Chasey, this guy, I feel like X7 is super hard to read them because they have players on every single row that can carry the game. And it's just super draft dependable. But I do feel like knowing Attila, this guy is not going to shut up both in draft and in game. And he's just going to, guys, combat level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's going to be just bot side for me, honestly.
What about you?
I feel like if it's going to be an explosion, this lane is just completely over. I feel like it would be bot lane. I think I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. I just want to see how Chasey slots into our region. That's a big thing for me. So I'm going to look towards top side. I'm going to opposite, mirror.
Yeah.
The words.
Fair enough.
Words.
There's a music, there's a sound in the studio, and this means that we're about to jump into Champion Select. This is going to be the first game of the Summer Split. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's kick in with the Champion Select. Show me! It's going to be JDXL versus X7. The match everyone has expected before. It's going to be live in a few seconds for you with the Champion Select. The action is going to start right now. There you go. Oh, timing was perfect, man.
Ooh.
We didn't rehearse this. Okay, let's kick it off.
What's this guy doing? What's he speaking about?
Well, at least we can
speak about some big fans now. Okay, so XL over on that blue side means that you're avoiding some of the must-ban champions. Aurelia, that's target ban towards Slowq. Slowq had that banned against him a lot last split, has played it a couple of times. And of course, again, if you've got this hyper-mechanical top laner, might not be as connected to the rest of the team. We don't know what'll happen, right? We have to see how they've integrated so far. Taking away something that can individually just smash a game wide open like that Aurelia, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, no, for sure. Just Aurelia as well on the red side could be potentially flexed onto Chase as well. I don't know if he plays it, but probably if he played in SK, the challenger, obviously you're gonna play Aurelia, right? Mids, you cannot blind pick stuff like Gnar if Aurelia is open. So this actually the GP ban as well could be a potential just blind pick top for the Gnar onto GDXL, but
Nidalee is available.
Nidalee is available. They are gonna let it through unless X7 bans it for some reason, but probably they won't, right?
No, the idea now is, do you ban the Gwen or do you allow the Nidalee to go through and the Gwen is open? What do you do?
Honestly, everything's changed now. The coach is no longer don't ban Nidalee. It really is just...
Well, they don't know anymore.
There you go, that's it. But it is going to be the Gwen taken away at the very last point. Again, I think this champion is just so powerful right now. I rarely want to see it going anywhere else. This has been, though, aside Lucian, the real huge first pick priority for, again, the MSI teams that we saw coming in from the last couple of days of play. JDXL, they're going to bring that in. I don't know whether they were able to flex it. We've only really seen it in jungle and pro play recently. There is that option of maybe putting it into top lane if X7 pick a bit of a weaker laner, however.
So there you go, the legend is back, but do you play Nida versus Wukong? Is this even a good match?
I think what MC is just saying is, I don't care what champion you pick. Potentially they could just pick so many good champions that are good into Nidalee, right? But again, he doesn't care, he just wants to play his champ. And this is, like, XL basically has put the ball into X7's court, right? And they are telling MC, it doesn't matter if you're locking your one trick, we are gonna win anyways. It's just super exciting, man.
Yeah, we waited 6 weeks for this in Springs, but because it was banned every game. But I love this, because what you need with a Nidalee is you have lots of damage, but it's really hard to land, and most of the time you die doing it most of the time. You need someone to set up for you. Something like a Yone really helps you do that. You can do it very early on, especially when you start trading very heavily in lane. The problem with something like a Nidalee, when you're picking these setup lanes, often you have to pick very early game focused lanes. Stuff like Renekton has typically been in there. A couple of other point-and-click champions. Something like Yone, though, is a good answer to that. It has a later game scaling, and if you get kills in that lane, it just explodes.
And it's, again, like, potentially it could be a flex, right, to the top lane as well, but we saw Aurelia banned. Like, usually when you pick Nidalee, you kind of want to have, like, the AD damage in the mid. You don't want double AP mid and jungle, but... it's going to be exciting to see, but MNS now, actually, I mean, I guess it's potentially a Kali flex as well.
It's a flex as well. Yeah. Cry's played that a lot. So, I mean, Yone, absolute. I think it's actually even been more of a top lane pick than a mid lane pick, but it can be in either. Suddenly, we're looking at this fight, and I think what XL ended up kind of picking towards in their first three champions, saying, look, you want to go towards this single target, nuking you down kind of comp. Let's just pick a load of stuff, which is really hard to get on top of. You got Wukong clone, you got Senna ulting someone across the map, staying behind the front line as well. They could even pick a load of bruises. What happens if you lock in a Scion or something towards bot lane? Suddenly you've got like a Yone and Nidalee hitting a brick wall, getting absolutely monstered. And I think at XL have a couple of answers to what on paper is a good combo, but maybe not against like Bulwark, which XL are putting up.
It's just super crazy. Like they picked, because obviously Wukong is mainly played in the jungle, right? But actually I've seen some Senna Wukong popping up once again.
True.
Could be, there are so many flexes in this 88 XL draft, which I guess Torque is kind of famous for. He's just picking so many different champions that they can go kind of anywhere. But I like X7's answer to it, honestly. Attila, Ezreal, it's just a signature pick.
I would okay, so I can understand the logic of that. Again, as the nameplate's on, I'm not actually a massive fan of the Ezreal in the other way though, because it means that it's not really a pressure lane. You can lock in something like a Karma later, maybe. I mean, they banned out the Rakan, but you can lock in something to like maybe hammer down the first couple of levels. But it's not realistically going to shut out a Senna Wukong from that game. Plus, it's not going to be the highest level of early game burst to maybe try and get kills onto it. I feel like the Senna is going to be relevant. Senna's very strong right now. If Senna's relevant, that's a problem.
But you also are forgetting the fact that Ezreal can play really aggressive. I've seen Ezreals with press the attack.
Okay, true.
The Arcane Shift can go into your face. And this is Attila that we're talking about. And again, the rule of the 26 minutes, you're alive. It's an Ezreal.
You can take Guardian and still be getting pressure.
Exactly. I don't see it happening, but it could still happen. Okay, Kasing with the cat. So this is from front to back. Obviously, they have a lot of CC. They have a lot of engage. And there we go, Leona. We've seen Kasing play the Leona. We know what could happen. He won V9 the last time.
And once again, right, we saw the Yuumi hover, kinda, but once again, with Nidalee, you want the lockdown. You have the Yone, which is, it's some CC, right, but not nearly enough. With the Leona, you kind of guarantee that the Spirit is gonna hit. And now, it's just up to Excel to kind of show their cards. Is the Akali going to be mid, top? Is the Wukong going to be bot? That's the downside of being blue star, right? Because you cannot save the flex pick for last.
And this is where I see the Sion coming in. It's been a powerful pick. You sit there, you fling all of your CC towards a Sion with like 5,000 HP. Good luck cutting through that. And even if you do, the amount of cooldowns you need to spend to do at that point means you've got that Wukong who scales very well in team fights. And if you're diving in with a Yone and a Nidalee, you're hitting them for a good amount of damage. And then you've also got the Senna doing similar stuff. This all buys time for something like an Akali to pop off. What are you rounding this out with though? Potentially another secondary front liner. I think something like that. Nah, it's about as good a blind pick as you've got left right now.
Looking into the composition, this is a Sion with Senna and the Gnar top lane with Akali in the mid lane. So this is spicy again from Torak. What can we expect? It's JDXL. Torak is laughing. I don't know, Torak. What are you doing? On the other side though, X7, how can they wrap this up?
Ooh, so I mean, once again, right, we talked about Chasey.
There's a lot of poke.
There's a lot of poke on the side of X7. The Nidalee, the Ezreal, the Jace. As you mentioned, that the 26 minutes rule is gonna apply. The 2 items for everyone. It's gonna be super insane.
But the question is, in what state are you arriving to that 26 minutes? Because I actually think at this point you get those 2 items, and actually if you haven't got 2 dragons, a herald, plates everywhere, I feel like you're gonna JetXL are gonna have free reign to walk into the river, tank up a couple of skill shots into the Sion, onto the Gnar, whatever, heal them up with that Senna a little bit, and just play towards the objective. They can tank objectives for days. I think X7, if they don't explode the early game, they're gonna lose around objectives. That's a problem.
What is your take now? At the end of the Champion Select, I need predictions. I want to know from you guys what you expect. End test. Who's going to win?
I'm going to stick with X7. I don't think they will be able to get as far behind as I just look at the comp that EDXL have. And sure, they have the Sion with the Senna. They have some sort of engage, but I don't think it's kind of enough. They need the Wukong. They need to be able to get prio, first of all. They need to be able to control river hard against this insane poke comp that X7 has. And if they're not able to do that at the 20-minute mark, if X7 can get just 1 Drake maybe.
So it's X7 for you?
I'm going to say X7, yeah.
What about you?
I don't care who wins. I just want to see Chasey versus M&S in a side lane with 3 solo kills apiece.
Yeah, aside from that, I need to know.
I actually think XL's comp is really, really good. I think that around the objectives, they have a lot of ways to play it out. For me, XL come away with a pretty strong advantage in draft.
It is time. Finally, it is time to send it to the casters for the first game of Summer Split. Initialize Trouble. Bring us to the Rift.
With pleasure, Archer. Indeed, I'm Initialized. I am joined by Trouble. And what an exceptional matchup we have to kick it off. X7 versus XL, 2 mighty titans who were huge rivals for most of last split. We've got some changes. We've got a sub in Slowq instead of Tempt. Of course, X7 got to quarterfinals at EU Masters. XL didn't even make it. There's so much to work with. But I think I probably do want to stop him first on the drafts, because we've got 2 very different takes from M-Test and Nymera. But I think you've got some thoughts yourself, Trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both of these drafts speak miles for the teams, right?
True.
X7 has always been this sort of skill check team. Every time they go into the Rift, they want to outclass their opponents individually. And I mean, what better way to welcome MC in X7 other than giving him that one champion that is dreaded, which I want to remind everyone, it was unbanned once last split, and he absolutely destroyed Nuriki with that champion.
Absolutely, and we are about to head on to the Rift, and we need to see what he can do with it. This is a guy who is stepping in to replace Haru, a world champion who has a skin in the damn game, who had an exceptional split, who has, by all accounts, moved on to
He won the NLC. What are you talking about?
Exactly, an incredible experience for all involved. You know, he's moved on to bigger and better things, sadly for us, but it does mean that MC's stepping into some big shoes. The guy we've had a lot of praise for his mechanics, sometimes had some issue with his decision-making, sometimes had some issues with his champion pool, never had an issue with his Nidalee. This is a hell of a game to try and prove that he is worthy of stepping into those shoes. And on the other side, I mean, XL, they didn't make it work last split. Despite what should have been an extraordinary regular season, they fell out first in playoffs to MC and Slowq.
Yeah, exactly. And now they have to play against them. But you know who actually beat MC and Slowq in the playoffs? It was Venzer and FGG when they played for Dusty. So we've got a bunch of players in these 2 teams that have pretty much
There's a lot of interconnections here.
helped each other move forward, you know, into the playoffs. But all in all, going back to the drafts, I'm just really excited to see the skill check coming in from the X7 lineup. You've got Chasey coming in, who we know likes to play the skill check champions towards the top side of the map. Jace is one of the more difficult ones. Your positioning is very key. Making sure that you're ahead and you're not getting caught on the top side of the map is very key. And I do agree with Namera. Does this X7 not snowball the early game, not start stacking dragons and forcing Excel to fight them? It's going to be very difficult for them because, yes, they're long range, but they're extremely squishy. And from the other side, JDXL have chosen a bunch of heavy engaged. Sion running into you, done with the Monkey going all in the backline. You've got Cries with the Mega Knight as well. It's going to be extremely difficult to navigate all this engage.
Carly's great at diving. You've got a Dawning Shadow from Senna who can hit you from literally across the map. You've got a lot of ways to access people who would rather not be accessed. All things said and done. But I think, honestly, I see where both analysts on the desk were coming from, because X7, they have a lot of ways to play like X7 does, namely smash early game, crush it from there, be absolutely oppressive with the incredible range they have. On the other side, as you said, it's an XL draft. They've got ways to take it through the mid to that late game. Just need to see how it all plays out, and that means early on, what can X7 get done, especially towards that top side?
Yeah, I was just about to hit the top side of the map, because if you look at the top side, Chasey is already building up the wave. MC obviously wants to play towards the top side of the map. That's where his two AD damage dealers are currently on the map. So you definitely want to play with this AP, AD damage combo, trying to possibly dive Cries onto that. Now, once he has used his Mega Knight, you'll see that the timing doesn't adapt very well right now, because Cries is just about to hit Mega Knight. By the time MC has cleared his jungle and wants to dive top with the triple wave, the Mega Knight will have run out.
That is at least the plan. Of course, there was some notes. Chasey is new to the roster. He is a Korean national, right? Well, we don't know how his communication will be with MC, who is also new to the roster. They're not playing with their starting mid laner in Temp. They're playing with Slowq. And yes, MC and Slowq were playing together last split on Riddle. We should hopefully help out there with some synergy. There are still some questions to ask, and we need to see, of course, whether they can make it work. Chasey right now has got that lane shoved in. MC is quickly power farming his way towards an early scuttle, has now got it, and has, surprise, surprise, got himself ready to look about at least an invade and a look into this bot side jungle, or bot side blue side jungle. That was an awkwardly phrased statement, but he's not going to do too much more. Instead, back off.
That was a really nice actually move from SC right there, because you would usually look for a dive, but he doesn't necessarily want to dive. He wants to make sure that Chasey is safe. But what would be a great reaction from Dan right there is like, all right, I see what Chasey's trying to do with the Jace on the top side of the map. They're trying to snowball. They've got the Nidalee plus the Jace. They might be pulling out the dive. Maybe the Wukong was top side of the map trying to cover for his top laner. Dan started completely opposite side of the map, and both junglers are starting on that, finishing that full clear first time.
Absolutely, and Dan did have a quick look in here at the bot side to see whether there would be an opportunity for a gank. And remember, MC has backed.
Oh, here it comes.
Has got items, and Dan has just recalled. That means FGG and Venz are in a lot of trouble. A flash! Zenith Blade in from Kasing. Attila flashing forwards as well. First blood to MC's Nidalee. It's in the name. He's the main character.
Absolutely getting that first kill 4 minutes into the game. And again, that JDXL bot lane, they had the entire wave pushing to them. You don't have to overextend, especially since you have just seen that your jungler did take the teleport back to base, so you need to stay safe. They overextended. Kasing instantly engages up on them, and they managed to get the first kill of the game, and no one else other than MC's Nidalee as well. Now you can take this kill, you can go back, you can cash in, get this extra gold into items, and potentially look for a top lane.
Indeed, you can, of course. It did cost Attila and Kasing a few summoners. That's Exhaust and Flash down from Attila. You've got the Flash and, of course, the Ignite down from Kasing, but Hex Flash obviously allows a little bit of mobility for the Leona anyway, but there was a heavy investment there. Maybe there's a world where Dan could return down towards that bot side and make sure some of those summoners are punishable.
Here's where MNS comes in here, because they are manically looking to see where MC is gonna end up. MNS might even like try his luck here, but level 5 Akali is not that dangerous. You definitely don't want to be playing around giving Nidalee yet another kill. So making sure that you spot where MC is towards the top side of the map. You know that his camps have just spawned right there, so he's gonna be moving towards the bot side of the map again. And XL bot lane.
That's a trade, but Dan's there, and Slowq quickly binds his soul back to his body and flashes the hell out of there, because that was a lot of people he did not want to be around. Kasing takes out the control ward, but gets away from...
The really cool thing with this gank is that Venza was in his mist together with Dan. But you can't know if who Venza is bringing with him is the Wukong or the Sion, so you have to be extra cautious of that.
Indeed, of course, Spectator won't necessarily give that context, because we kind of see everything, right? We see it from both sides. And of course, for X7, it's just those actually quite grim-looking, like ghouls with multiple arms that you see walking around with the mist. It's quite the animation. As M&S has now hit 6 alongside slowQ and is once again just leaning towards the top side of the river. But MC and Kasing looking to get onto FGG and Venza. It's round 2. Spear lands, but doesn't do all that much damage. Flash away from Venza, still going on this. A lot of damage. Venza's still alive, though. The piercing darkness is enough to keep the Senna in one piece. Dan now coming down, but he blast cones the other way and decides it's all done for now.
Very well played right there from FGG. Covers the first spear, flying in towards Venza. Venza flashes in after the Zenith Blade connects as well, taking Leona further with him, making sure that the bot lane doesn't fall down. But that is also Venza's flash. In the first gang, we have Venza going down. Now it cost him his flash. Yes, Dan is around, but can they pull the play right here?
Attila is going to get jumped on a flash decimating smash, and Attila the Hun goes straight down. There will be no Mongol horde thus far. That's a kill back now to XL, and MC is in a spot of bother, being hunted through the wrong side of the rift. M&S hops over the wall with the shuriken flip, and MC is now on the run. Uses the blast gun, and he is, of course, a Nidalee. He runs pretty damn fast. He'll take a tower shot, but should potentially be able to get his way up. But look at the top side of your screen. You see Dan still hunting.
Unless Cry's moves right here, I don't think XL can cut off MC. He's actually going to jump over the way out.
All right, well, Dan has got the Cyclone. It'll be a smash from MC to keep his health up, and he gets out of dodge. Oh, good escape there from MC.
Does he?
Prevent that from being any more. Wait, no. No! The smite's on cooldown, and MC gets away with absolute murder. That is a drive-by, if I've ever seen one.
I'm not sure where the Wukong clone ended up, because I think Dan tried to position the clone in case MC tried to steal it with the spear, but MC very cleverly played this and got away with stealing that blue buff away, since the smite was also on cooldown for Dan. Really good stuff so far from MC. Even in CS right there, has pulled up the gank as well on the bot side of the map. 1-0 has got the boots for him as well, which means that he's going to be doing that much more damage with the pen coming in from the boots.
Teleport now coming in from FGG, who's going to come down towards his bot side. Dan has started up the Rift Herald that spawned about 20 seconds odd ago. Is still on it. It's got that pressure, of course, because MC had to back away. Down to about 1,800. MC could come over. It'll be a test now. Watch for the spears. This will now be a straight smite fight. It is secured by Dan, but he's thrown the Cyclone. Needs to get out of here. The clone is down. Second Cyclone activation comes through. The spear goes wide. M&S now shielding. Lands a shuriken. In goes M&S. MC over the wall. Lands the spear, but it's Dan who picks up the kill. slowQ going to try and get some more, but will not be able to land anything more. Trying to get that kill. Can't quite make it work, and the ult's already down. They get the kill, they get the Herald, they get out.
So well played by the mid-jungle duo from JDXL. M&S making sure that his jungler stays alive. And right here, it is a fight for the smite. And unlucky for MC this time, he doesn't have his smite available, which means that Dan makes sure to secure that one. And M&S is like, I'm just here to cover my jungler, you know, but the second that E lands, he's like, why not? I can take that Nidalee down and try to get the shutdown. And Dan is the one to actually get the kill and get out with it. So for his travels and that blue buff that was stolen away, he comes out victorious.
And slowQ, of course, unable to secure anything in return there. Dan did have to burn the flash, of course, but does get the Herald, gets the kill, and he's feeling very pleased indeed. Actually, a gold lead right now to XL, which is not what you want to see if you're an X7 fan, because this was supposed to be the early game pressure comp.
Exactly, and imagine how important it is right now that the Rift Herald is on the side of JDXL. You would usually want to use the Rift Herald if you're playing a poke composition to maybe into the pockets of your J, so the poke hurts even more. MC would love this insurgence of gold into his pocket as well from the Rift Herald. So taking away all that early spike, all this early gold is going to be a little bit problematic. And I think we're going to have our eyes onto the second dragon, because X7 are definitely going to want to start stacking. But both of the junglers on the bot side of the map, MC has been spotted.
He has indeed. It'll be a 3v3. Dan does not quite have Cyclone up yet, but there's a lot of other ultimates available. Kasing not at level 6, though. He's no Solar Flare, which is a really critical ultimate. Was doing a lot of roaming earlier in the game, and that's clearly hurt that experience discrepancy. Dan now spotted as well. MC has backed away, so just some posturing, nothing else really coming home. And I think maybe while we're still waiting for something like a
Cries
come through, never mind that. Chasey going to trade out with Cries, does get a fairly decent chunk. Of course, has Phase Rush, dodges the boulder. May need to think about resetting soon, because that's not a lot of mana on that Jace, though, and he's have been a possible
Might look for a dive here.
Oh, a bit bold, but Ty's heads against it. The wave is gone, and Chasey gets away with it. Herald now summoned in mid. MC will come and try and defend, though. That is a 3v2.
It's a 3v2, but Kasing is coming from the right side as well. But the gold is going to go towards MNS Dan and Venzer, I think, cashed in from this one right there. So it is split evenly among the 3 carries from the side of JDXL. And if anything, if I was JDXL, I'd want to be putting all of my money in MNS's pocket, especially since we have to mention how he was the kill leader last split. He had 29 solo kills in 13 games. It was absolutely mind-blowing.
It really was, and then you've got to remember as well, this was a guy who played for the longest time a unique champion every game, it felt like. We saw everything from him, including a Thelios mid. Now, Kryze is going to get a lot of damage. He does hit Mega, but misses the wallop. Flashes the second spear, and Kryze gets out of dodge, but it does cost him that additional summoner spell.
Very well read situation right there from MC. Just dodges Dan walking towards his blue buff and make sure to take that flash off of Kryze. Now, this is a lane that you can actually revisit. Kryze has had to use both his flash and his teleport, meaning that if you take him down, that Jace is going to have a really peachy time with all these turret platings.
Chasey, we heard from the likes of Chronicle, who helped fill us in, of course, because he is that Korean Challenger guy.
Absolutely.
He is a great source of information, so shout out to dear old Cronny, who's done some great work for us. But he was basically saying for Chasey, this is a guy who did a lot of work for his team. He was on Damwon Kia's academy team over in Korean Challenger and was a very strong individual player, but couldn't quite make it work as a team. But we're seeing this guy capable of playing by himself without a huge amount of attention, has now managed to get a second plate for himself. We have got a second dragon, though, and that means we're going to have to start seeing things like Flash, Solar Flares, and Zenith plays. Don't quite land. Ben's now burn the summoner spell, FGG in a spot of ball there.
Walking down.
And we're going to get ourselves a bit of a team fight. Cyclone is in, but it is exhausted. Kasing, though, still dead to rights. He will be the sacrificial lamb, and XL pick up their 3rd kill of the game.
And as you can see, JDXL are letting all the kills go to MNS as well. You know, he walked down all the way from mid to participate into this fight. Everybody threw their hands up when Kasing was on 1 HP, giving the kill towards MNS. You want to make sure that your only AP damage dealer, who's also an assassin, who is also in the hands of MNS, your most solo bolo king player that we've had in the NLC, has all the kills, has all the gold, is able to jump the backline and assassinate. And this is where trouble strikes for X7, because remember, they needed to start stacking these dragons and they can't. Venzer right there will sidestep the Leona ult and flash the spear plus Zenith Blade, and the second Sloki tries to make a play, gets instantly exhausted right there, and you see Kasing is a little bit too far forward. Dan is around to put down the Cyclone, and then Menace comes in for the kill secure.
That's what you get for having a Curse the Black Mist. So much harder to hit your targets. And Venza, one of these players who was struggling at the beginning of Spring Split and then really kicked it up another gear alongside FGG on Dusty, continuing to be an absolute terror. Kryze, though, that Zenith Blade Kasing was looking for. That ward comes down, an immediate reaction for Kasing. Still not going to be quite enough. Now another invade, not going to hit that blue buff and down secure.
1 HP.
I know, 1 HP.
1 HP right
close.
there. Yeah, so we've been looking so far from the side of JDXL. Are they going to neutralize that Nidalee pick that everyone has been dreading towards MC, right? No team left it open. The only one that did suffered from it last split, which was Nuriki. And right here, yes, MC is going to be ahead because Nidalee is a fast clear. Kryze might be in a little bit of a pickle right there, but he'll be fine. So yeah, Nidalee is a very fast clear, but we haven't necessarily seen much come from this pick. And I'm gonna go back to what Namera said on the desk while the picks and bans were going on, is the fact that FTG is going to start tanking all the spears, all the shock blast, all the mystic shots. He's not going to care. He's going to be extremely tanky. Kryze can do the same. And you know what? Venz is going to be able to heal up a bunch of that damage done to them through all the sustain that they do have with their abilities. So it's going to be really problematic for X7 to get that poke down. So therefore, Sloki can go in together with Kasing and provide some assassination.
I mean, add a little bit salt to the wound. It's an Ocean Rift. You get Ocean Soul to sustain through some of that poke. Yes, you've got to hit champions to make it happen, but it's pretty doable when you can start throwing out some of those Roars of the Slayers and the like. Gonna go in here trying to stop that tower going down, and Kasing does manage to pull it off, forces an ult even out of FGG, just playing very aggressively. There is the Leona.
Yep, an ult for an ult right here, and I'm just wondering because X7 need to make something happen on the map, but people are already too tanky. Dan's taking the blast bomb right there.
He's used a clone. They're going to be a bit of a fight. Dawning Shadow comes through. Kasing taken very, very low. Hasn't got the flash, but still just about alive with the Eclipse. Hops forward with the Nimbus Strike. Get to MC. Hopping forward as well, but the trade back is going to come through. They're just not making work. Slowq's got one. Chasing in the top side, trading out. It's a double for Dan, and the fight's still going. FGG gets Slowq, and now it is a 3-for-1. All things said and done, XL are starting to bring this game very much in their favor.
I think that was a 3v4 until very late when MNS finally joined the game. But if you see how Dan played this start to finish, it was kind of mesmerizing. I thought we were actually going to have like a solo kill somewhere in the top lane since the camera went all the way up. But I'd really love to see the replay right there.
Attila,
MNS.
he's going to go down. Surely the Zenith Blade misses and adds another solo kill for the king himself. All hail, he's returning.
Woo, woo, woo.
Bow down and show obedience. This man just will not be stopped. And Attila, this former LEC player, this guy who was a superstar for the longest time, comes and rejoins with Kasing, a guy he played with in Giants back in, I want to say, 2021. And now we're going to see this replay where Dan just wrecks face.
Yeah, he knocks out both MC and Kasing right there and interrupts MC as he's about to jump in. He'll flash Slowq's ult just to finish off Kasing, and then he chases the Nidalee away, whilst FGG is just so tanky, keeping both Slowq and Attila on the both side of the map, just so Dan can chase away the Nidalee, and just so MNS has the time to move down the river and secure the kill as well. Really, really well played. And also MNS is like, wait a second, guys, I still haven't gotten my solo ball of this game. We need to start the count. So, DJ, start the count. 1-0.
It's in. It's already beginning. First solo kill of the season goes to none other than MNS on the Akali. 2-0-2 now. Very much in a comfortable position. Dan as well. 3-0-2 on this Wukong. Very ahead of the curve. MC 1-2 on this Nidalee. It's just not working out yet.
It's all about revenge, right?
Oh, yeah.
Slowq and MC took out the mid-jungle duo, MNS and Dan, out of playoffs last split. It's personal at this point. It's all about revenge. It's all about taking them down. And you know what else? It's not even the Riddle mid-jungle duo that played them last split. It's also X7, who is 2-0 against JDXL in the entirety of the season. So this is way more than personal. This is making a statement.
And at this point, we're seeing a pretty sizable gold discrepancy, about 3,000 odd gold, which is a pretty sizable point, especially when you're on a scaling comp. You've got a Senna, you've got this Scion support, you've got all the rest of these people who really want to get to that 2-item mark. They're now getting towards a second dragon. This team of X7, it might have had a bit of an expiry date. They can't control the river, they can't get the poke down, and at the minute, they can't even seem to find themselves much of anything.
I think at this point, you're going to have to try to make a pick on the side lane, right? You have to rely on Chasey, having the Eclipse right there, having MC's Nidalee on the side as well is going to be very instrumental.
Chasey, he takes so much damage, flashes over the wall, does have an acceleration gate. MNS can't quite get in range, even with the second charge of perfect execution. Chasey gets out. That's all about he gets to his name.
I was just about to say, you have to play together with Chasey, bundle up the Nidalee and the Jace, land both of their poke onto whoever is on the side lane, whether it is the Na or is the Nidalee, the Akali. Sure. It will be much easier at this point to catch the Na, because she's not just that mobile as the Akali is, and only has one Trinity Force, so it will be much easier to take down as well. But at this point, you're running out of options, because what JDXL is going to do is going to be, right, you can kill our side laner, and at this point, Kryze is not that tanky, but he's tanky enough to delay them on a dive or on a chase or on a side lane gank. And on the other half, you already have two dragons. JDXL is going to control your map while you have put two players onto the side lane, and then you're going to lose complete control of the map for that one kill. I think X7 need to completely put their foot down on the throttle, because it's going to be really difficult to come back from this.
Absolutely, and Venza just checking at the bottom of your screen, that's 67 stacks of mist already here. They're just cresting that 20-minute mark. That Senna pretty much online at this point, has managed to get this Scion as well, because it's a farming Scion, has now got himself towards that initial Mythic, has got himself nearly towards a second item as well. MNS has got a Shadow Flame, so there's already that second Mythic in. So 6 stacks on that Dark Seal. He's the kind of guy who would buy a Medjai's.
And if you look towards the bot side of the map, X7 is trying to do exactly what we talked about. Pairing up MC together with Chasey, trying to pull a dive towards the bot side of the map. But if you show your Nidalee on the bot side of the map with the second Rift Herald in the pockets of JDXL as well, they're going to pop it towards the top side of the map, take the tower, and maybe even threaten the Baron. FTG.
A lot of damage, gets knocked out of the Zenith blade. Venza gets exhausted, but in comes Dan. Inclement weather indeed. It's a category 5 hurricane. Cyclone does enough work, but wait, they survive. It's a 1-for-1, of course, as Venza secures that Leona regardless. And back away, but that 1-for-1 is much needed. It was a shutdown as well, a second kill onto the back of MC's Nidalee. Topside though, M&S diving it out with Slowq, has to ult himself away. Will prevent this K-Tower go down. MC is now here. M&S used that second proc of the perfect execution and gets himself out of danger. Wait, maybe not. MC's still hunting, could look for that spear. M&S still got the shuriken, does have flash, but they're going to keep chasing him here.
Okay, M&S has flash and ignite. He could make a play. There is no ult on Slowq.
No, you're going to try and play the 1v2? No! Not like this, M&S! He gets 2 in the 1 versus 2. He's back! He's back!
Make it 3 solo kills in 1 game. The boy is back and he's here to stay. What a performance on that Akali. Everyone thought it was going to be Cries onto the Akali. I thought it was going to be Cries onto the Akali. But M&S is making a statement on that champion for himself. Again, he has no ultimate. He has flash and ignite. MC walks way too close for Comfort, gets instantly assassinated. Also the assistance right there from Venza with the Senna ultimate. Make sure to give M&S that double kill before he falls to the shadow. And Baron has been started for JDXL.
He's back in black and he's put the others into the grey screen. It's monochrome all day long for the mid laner of JDXL. What a superstar, but Baron's been started. It's gonna be a fight. MC's coming over and actually they might have overstayed. XL taking so much damage. Slowq is going to stay alive, but the jungle is dead. Benz is dead as well. M&S is back, but now he's got to try and sort out the mess that this fight has become. Baron's been started. M&S trying to get on the Slowq. It'll be another kill. Surely does get that one. MC over the wall. He's got 1, and that's a dead mid laner. XL have been wiped, and we were just singing their praises. Now X7 goes straight back to the Baron.
They can start Baron. There's enough damage between the Ezreal and the Nidalee, and can tank for days. XL reach way more than they can actually handle, and they end up getting the ace on that top side river, giving away X7 that Baron. This is disaster striking all along. Thinking back to Spring Split, XL was ahead in the first game versus X7. 1 throw was all it took for X7 to pick up, and right here they pick up. That's exactly what they needed. They needed more pressure on the side lanes. Now with the Baron up minions onto Chase, onto that Jace, you can put so much pressure on the sides.
Gold lead now in X7's favor. Let's watch this replay because
look at the minimap.
Should have been doable.
Look at the minimap. Look where M&S is. He's in base and his team is starting Baron, knowing full well this is going to be a 4 versus 5. The first one to actually die is Venza onto that Senna, and here's all your damage gone. The second Dan dies as well. You don't have much damage. Cries is a Minina, and even though yes, M&S tries to dive in to clear up, everything that's happening is just not enough. And right here, X7 are faced with another task to try one more team fight.
X7 versus XL, it never ends! It's another fight, and this time XL have all of their forces ready to bear. 3 dead already. Dan will not bring down Kasing, but Venza will do the job for him. It's an Attila alone, running away from the remnants of his own team. 1 man left alive. It will be sole point for XL, and 1 failed team fight, 1 lost Baron means nothing now as they can shove in to take even more structures.
Apparently it means nothing to them because they instantly learned from the mistake. Get all 5 members, make sure you have Megana up and available for Cries, and then you can try to pressure for a team fight. Beautiful all by FTG as well to knock up 2, and they managed to find that soul point, which as you mentioned previously is going to be extremely crucial. X7's composition relies heavily on poke. If you've got Ocean Soul, all this poke is going to get healed up, and look at M&S right there. He sneaks in around the bot side of the map, outside of all vision, and FG gets a beautiful knock-up into 2. M&S is going to jump in there, Dan is going to jump in there. They absolutely demolish Slowq and MC.
This rivalry that was born in spring is continuing to deliver here in summer. Back in the driver's seat now are XL, though. They've got themselves to Soul Point. They've weathered and returned and retaliated for that stolen Baron. And just look at the stat lines, look at the items. 3 in for MNS. It's nearly 3 in for Dan as well. He's got a stopwatch to his name. MC, the poor man, just bought a Medjais and loses all the stacks after that team fight as well. The Nidalee not quite able to fully snowball this game in the way we were hoping for X7.
To me, it's also a little contradictory because I see the Banshees fail. Yes, you're trying to be defensive, but I also see the Medjais, and I'm like, what is happening right here? You're defensive, but you're also offensive. And right here, X7 have to bundle up as 5. But remember, the team fights do not favor them. MNS, on the other hand, does not have a TP up and available for him, which means that for the time that it will take MNS to get from base to this fight, X7 can actually try to pressure for an objective. It was going to be that bot lane tower, but it wasn't meant to be.
Not this time. They've still got a little bit of Baron buff remaining, but they've decided they just can't make anything more of it. They'll have to recall gold in favor of XL, but it's only a couple thousand. 7, the big discrepancy at this point, honestly, is that dragon stacking. It is just the sheer scaling, honestly, as we were saying. Santa's going to continue being a nightmare. This Sion going to be very difficult for this team comp to deal with. Yes, you've got poke. Yes, you've got 2 items.
Who's going to kill him?
But like, it's so hard. 3 items on Attila, and a man who is known for being an exceptional team fighter on a champion with a lot of ability and agency. Maybe he can do it, but he's been quiet thus far this game. He's picked up a few kills over the last couple team fights, but that's been about it.
I want you to look behind JDXL right now because it's fully lit in red. So many wards that Slowq can choose to possibly TP on and pull a flank if his team pulls the trigger for the team fight. I think it's very important though that Slowq holds onto that teleport for this 2-minute fight that's to come when the last dragon is gonna come up, and XL are gonna want this to secure Ocean Soul for themselves. So making sure that both of your side laners will have the teleports up and available, putting some pressure onto the side lane is very important, but also remember, both Slowq and Chasey extremely squishy. They could get caught. MNS on the side lane beats both at this point.
He does, and he's hit level 16, which means a rank 3 perfect execution on a Fed Akali. That sounds pretty uncomfortable.
Into a very squishy team.
Yeah, pretty squishy indeed. We said there was some issues about keeping that distance, about trying to keep the poke at range. So many ways to close a distance, and when one of those is MNS on Akali with 5 kills and a level 16, I don't think I need to, you know, draw that picture anymore.
It's very graphic.
Yeah, indeed. We've got to keep this PG rated. We are still a public broadcast, sadly. Prepare yourselves, though. We've got about a minute until what will be a soul fight. That means that X7 are trying to make sure they are the ones in control of this river.
Yeah, MNS is towards the top side of the map and he's pushing a wave, trying to force a solo laner to come and reply to him. But the problem is MNS right now is holding the vast majority of JDXL's damage in his hands. Is he on a side lane? He cannot join for this fight. They might think for JDXL that right now it's more important to try and secure maybe something like an inhibitor tower, but it's not going to be the case right now. And it's 40 seconds at this point. MNS is going to shove in double wave on the top side of the map. He's going to reset, grab his item, which I'm thinking is going to be a Banshee's Veil, which is going to be so important with all of these spears diving in, with the Leona trying to snipe you as well and stop you from engaging, and JDXL on the bottom of the map, with all the brute force and the tankings that they have with the Sion, are trying to reclaim some territory.
At least Chasey and Attila have got that 3 items mark. Both have got their mythics plus Cerilda's plus Muramana. That's a pretty big deal. Lots of wards, and the teleports are now in.
I was pointing out the wards that are still in XL's jungle. And Slow KTP's in the mid lane, so they do know where every single member of X7 is right now. Obviously, they have to retake the territory right there. But FTG so tanky, and Slowq had just used his shadow.
Does indeed. Big chunk comes
Look at MNS.
Through. That's MNS. Off vision. Use the sweeper. We can go for the wall, look for the perfect execution, look for the shuriken flip! In they go! Attila is dead already! Make it a second as Kasing falls, the bot lane is gone! It's a decent use of the Fate Seal, but the only Fate being sealed right now is X7's! He'll retreat to his body, but Venza secures him with a piercing darkness! 3 are dead, only MC, only Chasey remains, and that'll mean a soul on the table for XL. MNS is going to keep hunting, he's not done! It could be another solo kill, a 4th of the game. There it is. The man, the myth, the solo kill legend finds another.
Yeah, Chasey has to flash away from all this nonsense that's going in the mid lane because he has no teammates left. The only thing that he has is a boomerang up his face as Kryze is chasing him. Ooh, that was
nearly
close.
makes it happen, but he can't quite Korean challenger comes over. Welcome to the NLC. It's a warm, bloody welcome. And this will mean XL to the Baron, XL with the Ocean Soul, and XL looking to secure the first win in the NLC Summer Split.
And X7 came into these 2-0 up onto JDXL. MNS, surely not. Surely you're not losing to two
it's
members.
1v2. He just can't be stopped. Attila hops away as Zenith Blade lands. MNS still hits the Dragon Flip. He's just unstoppable out of the Solar Flare, buffered with the perfect execution. The name of that ultimate could not be more perfect. 8 for MNS.
What is it now? 4 solo kills in his 5 solo kills in his first official game. And if you're wondering why we keep blabbering about this guy, this is why. Although I'm gonna say this was a little bit dangerous. He could have gotten caught in the mid lane while his team was doing Baron. So it was a little bit selfish for somebody who also doesn't have TP to get back into this fight. But you know what? It's MNS will allow this for
and
now.
You get results like this.
Yeah, you'll see Christ try to go in for the Mega Nab. A beautiful shift from Attila right there to jump away. But MNS had the flank sweep all the way through to make this happen. And then once X7 walk out, it's so easy for JDXL to just pick them one by one. You see Cries follows through in Minina. MNS manages to kite to perfection and not die right there while putting in all the damage. And the most crucial thing, Ocean Soul and Baron. Who stops these guys now?
Apparently nobody. It's got to that point where it feels a team fight is nearly unwinnable. Unless it's a 4v5 at the Baron. That's the one time we've seen X7 win a team fight, and now you're into a full item. Akali, who's picked up a Medjai's. MC wishes he had the 10 stacks that MNS does right now.
Yeah, he's had 0 for a long time. This book should have been sold
a lot of pages been ripped out
long ago, because the pages have literally nothing in them right there. And XL have really perfect wave management. Look at the top side of the map. 2 waves are going to be crushing. They're going to take bot lane inhibitor, they're going to take mid lane inhibitor, and top lane is also going to shove in shortly. They don't necessarily need to push top lane because they already have 2 cannon waves on the bot side, 1 cannon wave in the mid lane. They can just look to end.
Well, that diary won't be blank for long, dear diary. Today I got curb stomped by XL. The #1 team from the NLC last split falls to their rivals in JDXL. It is an absolute demolition. It's revenge. It is so sweet. And the first win of the season of this split in summer goes to JDXL.
What an absolute statement of a game. X7 with all of their skill check champions just cannot make it work. And XL with a very well-rounded composition knew exactly how they needed to play the game, played for the objectives, stopped their Reef Herald from going down. When it came to team fights, they had the superior team and the execution showed. And 5 solo kills, get out of here, MNS.
Unreal stuff. And yes, of course, there's some, caveats to this. Tempt's not here. There's a lot of other stuff going on. And so this isn't X7's final form. There's still a lot more to come. But for XL, it's such sweet vengeance.
2-1 now.
I know, right? Well, and that'd be enough from us for now. We've still got a lot more games to come. We've got some breakdowns to go through as well. Let's throw to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. What a start to the split. I talked about it. JDXL versus X7. This is going to be a banger. The curse is broken.
See this face?
Okay.
This is my smug face.
Okay, that is your no-no face. What is happening with that face, M-Test?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You're muted, by the way. You need to turn your microphone on. That is helpful.
You see, that's how much of a no-no
You
face
muted because of the prediction.
Yeah. You don't get to speak anymore, but...
All good.
There you go, M-Test.
But I do think that, coming into this game did play out largely according to what the comp said in my eyes. It was a lot of early game focus, but eventually just came to the point, it's like, they actually didn't reach that margin, and XL's comp was so disgusting when they started to group.
Okay, now to break it down, let's look into the early game. What happened in the early game? Because we all were looking at MC. He was popping off. I said in a green room, MC is feeling the shoes of Haru. He's making a lot of pressure. I thought it was going to be the show of X7 alongside with MC, and it was the show of MC alongside with X7.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we talked about it backstage, and you were mentioning how maybe MC and this team kind of has to try to keep up as much as possible with the likes of Attila, with Chasey, with Tempt eventually, with Slowkey, right? But MC, he was really pulling the tempo in the early game. He was ganking bot, he was stealing blue buffs blindly, and I was talking about how you could play passive with Ezreal, you could also play aggressive in these types of matchups when you have the Nidalee on the bot side. Just go for it, man. They were they were kind of abusing the bot lane in the early game.
And that is a really important moment in this game, because you do look at that, the center side, and you think, look, if this gets online, oh, that's going to be troublesome to deal with. And eventually, that's, of course, what happened. Now, we played around with the momentum meter a bit. Haha, blue buff still. Wow, +5. Yeah, crazy. But it was great to see that MC wasn't cowed by stepping into this higher pedestal of the current champions, right? Not former champions of this team, which has got so much pedigree to it at this point within this region. But it didn't last. It didn't get to the point where suddenly you can't hold your turrets, you can't approach the river without losing half your HP while potentially getting flanked by something like a Leona or an Iona engage. That didn't happen. In fact, when it did get to those points, in fact, the big dragon fights were definitely going the way of XL. I think FGG had a magnificent game on the side. Felt like every time he was on the map, when he was in the grouped up engagements, he was either doing stuff like cheeky cancels of a Zenith Blade by just buffering out with his ult, stopping Kasing from getting through to that backline, or getting the huge grouped up engaged later.
So we saw a lot of solo bolo, I would say, to get that angle on the bot lane. We got more replays because we got to see online, the poke composition online. They fell short.
Look at that ult. Just look at that. It's so disgusting.
This is what a poke composition is about. If you can't keep your distance, you're going to get demolished, right?
And that's the thing, right? If X7, as you mentioned, if they cannot keep XL out of river, they need to really contest them on that choke when the river comes.
Exactly.
If they let them come in like this, it just looks super free for JDXL to just walk in, they pop their ultimate, right? FG, as you mentioned, really popping off on this Sion. Really nice to see.
And for me, obviously there's one side of, oh, X7, they kind of gave them too much territory. They let them get into that river as too much engaged. Lots of reasons that can go wrong. On the other side, XL so decisive. And again, we've seen roster changes coming in with this. And to see Venture and FGG come in, question marks on them. I was wondering what was going to happen in laning phase. They did fine. They absorbed a couple of ganks. Yeah, you died, but you expect it to happen at some point against the caliber of players that you're playing as. To then turn it back online and have a game of that caliber, that was huge. Wasn't the only star performer, though. Lots of other people popping off on that team.
And I want to bring something specific about popping off, okay?
Yes.
In playoffs, MNS got demolished. He was one of my favorite players, like, in the last split, and he got into playoffs like, oh, man, it's going to be 50 solo kills. He got demolished. And he's back. 5 solo kills? What is up?
I mean, I look at this composition, and eventually it gets to the point, it's like, well, hang on. What happens if Akali's isolated? This... Kali gets to just dance around you, and for those of you who are not watching the NLC last split, this is peak MNS. This guy is just really, really good. Just bluntly, you get him into a point where he can mechanically outplay you, and he does it. If you give him a chance to outplay, he's going to pull the trigger and he's going to take you down with him.
And this just sucks with this composition as well for JDXL. They have the only AP source in the game is the Akali for JDXL. If they could maybe manage to shut him down, it would be a completely different game. But now, how are you supposed to itemize against this when you have literally 4 AD champions and the Akali who is super fed, he's getting solo bolos everywhere?
And my second prediction came true. One was the XL, the other one was, wow, I want to see Chasey vs MNS in a side like with like 3 kills. Turns out it was more than 3 solo kills. It was like 5 over the course of the game. That was a lot of solo kills.
So obviously it's still day one. It's still a lot to improve for a lot of teams, specifically now for the X7, playing with the sub for slow queue at this point. Can we expect something different coming out from X7 next?
You have to, right?
Yeah.
You have to, and I think the mark of a truly great team, a truly good team, is one that can take a loss and learn from it. Now, X7, last split, they did have a pretty weak-ended split. They lost a couple of games on the back, and they still came back, and they went through a 5-game series. That was quite difficult for them. Smashed out finals. They went towards EMAS and had a good result there, too. It's almost guaranteed they'll bounce back. It's just in what form.
I think we saw MC in the interview as well, right? He said that the first game, it's always going to be a bit... You don't really know what's going to happen if you win or lose. I mean, obviously JDXL are going to be super happy about the victory, right? But about adapting into that and just, obviously, it's a marathon, not a race. So we can just say that.
It's a climb of the mountain. And for now, the Kings have lost the first game. And for the first time, the curse is broken. So I want to talk with someone that constantly, throughout the entire split, was telling me, we're going to win, we're going to win, we're going to win. It's obviously Torak for the interview. Are you there, Torak?
Hello, hello.
Hello, I cannot get rid of you. Every single time I have to talk with you, Torak. How are you doing? Obviously with a smile on your face, right?
I mean, I'm just so happy to be back, Akram. I couldn't resist coming to see you straight away in Summer Split. That's
Oi, back off, he's ours.
Torak, the curse is broken. You finally won versus X7. What does this mean to you?
Oh, I mean, it means a lot, right? In some respects, it's nice to have the curse broken, and then in other respects, it means very little at all because it's the first game of the split with a new roster, right? But it's obviously nice for, I guess, everyone in the roster just to take a win over X7, show that the stuff we've been doing in preseason is paying off for us, and I think in the manner we did it, it was really nice to do it in that way as well.
Okay, you got to tell me. You got to let me know. The team has shifted a little bit. There's a few changes in the team. How are you feeling with the new composition of Excel?
It's great. I've got we obviously made the bot lane change, right? We've got FTG and Venza in. The great guys. I'm really happy to have God Gary on my side now. So, we have the power of divine on JDXL now. And then beyond that, we've also got some changes to our coaching staff, bringing in Apples, who's doing a lot of positional work with the players. I'm sure he's going to be really, really valuable in terms of, pushing the team to another level than we already got last split. So I'm really happy with the changes so far, and I'm sure we'll keep getting better and better.
And it's the first day of the split, of summer split, so I want to do some overreactions or overstatements. Where do you believe JDXL will end this split?
Well, we're aiming for first, right? But I think the realistic thing is we'll see how it goes, right? So as much as you want overreactions, this is the first game of the split, X7 playing with their substitute. I think it'll be a lot more telling 2 to 3 weeks in how good of a team we are and how well we're developing.
To finish it off, for the first interview, Torak, because I know you will appear throughout the entire split, tell me something. Is anybody finally putting a leash on you in terms of champion select, or do we still have the unleashed Torak? It's not Silas, it's Torak. And Shane.
No.
No, there's no leash.
That's how I like.
There you go. So that's why you didn't ban Nidalee, right?
Yeah, why would you ban MC's Nidalee? It's an overrated champ. It's terrible in this game, and we're going to win anyway if he picked it. So, I mean, he should maybe one-trick a better champion. Actually, if you're going to one-trick something, pick a better champion than Nidalee. Simple as that.
There you go. I wanted an overstatement. I got it. Torak, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck for the day 2 of week 1, and I'll see you soon, mate.
Thank you.
Can I interest MC in one-tricking Ari?
Oh, I was fishing. I reeled him in. Okay.
How did your hot take go? What was that about X7 being better than Spring? Spicier roster? Feeling good?
Well, being spicy doesn't mean being better, but I don't know. It's still the first day, okay? You gotta give it to me. It's still the first day. What about that statement, though, M-Test?
I was so disappointed at first because you mentioned you wanted an overstatement, right?
Right.
And he said, guys, it's the first week and everything can happen and it's gonna be a long split. And then he whips out MC just learn another champion, play another champion. That's just what I want to hear. And I also want to say just spam Torque in chat for that because he deserves it, man. Honestly, I was not disappointed. Thank you, Torque.
There's nothing that hurts more than someone telling you, one trick a better champion. I'm just letting you know. Imagine if someone came to you, defeated your Ari, completely demolished it.
Oh, hang on, actually, anecdote about that. The largest Ari YouTuber in the world smashed me in lane once. That was one of my lowlights of my career.
I gotta
That was
ask
painful.
something. I gotta ask something.
So I'm
What
so
can
sorry,
we do,
MC.
though?
I know that was painful to hear.
Okay, so JDXL are happy, are comfortable. The bot
Absolutely,
lane
they
is
should be.
working well for them, but this is only day 1. Obviously, they need to adapt. They need to show us way more than they did today. But what about X7? I know we have them. It's going to be someone. Okay, there we go. They're ready for me. And I want to do this one because on the loser side, I have Kasing. And every single time I had an interview with you, Kasing, it was a happy one. We start off on the wrong foot on Summer Split, though. How are you feeling?
Well, I would love to be able to say, I feel great, but obviously it sucks to lose. But it was kind of expected. We haven't been playing or had much time to practice, just because obviously we've been using slow queue as a sub for the past week, I would say. So we actually haven't had a lot of time to scrim and actually play like other teams who have also been scrimming for like a month already. But yeah, all I can say is we're playing catch up, and even despite us only, today losing once, I believe we're showing signs of life in some cases, maybe quite a lot of depression in some other cases, but you know what? I believe we can do great things. Obviously, this is just the beginning.
Okay, now looking into your team, you picked the poke composition. You went really hard on the poke composition. Is this because the team still doesn't feel comfortable together and you guys wanted to play from front to back, poke as much as you can, and then engage when you felt comfortable? Or is this something like you prepared just for this game?
To be honest, I felt that this game was more about just comfort picks on understanding, you know, what's good for us, even if the comp may not necessarily be the best in unison. But, you know, I think we gave a good showing despite how much time we've actually had to practice. And all I can say is it can only get better. JDXL obviously played better than us because I think they played more, I guess, together and cohesive rather. So commending to them. And also, you know, MNS on Akali was pretty good.
He was. He's kind of good. He's a good player. Okay, Kasing, I have a question because you're playing with someone on your lane, Attila. I know Attila. You know Attila. You've played with him before. How are you feeling in terms of a duo on the bot lane? Because he can be a handful, if I may.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I really enjoyed playing with Attila. Oh, I still enjoy playing with Attila. Maybe not this last game. But, no, I'm kidding. I genuinely do feel like, you know, right now we're still not even our main roster at the moment, with obviously Tent not being here yet. But I believe once he comes and we actually start getting together as 5, I think we'll have a much better time, if anything.
Okay, I did an overstatement to wrap it up, the interview, Kasing. I did an overstatement that I feel the team as it is right now with the players that you have seems more of a menace than it was in the previous split. Do you agree with me or do you disagree?
I mean, look, like I said, right, only time would tell. I cannot tell you, hey, this roster's better, this roster's worse. Like, it has to be, you know, within a month maybe from now, I'll tell you, you know what, maybe that roster was better, or maybe this one we're going to pop off. But I do see the cohesiveness of everyone in the team once we are together as 5 on what everyone brings and how we basically play the game. So just keep watching.
I'll keep watching, man. It's my job. But no, thank you so much for this interview. You know I love to talk with you, and it was a pleasure to watch you play and your team at Rio Masters. You did, as a guy, like an amazing job. So congratulations as well. I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Take care, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Did we miss a company memo or something about like, oh, we got to wait like 3 or 4 weeks really to see how everything comes out? Where's the spies?
You know, when you subscribe to a product and you're like, okay, you have 10 days, and if you don't enjoy it, you can return. This is exactly what he told us. Like, we're still on trials, we're still trying out the team. We'll see how it goes.
One thing though that I did think he did right, and that's the only card that you can play in situations like this. When you have a sub, you just have to inject copium into your veins. Honestly, like that's what you have to do.
Hang on,
like,
we have NL copium here. We did a video about it and everything last split.
That's what I'm saying.
We need to bring back the universe, okay? The NL universe, we need to bring it back. Okay, last statement for this game. Who wants to take it? Because we need to move on.
Got anything spicy for us?
The last statement for this game?
Yeah.
An overstatement?
It could be an overstatement. I love those.
What are you feeling?
Okay, I'm gonna say MC. I'm gonna kind of have to agree with Torok. I'm not gonna be too harsh on, and Torok was flaming him. That was just straight up burst. But MC, you have to make sure if they don't ban Nidalee, you have to pick it and 1v9. If you don't, you cannot call yourself a Nida main. You cannot. It just works like that. If Nightmare, for example, if they would not ban Ahri, it's just his ego would just trip in. He has to pick it.
I'm trying to think what my win rate is. This look, well, I'm not answering that.
I mean, I play with you with Ahri, and what's an overstatement?
I don't think anything can be overstated in that. But I mean, I think in this game, like, I look at the Nidalee and I think, like, again, it just came down to a composition thing. I think that you have to... I actually feel like because this is a poke composition, it is so hard to play actually into that comp. I don't think they gave themselves an easy job. I still think they did a decent job. They're a high-level team. It's only one loss. Going to have patch changes. Got a lot of games to go. Lukewarm is the take.
Yeah, best of one. It didn't click. It happens. Let's see how it moves on. And now let's see the standings. Obviously, there's not a lot to show, but JDXL are going to take off versus X7. The curse is broken.
Stop the count.
Astralis is in second place.
Over.
Somewhere Goldberg is jumping in happiness, is filling on that room, but let's see what happens throughout the day. Are we ready to move on for the next game?
Let's do it.
I just have to say, MC, don't go into my Twitter DMs and hate me. I still love you. I think you're a great player. Maybe I went a bit over the top.
You're not allowed to flame and then
done.
step back.
Statement's been said.
You said it, you own it.
Let's go next, GG.
Next game is going to be Vanir versus Singularity. I just want to make sure that there you go. Yes. It's Vanir versus Singularity. A lot of people talked about that this game is going to be a menace. You were talking about it before we go into a hype moment.
Hi, everyone. I'm a lot of people who says this game's going to be a really good game. Well, I think that we look back to last split, and again, first game of that spring split, first game in the new studio, new look at the NLC. And this was an incredible game to kick it off. And we didn't expect it to be, actually. This was a Singularity roster that a lot of people were touting to go winless. This was a team that came in with a university project, trying to train up players, develop. Maybe it was a year-long product. Okay, well, now it's half a year through. Where are you starting to develop at this point? Can you bring us that same kind of level of gameplay again? Because I really want to see it. It was incredibly entertaining, but can you also get off to a good foot in this split too?
I love the way you talk, but I want to know how the fan in the street is going to talk as well. We got something new just for you, so take a peek.
Hello, my name is Dion. Sorry. I am Baba Yaga. I am the ultimate Vanir fan. Vanir will crush Singularity and mow down everyone in their path because they have the power of witchcraft and the Norse gods on their side. Glory to Vanaheim!
I had no idea what I was about to watch, and I just
still
love it.
don't know what I just watched.
And that's exactly why I love it.
It's like new DLC for Assassin's Creed Valhalla or Ragnarok, whichever game it was.
Amazing. So this
Turns out
is
they're no longer from the NLC. They've come from Lindisfarne. That's actually where they've come from.
this is what the fan on the street thinks. M-Test, what do you think?
No, but I didn't say anything because I'm just absolutely speechless. We didn't know what was gonna come. I'm just gonna. We were all just really surprised. Like I did not expect that. But hey, if that guy says that Vanir is gonna win, I believe him. He sounds kind of trustable.
Can you say no to that guy?
Well, hang on. I can say something to production. This was found on the street. That is a fan on a longboat, a Viking longboat. That is actually not functionally the same thing. Actually diving into the meat of this actual game, though, this is actually our hardest game to predict today in a lot of ways because we have an entirely changed roster. This is 5 new players for Vanir. Last split, we actually had a lot of identity for them. We lacked no identity for last split because we had a lot of our big teams doing X, Y, Z, Riddle being that hero play team. Vanir, strong early game, had some worries in the mid game, but then late game did really pop off. They had Quicksith, Noodle, big name players in terms of what they achieved in the highlight plays. They've got to build that up from scratch in this split. Doing against Singularity, again, maybe not the toughest opposition from what we saw last split, but they have to really start to prove to us again and forge their own identity in battle.
But it's a team that didn't change a lot, just as you were saying. Okay, we have Vanir that changed pretty much everything on the other side. They didn't change almost anything. So we know what the fan on the street says, but what about Singularity players? What do they say?
Ericsson looked quite bad in NLC too. I mean, he demoted to NLC Div 3, I think. Yeah, it's an interesting pickup. I think Merbs seems to be strong on small amounts of champions. And then I don't know much about the rest of the players. I think Hoth has Zero in solo queue every now and then. He doesn't seem too great. So I think this is going to be a no playoff team for sure. Expecting to beat them on Monday.
Vanir is also a team that we're looking to beat, right? Vanir downgraded a lot, but I respect Merbs as a good player, but I feel like if they can't really play around him, I think this team will have hard time finding success. But I'm open to be surprised and they might pop off, but I'm not really sure about that.
Okay, so Spice everywhere. Okay, NLC Day 1 is popping off. So Singularity are looking into Vanir like a team that got worse, and they're looking to defeat them at Day 1. M-Test, it's not an easy job for you today, man.
I mean, honestly, I think it's quite easy.
Okay.
They changed 5 players, so basically what you can only look at is what they did in the past. We saw Creox actually popping off in the LCL. He and Diamondprox were actually the one that they were playing the best in their league. And then I watched Merbs, who actually I casted not too long ago.
But I say, you got some familiarity there.
Yes, and he was actually playing super well. I did give him some flame on his Aphelos builds. But Merbs, if you DM me later, we can have some 1v1 maybe. I can teach you. But Singularity, they just have to kind of prove this game that they are, because I mentioned before when they are going for the long-term kind of development, you know, the university thing, yada yada. They have to prove now that this is their time to shine.
And they changed yet again the mid lane.
They did, because they started off, of course, with Muta last split. They went over to Dragana. They talked about having some issues in terms of leadership from the mid lane, and of course, after their disappointing finish, I suppose. But it was kind of hard to turn that around anyway. Ended up changing members again. Kept the rest of their core quite similar, though. Of course, I've been a long-term supporter and caster of Porp, because he was playing back in the UK university scene. Very familiar with all of his weird and wonderful picks. Yes, Master Yi and Karthus included. But this team, it did try a lot of stuff out in spring and never really stuck on one style. Actually interested in seeing how they're going to kind of kick things off in this split. But then again, we have to see a couple of games to see if they're actually keeping anything stable.
It's a team which miggles, so let's see if it's going to pop off. I remember everything that you say to me, by the way. So without further ado, it's time to kick it off into Champion Select between Singularity and Vanir. Will the team that is cohesive and together throughout Spring Split and Summer Split defeat a team of a new roster?
I'll have you know, it's actually the most important thing is it's Schliegums, not
Schliegums?
Not Smiggles. It's the battle cry of Porp and his old university team. But of course,
battle cry.
There you go. Cool.
Okay, cool.
But we're going. Okay, I mean, apparently they don't want us to talk about anything more interesting because we're going straight into those bans, and of course we can see that again. Karthus, a long-time pick of Porp coming off there, but. We're already seeing huge amounts of power picks going to let through. We're going to have Wukong available. We're going to have Lucian available. Gwen at least is taken off the board. So much stuff is going to be up for first picks.
And that's the thing, when you have a player like Pop who plays this like kind of off niche pick, the card as the Master Yi, as you mentioned, maybe you don't want to just let these champs go through in a game like this because maybe you don't know how to play against the Master Yi. It's just so random. So as you mentioned, there are so many OP picks open on the blue side now. So we have the Lucian, right? As you mentioned, we have the Wukong still open. What are they going to go for? The Nocturne? Okay. I'm surprised.
Oh, so this is basically saying if you pick Lucian, you ever go aggressive, bong, bong, you're just out of that game. So the problem with this is that it's a big problem which I had with Singularity's drafting last split. It was weird, it was wonderful, it was telegraphed at the same time somehow because they picked their weird stuff early. They wouldn't pick stuff which had a lot of flexibility. Pick something like a Nocturne, which you think actually is going to do one thing. And it's going to do one thing pretty well if you draft around it. But already, if you pick stuff which is good at just getting into that melee zone and just smashing, like a Wukong, suddenly your job becomes very, very difficult. You need to get dive buddies, you need to find a way to enable this Nocturne now, because again, it's a lot of cards on the table early.
I'm just so surprised to see this, because now, as you mentioned, right, sure, if Lucian dashes in, maybe you can get some sort of one-shot with a Nocturne.
If it's even picked, right?
Yes, if it's even picked, they are actually, looks like, as you mentioned, they're just going to let it through, and the Saya, though, is always kind of a good pick into Nocturne, cannot go wrong. Also strong in the meta right now, kind of blind pickable, actually, so doesn't really have any bad matchups. Of course, it's support dependable, but good pickup into the Nocturne.
So I know we're talking about like overstated takes,
okay,
very explosive and stuff. I actually don't think this is overstated at all. I feel like your draft has already lost 3 picks in, and I don't like saying that early into the draft because sometimes you can have some weird stuff coming out. But just on paper, you look at diving into Wukong and a Xayah. Xayah is so incredibly strong right now. What is a Nocturne to do? What do you do at that point? You need to find a way to really start blowing open your early game. Draft is not looking that great right now. Yeah, you got center ult over the top, that can help, but it's just looking so difficult for the Nocturne to perform its primary and only duty in a lot of these games.
At the end of the day, it seems like it's going to be engage versus engage, massive AoE versus massive AoE. If push comes to shove, is this about gameplay and team play as well that is going to rise, or the picks? Are you telling me that the picks are going?
Okay.
Signify is going to win.
So maybe it was an overstated thing because now I'm looking at the so this is actually a thing that we saw. I mean, a lot of the reasons which I do end up looking at a lot are VCS, LGL, PCS around that kind of era, the minor regions out in the eastern end of things. They play a lot, all 3 of those regions, top dive Nocturne comps. So you play a global mid, something that can push and carry from top, so something like a Camille, and you have a Nocturne. So suddenly you have a center going up there with an ult too. Top lane, even as a Gnar, you're going to get bodied under turret. So maybe that's another play pattern they can go towards. I rescind a little bit my previous statement. Just a little bit, though.
Okay, now into the ban phase. Where are we looking into? Because we have the jungler, we have the AD carries as well, and top laners as well. So is this going to be to the mid lane to try and remove a little bit of that extra engage or even map pressure or global pressure?
I was going to mention that probably Galio needs to be banned because of the Camille Galio
global mates.
Even though you have the Xayah, if you have so many tools, the Nocturne, the Camille, and the Galio, it's just too much for any ADC, even the Xayah with the safe ultimate. But I'm just super curious. I feel already that this this game is going to be super decided by the top side. If Camille can get ahead and play on the side lane with the Nocturne ult as well, it's going to be super hard for Vanir to deal with. But if they can't, I feel like Singularity is just going to fall over.
And I completely agree with that, because again, we kind of said, look, it's really hard to dive into this in a grouped situation. You've got to find a way to play around that. You've got to play away from it, rather. So going through top side, that's a way you can do that. Of course, part of that top side is Picciono, the new mid laner for Singularity. We haven't seen any picks from him in the NLC yet. We haven't seen how this team has drafted random. Yeah, I think that just on table, you're looking like something like a Galio, something else that can just impact top side early, like, I don't know, something like a pushing LeBlanc in a good matchup, maybe a Silas or a TF that gets ahead. That can work for you, but they don't have the games in the NLC yet to base any of that kind of bans away from.
I was looking into Vex as well. Vex could come into the equation for both teams as well, regardless of where you're looking into Vex. Vex could appear here. We are done with the bans. It's mostly about supports alongside with the Galio. Even Galio could go into the support role. Now, do we get to see the mid laner, or do you save the mid lane pick for Ericsson to try and look into Picciono, like what he's going to bring?
I mean, I would assume that you would pick support there. Like, I would save probably mid for last. It just makes sense. They banned 2 supports. Leon is banned, Renate is out. What is best open? Rakan and Saya just been such a super strong duo ever since they released. And now, Singularity has to... The thing is, Lucian is still open, right? But do you really want to pick Lucian in a case like this where you already have Camille, Senna, Nocturne? I don't think so.
I mean, I think Singularity, they've already kind of, again, telegraphed that they're playing weak side, bot side now. The question is, what do you do that can actually survive? We saw the Sion last game with the Senna. Looks like it's going to be the Senna Tom Kench. Very old school combo. Of course, it doesn't work the same as previous seasons. Has a lot more damage early on. Has an ability for Tom Kench to actually be quite a good farming carry at that point. But into something like Xayah Rakan, typically Rakan's been pretty good in something like Tom Kench, because Tom Kench starts walking forward and then gets W'd and suddenly is CC'd into a point where it doesn't matter if his thick skin's getting a lot of value. The DPS check just becomes very, very dangerous for them. So there is a certain onus on Spiky and Yepeho to actually survive that bot side.
Yeah. Everything is about engage. Everything is about damage. AoE. This is going to be massive. This is going to be bloody. This is going to be good luck initialize casting this one. What is the wrap up for Zaremba? This is...
Please.
I love it.
Please do.
It is the rework Swain as well.
It's a hover. I'm so sorry. It is a hover. Like, there's still time, but like, it's the cardinal sin. We don't talk about things until they're locked in.
More AoE!
And it's legit, if you looked at those, like the Nocturne and Camille, I'm not sure how the mid matchup goes, the Asir into Swain. I assume the Asir is going to have full control of that, if it was. But Swain looks super crisp into that combo. But Orianna, I mean, I guess it's just Ericsson is just kind of known for playing those types of control mages. Solid pickup, but could have maybe abused that counter pick a bit more.
What it does is it, again, just doubles down on you're not diving into it when we're grouped. You don't get to get away with that. Shockwave, Cyclone, you name it. All of that's really, really disgusting. What it doesn't do is help your top side. Not really. You can start farming up. Maybe you can catch someone on River, but the champion pick doesn't necessarily stop Nocturne just wailing on your top laner if you're out of position at that point. You don't have a global. You don't have a way to really bail out that situation. Ericsson has to play above and beyond to maybe even up that top side.
That level 6 is going to be crucial for this game. As soon as Nocturne gets a hold out of that level 6, let's see what Singularity is capable of bringing. They told us in an interview they're going to demolish Vanir. On the other side, though, the fan on the streets told us the opposite. It was witchcraft for Vanir. That's a lot to take in. So without further ado, let's jump into the Summoner's Rift alongside with Trouble in Initialize.
I am standing next to a mind reader. About 2 minutes ago, the moment of Wukong locked in, Trouble turns to me and goes, watch Ericsson lock in Orianna. And she just went through her hands everywhere. Yeah, look at me, I'm right. And she's incredibly smug right now. And I just have to stand here and deal with it. So welcome, everyone, to the smuggest colorcaster in the world right now.
Well, actually, I need to give a little bit of a backstory for that. Ericsson has been playing in the Nordic League and the NLC for a long, long time. And one of his signature champions is that Orianna. He just likes to chill back onto that champion and get this big impact with the huge shockwaves. And what's better to do it with other than a Wukong that likes to dive in, provide you a lot more CC, and then you wombo combo together with a shockwave.
Absolutely, and we are onto the Rift. And what a beautiful look at that trophy. The MSI one, I believe, if I've got that one right, of course, RNG, current champions after an extraordinary time out there. They do get down to the Rift.
Donating it to the NLC, so...
Well, the NLC trophy is worth more, clearly.
Of course.
Clearly. Yes. And there is that, the pool party Orianna skin there for Ericsson. And maybe we ought to touch on Ericsson, actually, because, of course, for Vanir, last split, they were a team that really turned it on towards the end of the split. They did a pretty good job in playoffs. We had a lot of praise for them, I think, is the way of doing it. And, of course, that whole team has changed. every single player is gone. And some of those players we're pretty excited for. Kraox, I think a lot of the analysts who are doing some of those tier lists, you know, like Veteran, Doctor, Viper, Njamada, Don Jake, I think that's all the names I've got out there. Shout out to those guys. Rated this guy quite a lot.
Everyone but us?
Indeed, everyone but us. But on the other side, Ericsson was on Verdant, who demoted from Division 2 in the NLC. Really wasn't turning up. There's a lot of like concerns, question marks on this guy. And yes, he's on a comfort pick, but this is not the easiest comp to play Orianna into in some ways. And this is a player who we have got some questions, especially now he's up at this top end of NLC play.
And Ericsson has always been the guy that always returns in the NLC, right? Always returns towards the Nordics where his roots are. And he has never been the sort of pop-off performance player like you see from Eminence with the solo bolos, but he's always been extremely consistent. And when the meta really favors him with these mages that sort of sit mid lane and like to scale, like the Azirs, like the Oriannas, like the Victors, this is usually where you will see the better face of him. And that's what I'm expecting him to bring in this particular Vanir lineup. Now, the problem is, and you mentioned it as well, and I think they mentioned it on the desk too, you can very easily see what Singularity are trying to do, right? Pop is going to speedrun level 6, and then he's going to try to dive one of the two solo laners, either the Orianna or the Na, who are both extremely squishy. Now, your easier target, of course, would be after 6 to hit onto the Ericsson in the mid lane, especially if you have the shove from the Azir as well, which is going to be much easier to follow through. But it's going to be an extremely difficult task for Vanir to spot where Pop is during the game and also prevent him to kill from killing their solo laners.
Flash early on in this bot side after a good double knock up there from Zaremba. Of course, they are running that Zyra Khan, the Lovers duo, making their presence known nice and early on in this lane. The summoner down already for the Senna, and now a little quick roam actually for poor old Pop, who's going to potentially get found out here in his own Raptor camp.
That is so honestly well played from the sort of Vanir. We mentioned that it's going to be difficult to spot and contain, not actually spot, Pop after he's level 6. But if it's pre-level 6, you can try to enter and take the brawl to him together with the Wukong. And that's exactly what Kraox is doing.
Oh,
you know that their Zarya is safe since Senna doesn't have a flash, so Pop has to actually concede his red buff. They're actually being pinged from the sort of Singularity. This is going to be a big blow. Not necessarily because he loses his red buff, but because he loses that experience, and right now Pop needs to speedrun that level 6 to start putting down the pressure with the paranoia on the solo lanes of Vanir.
Credit though, where it is due, that was pretty well read from Pop not to get caught out from that, because there's a lot of other junglers who just gone straight to that red buff and get caught out. That ward there as well did a lot of work to spot Zaremba going in, and that really helped out on the read. Pop though has come into this bot side, maybe looking to see whether there's a lane gank available. You need to clear these wards, these minions out there first.
Yeah, his bot lane really needs to crush this wave actually, so he is showing right now. I'm pretty sure they did see him when he walked out, so he really needs to help that bot lane push because Spiky does not have the flash up and available. You saw what happened to Venzer and FCG once they overextended onto that flashless Senna. They get instantly punished for it. So really nice hovering right here for Pop to try and make sure that his bot lane stays alive and gets farmed.
And for the sake of Singularity, or for the side of Singularity, perhaps that's a better way of phrasing this to begin with, this is a team that struggled last bit. They came dead last. It's a team that was a development roster, a lot of university players with a little less time perhaps to practice in a very difficult league, and honestly, they struggled quite a lot. They've switched out the mid laner, and Pop and a lot of the other players have a lot of praise for Piccione, but that's one new player with a roster that has largely stayed the same. This split, relegation is a thing. This is a split where if you don't make it work, you are getting demoted, and we need to see what this roster that's largely stayed together can do. They had strong words coming into this match, but I need to see them deliver.
Absolutely, and I think a bunch of the question marks were the drafts. But the only reason that the drafts were a little bit of a question mark is because the identity was a question mark. They didn't know exactly what style of League of Legends they wanted to play. They didn't know exactly who was their carries and who were the facilitators. Right now, we're seeing a more laid-back approach where the bot lane is going to play for scaling, and it's all about the top side of the map. I personally spoke really highly of Tatooine and said that this guy on carries, when he's been played for, he can actually carry the game. And here in the first game of Singularity with their brand new roster that they have, it shows that they are trusting Tatooine onto the Camille to play onto a side lane and potentially shut down the Na. You also see Pop taking away any vision, making sure that Hester does not feel safe because he has a huge wave, he needs to crush it underneath the tower, but knowing that Nocturne is there, he cannot do so.
Needs to see what he can do to get out, hops down towards the river, is going to get hit by the hookshot, flash in, now needs to look for the fear. That's the flip that comes through from Tatooine, but it was not enough to kill. Now Ericsson is here alongside Kraox. double flash pop for just the single, and they're getting chased back under their tower. And in the bot side, more engages happen. Yepe rooted in place. The heal comes through, will keep him alive, but that's another summoner blown in this bot side.
That was a really nice trade, actually, though, onto Yepe, who doesn't have any ports left in his pocket if you look at his inventory. So that Vanir bot lane can actually shove in the wave really aggressively right now and potentially see the Vanir bot lane taking the first back, unlocking Zaremba onto the map on the Rakan, potentially looking for a pick. Maybe he can actually back right here, shoving the wave back and head towards the top side of the map instantly.
Another knocker comes through. Yepe pops the thick skin. Not going to quite get the root, but Merbs hopping forwards. Can't quite secure it, and that's Piercing Darkness offers a bit of a heal back, and Merbs in turn takes some nasty trades back and doing pretty well, at least in the bot side of Vanir, though. Credit as well over towards Singularity, who did manage to hold that wave outside of tower. And of course, the teleport's already been popped. They couldn't get the crash, could Kraox and Has0. And that leaves the Camille in a much better space. Port back on the farm, stole a little bit of that lane XP, which is no bad thing when you want that Nocturne level 6 as well.
Absolutely, and this is what Pop is chasing right now, right? He's chasing that level 6. That blue buff is going to be spawning as well, so he's gonna go chickens into Krugs, into that blue buff, so he is going to be ending up towards the top side of the map. They see him right now hovering the bot side, so they know that the second he hits level 6, he is most likely going to be towards the top side of the map, which is somewhere where Has0 does not have his flash up and available, right? You see that every time there is any type of pressure towards the top side of the map, it is going to be Has0 who's going to be the recipient of all the violence and the pressure. Even the Azir walking towards the top side of the map, you see how much this iteration of Singularity wants to play for Tatooine. They put him onto that carry. They want to make sure that it's going to work out for them.
Spike and Yepe know their job this game. It is play as weak side as possible, but that's potentially great news for Vanir, who, you know, Merbs was this AD carry superstar. Down in Division 2, he was playing for Monster Rugby Gaming, and for the longest part of the regular season at least, seemed untouchable. This guy could do no wrong. He was a superstar for that team. Was some strong words from Porp and the rest of Singularity in the interviews there, saying, look, this is a guy who only plays a few champions and we think we can deal with them. So
I wonder if he hits level 6 from this.
He does.
Wheel, and there's a huge wave building up towards the top side of the map. Has0, no flash, no Meganar form.
This is a man who is at EU Masters and about to take a hefty dive, goes straight down first blood to Tatooine.
He doesn't have it.
And does still go down. Porp was inches away from getting out.
Okay, that was a little bit of a blunder in the communication right there, because if you allow Tatooine to go in first, then you can use the Hextech Ultimatum to drop the aggro and then allow Nocturne to get the aggro for you. Unfortunately for Pop, he didn't have flash to be able to flash out of range from that tower and allow Tatooine to finish the job. But right here, Has0 still loses so much from this. You see that the Hextech Ultimatum went down just as Tatooine had already gone in. He doesn't have any mana, he doesn't have any flash to get out. So Has0, yes, he trades 1 for 1, but this is 2.5 waves worth of experience and gold that is now behind level 7 onto Tatooine's Camille, and we're gonna see even more hovers towards the top side of the map now that the supports are also unlocked on the map.
Yeah, First Blood does go over because, as you said, at least Has0 does get 1 kill back, but the question is whether it'll be quite enough. Kraox does have Cyclone, but the whole of Singularity, aside from Yepe, are here at this Herald. Down to Smite range. Porp secures it, does, but now may be traded out for it. Flash forward from Zaremba, does get that grand entrance. Shoved back from Piccione, does get hit by the shockwave in turn, but now manages to escape. It'll be a 1-for-none trade, but the Herald is secured, and I think Singularity will be okay with that.
Really good pigeon users right there from Piccione to actually manage to get away without blowing his flash, which is extremely useful.
Oh, Tatooine.
So next time Dragon comes about, oh, Tatooine.
There's no flash, there is a hook shot, gets a stun but can't interrupt it. It's a decent Dawning Shadow though, he's still gonna fall. Wait, gets the adaptive shielding. Kraox now hopping forward, they do finally kill off Tatooine, but there's a 1v4. Eric's taken so down low, has to flash, but they're under tower. He needs to try and escape now as well. Look how low they are, but there's no way to follow, no way to get here, and they will get out alive. No teleports or the like to get in behind, and they'll get the kill and back away.
Oh, that was a 4 versus 1. Had Spikey actually flash healed in this situation, maybe they would have even been able to pull the 4 versus 2 fight right there, but Spikey obviously doesn't want to overextend, lose both of his summoners for a chance to save Tatooine towards the top side of the map.
Merbs.
Because,
Merbs, he's just dead. He's gone. He's gonna get devoured, and that is a gourmet dish. Fried chicken for dinner.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot we have 2 birds in this particular game. We've got Azir and Zaya, but back to the top lane, the only reason why Spiky does not overcommit to save his top lane is because both Nocturne and Senna will be there to soak up the experience and gold, so you don't necessarily need to care about this Camille too much, who is now behind in experience, by the way, from that dive. So as we see this again, they're doing the refill because they know they have numbers advantage, but Pop has to unfortunately sacrifice himself right there to grab the Rift Herald, and really well played from Pizzione right there. He stays at the very edge of the shockwave, Spiky healing him up and providing a lot of sustain as well. And Tatui, unfortunately, is stuck versus 2 waves pushing against him and 4 angry members, but now it's Hes0, the recipient of the same exact violence.
They will teleport in, but the Herald's been summoned. That's a very low tower already. I think it's just gone. They'll prevent the dive, but not the fall of the first tower of the game. Yepe is left alone. They're still going to dive it, and they get the kill. They'll get the tower, and Tatui's still going forwards. Flash to land the hookshot. Ericsson trying to get out. It's a fair amount of damage back, though. Flash for the shuffle. Doesn't make it work, and there's a Penguin tapping his hat off. He knows that one wasn't quite what they were looking for.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, again, they shove even more money into Tatui's pockets on the top side of the map. They give him so much attention, so much experience, so much gold. Tatui now actually needs to perform. He needs to be diving the backline
Ericsson.
And making people pop.
Teleport number 2 come through, but Ericsson is fleeing away. Nowhere out. The nightmares come home to roost. Hes0 is teleported back in, but that's a Mininar versus 4, and Ericsson finally is secured despite the earlier attempt failing.
There was an entire tower of tower plating going to the side of Singularity. There was 2 kills on the top side of the map, and the only thing that Vanir were able to take was just 2 tower platings toward the bot side of the map, whilst Yepe on the Tam Kent solo killed their AD carry under the tower. So
double teleport
as we
as
can
well.
see this
What,
again,
2 separate towers?
Yeah, Hes0 dives in for the Mega now, but I'm pretty sure he misses because he's trying to shove people away instead of shoving them in for the big shockwave to hit. So by the time the shockwave does hit, it doesn't matter because the Na is pretty much dead. And Tatui, of course, pushes forward because he does have the backup of his entire team. You see how much more put together this Singularity roster plays. They know when to push forward, they know when to approach a lot more fights, and you see how here they're wrapping up, they're pushing in the wave aggressively to try and dive Ericsson because they know he doesn't have his summoners up and available. Really, really well played from this roster. We had question marks, we asked a lot of questions. Vanir might be asking questions here too.
Yeah, Krox is going to go in with a Cyclone, but doesn't really get that much damage. In goes Zaremba, gets the charm with the quickness. Yepe taken pretty low now, pops a thick skin. I think he might be just asked to die. Does indeed Singularity get the dragon, but do lose a kill in trade.
It's fine, you lose your Tam Kets, but at the end of the day, you do manage to get the Dragon and you can start stacking them slowly but surely. Spiky, of course, has to respect the fact that he's all alone down the bot lane, doesn't have the chomp from his Tam Kents to keep him alive, so he has to forfeit the tower. Now, what's happening on the other side of the map, because mid lane's not being shoved in by the sort of Singularity, because Pizzione had to actually back for a reset, and top side of the map is actually gone for them. They don't have a tier 1 tower, so they don't necessarily have to be wary of the rest of the map being shoved in, whilst they have committed 4 members of the team towards the bot side of the map. So that was a very favorable trade for Vanir.
And now the gold pretty much evens up again slightly towards Vanir, and what it has been is a trade in priorities across the map. The top side of the map, very Singularity favor. We've seen those players go very, very well. On the other side, Merbs, outsider getting fried over by the Gromp, has gotten themselves a very hefty lead in the bot side. Very ahead of his...
Kent's a Gromp?
No, because he got, like, rather, Merbs got caught out by Gromp.
Okay.
Fried by Gromp. I see what you mean. Fried by the Gromp, and it's still not making sense. Gromp didn't fry him, he was just next to the Gromp.
I thought Kent and Gromp were like relatives.
I get you. I see where you're coming from. I can see the confusion. I apologize to the viewers. That was not very on Gromp of me, though Merbs was on it indeed. Shout out to Orcs for that particular meme. Go check out his Twitter, you'll understand, probably, possibly. If you're not, that's fine. Just Google on Gromp and enjoy. There you go. Anyway, we're into the mid-game here, coming towards the 15-minute mark. Plates have fallen, it's a turret apiece, it's a dragon apiece. 1 Herald did go the way of Singularity, but the gold is pretty much dead even. Difference here, though, is, of course, that they've still got this pretty nasty dive side lane, Copper and a Camille, with a couple kills who can definitely punish people. And Merbs on the side, Nazaya, who needs to position very, very well. It's going to get very, very difficult.
The thing is that if you look at Vanir, they have a pretty nice teamfight composition. Sure. They've got the Rakan who can go in, but also Peel, same as Orianna, Wukong. Like every single person in their team can provide engage and disengage, minus the Xayah, right? Oh, they found Yepe.
He's gonna be a little bit of overstep. That was a bit of a problem last split as well. They're gonna try and turn it around though, and he's still alive. In they go to the backside, but they've taken so much damage. Porp down so low, gets a fear, but not too much more. And Singularity saved their support, but now Tatui might be the sacrifice. And Merbs gets that one, a second kill of the game. This is a guy who's at 170 farm in 15.5 minutes. He has been power farming, and now he gets a couple kills on top. This Xayah well and truly in this game.
This is very problematic because look at the bot side of the map as well. Vanir is pushing, shoving in towers. Hess0 was not even needed. That was a 4 versus 5 that Vanir were able to pull because that Xayah is so strong. Look at his summoners, flash still available. Look at his ultimate still available. It was just Porp diving all alone in the backline. And I was just about to say that Vanir have about every single tool they wish to have if they want to hard engage and if they want to hard disengage and protect their Xayah. And it shows right there. The second darkness goes down to try and protect Yepe, and Porp dives in the backline together with Tatui. All they have to do is peel for the Xayah. Everything is thrown onto Ericsson as well, who doesn't really care because he had the stopwatch, and Tatui ends up paying the price for diving in too deep, whilst Hess0 is catching up on CS towards the bot side of the map. So that shows you very well how very well curated that Vanir composition is. They can do whatever they want, and they have multiple sources of damage.
And look, we've appreciated the fact that Singularity look more cohesive, that their draft felt more on theme. It had a theme, even. And like, we appreciated that. Look, it's a comp that should work in a lot of ways. But on the other side, Vanir, this team of entirely new players coming together, have managed to get this guy who we were just saying was really, really good in Div 2, now continuing to be a terror, and they've managed to catch up the guy that was kind of falling behind. They've got the gold lead, they've got a dragon coming up in 45 odd seconds, and I feel they're in a pretty damn good position to make it stick.
Don't get me wrong, if you ask me, I am a huge lover for Senna plus a bunch of melee compositions. Because I just really love the spacing that Senna allows you, the fact that she allows you to move really deep, but also provides all this sustain and camouflage and the long-range ultimates that will support you in the backline. I love these kinds of compositions, but the thing is, you need to allow Senna to scale. You need to have Tam Kench really tanky. You need to have 2 to 3 items onto your Pigeon in the mid lane for him to actually do some damage, because your damage right here is very situational. Tatui is going to go into the backline trying to burst someone together with Porp. If that doesn't work, you need some more consistent damage coming in from your Senna and your Azir, which is not there yet. Vanir, again, using their advantage on the map so freaking well, putting down the Rifter. They're like, cool, you can go for the Dragon. We don't care because we team fight better than you anyway. We're just going to take 2 mid lane towers from you.
Oh, that is a very nasty. It's only for a second dragon as well. There is that second tower. It's gone. And now can Vanir escape? In comes the Oracle. It's going to get a third charge. It is. Oh, my days. Another 2/3 of the health bar of that tower goes down. 2.5 towers just like that.
For a dragon, that is so worth it for Vanir. Again, they know where their strengths lie. They're only 2,000 gold in the lead, yes, but that's because we haven't necessarily had too many team fights for there to be too many kills. We're 18 minutes in, only 9 kills into this game. Everyone is taking soul because Singularity have their Senna and their Azir that they want to scale into the late game, but Vanir have a beautiful team fighting composition drafted for themselves, so they don't care no matter how late game this team fighting goes, right? Because no matter what, Tatui and Porp are going to have to dive the backline, and then there's so much peeling from the side of Vanir to keep the Xayah alive, and if they can't, he has his own ultimate.
And this is a Xayah that has been quietly funneled so much gold. It's right at 90 minutes. That is obscene. That is something we've seen really prioritized and popularized by the likes of Gala and Ming for RNG. That's how they got Gala to be an absolute monster. Anybody who was watching MSI could tell you Gala's Xayah was just a thing of beauty. Now, of course, Merbs probably isn't Gala, but the point still stands. He's got 2 items. Yet. You know, maybe this is the next Gala. Who knows? This is a guy who's really stepping up here in his first game at the NLC Div 1, who has managed to get themselves that 2 items, got so much farm, and is thus far delivering on the resources given to him.
Yeah, and I just really love the way Vanir plays macro as well, right? They're putting Ericsson towards the top side of the map where they have completely lit up in vision, so Ericsson cannot get ganked because, you know, when you have a Nocturne into the game, he will usually hover around in the jungle and not show, or even come from lane, right? And conceal himself to try and gank a side lane. But right now, there's so many wards that Porp cannot walk in undetected.
Thinking about it, though, it's been a little while since Singularity have pulled the trigger. And they're going to need to at some point soon. Because honestly, Veneer have had the run of plays and the map for the last 5 to 10 minutes, and Singularity have been on the back foot for that time. And honestly, yes, you've got some scaling. Senna, Azir, I will never count their scaling out, but I do need to see some proactivity, or their map is going to get increasingly small, increasingly dark.
Yeah, that's where it is. They try to gank Hess0 towards the bottom of the map because it's now all alone, but unfortunately for them right now, Hess0 is Megana. Tatu's going to find him. His bar is going to go low, and it could have been the point where you want to attack when Hess0 is Megana. You attack him together with Camille and Nocturne from long range. But look at the top side of the map. You do this, and two of your carries so bot lane, and the Baron can very easily start for the side of Veneer.
And credit as well to Veneer. Croaks heads in and makes sure there's very little for Porp to take, but all the while Yepe is being picked again. It's been that way since lane flashes out, but now actually the damage turning around. Could be so much damage onto Rakan, who's dead. Zaremba is gone, but now Porp is in a very tricky position, teleporting in onto the mid-wave. That will be a flash and an ultimate, and now the Cyclone as well, trying to kill off the Nocturne, who does so much back. Flashes out, still alive. Porp gets out, and now in comes the Hextech ultimate. Yepe is here as well. Ericsson flashes and still dies, and suddenly two are dead, and the Baron's a possibility for Singularity.
Oh, the Baron is a possibility, but the bars are very, very, very low. And how much can this Senna sustain? Because Meganar is coming in, Kraox is coming in with the Wukong, and Merbs is still alive. They have to disengage.
They do. They've got the ultimate, they got the flash, they got the heal, but they did not get the kill, and that Xayah being around is still a problem. They'll take their kills, but they can't convert it into an objective, much to Singularity's frustration.
That shows how beautifully you can play with Senna compositions, right? You can dive in, you can back out, you can dive back in, you can back out. This back and forth, this peeling and kiting and forcing fight is just so beautiful to watch when you're playing together with a Senna and a Tam Kent. Yepe literally face checks two members. His face 6 Merbs, takes damage from like 5 feathers being pulled back on him, and still comes out unscathed. Of course, loses his flash, but Veneer loses the support for it, and then Porp plays in the front lines for so long, doesn't end up going down, gets ignited, gets engaged on by Kraox, and then ends up flashing out the shockwave, and Tatooine goes back in. And even though Singularity are dancing on the lines of going back to their fountain in a grey screen, this Senna is just keeping them alive.
And honestly, I want to give credit to Singularity, because this is a team we wrote off last split. And yes, we kind of had this moment at the beginning of last split as well. Veneer versus Singularity, first game of last split, was an absolute barnstormer. It was so good. And we had some hope, and then it kind of died a little bit. But honestly,
a little bit.
this game has felt like Singularity are in it. They are playing cohesively. They are at least making some good proactive plays. Yes, Veneer are a new squad. Yes, we've got some question marks about how they'll perform as yet as well. But this is what I wanted to see from Singularity if they were going to keep the players, especially with things like relegations looming potentially at the end of the split, should their performance continue on the trajectory it had.
Yeah, and I feel like here Singularity just have to give this one up.
They are going to have to.
Mid lane, try to take tier 1 tower. That means that immobile targets like Xayah or Rihanna will not be able to push too far forward, but instead they want to put down pressure on the Baron. Of course, with the blue ward being right there, it's going to be spotted by Singularity. I feel like mostly want to try and start to find a fight. Hess0 though is just about to go Megana, and that's not very favorable for Singularity.
It is not. They're going to spot out the bush. The Baron pit is dark and full of terrors. Singularity can look for the turn. Look at Tatooine on the side as well. There is a Hextech ultimatum angle going in on Ericsson. He's the man. Meganar is there, but down comes a dive. It's too far. They're gone. That was always the possibility. Meganar into all the feathers, and they are shredded. Birds of a feather will die together, apparently, in this game. They're going to start hunting for more. 3 members of Singularity against the full force of Veneer. Zaremba's in, gets a knock up. Yepe goes down, and the moment I praise them, they overplay the Baron.
We mentioned it, you cannot walk into Hess0's Megana. They saw him in the mid lane, he was just about to transform. Now Pichon and Spiky, I don't think they should get anywhere near this Baron to try and potentially steal. Veneer, like, look, Hess0 again about to transform into Megana. You cannot walk in. The only time you can play this is if you play the back and forth with Singularity. And again, these are the holes and these are the questions that we see from Singularity from last season. Again, Hess0 right there, and Rakan, Megana and Rakan protecting their carries, and the only reason that Tato and Pop got out of the last fight was because their Senna was close. Nobody was close in this fight. It was literally a 2 versus 4 because the second Tato and Pop jump in, everyone piles on top of Merbs trying to protect him.
Meganar into Shockwave, into Blade Caller, and suddenly you have no health bar left at all. And then it's just a 5v3 rundown with a little more to be done. You've already burnt all your ultimates. It's pretty easy for Zaremba, Merbs, and crew to come in and claim another kill on top of the 2 you already got.
And now it becomes very difficult, right? Because Hess0 has already been on a mission, pushing on the side lane, while the rest 4 core member that Vanir have is pretty undivable. We saw how easy it is to peel for Merbs. If nobody can peel for Merbs, he has his own ultimate and heal available for him, which means have Hess0 on the side, 11k versus 6k for the Senna as well. And yes, of course, this is not a farming Senna, this is a fasting Senna, but still you're expecting you know, the scaling to come later and the damage to come in, but this is like almost 5,000 gold. This is Solari Senna. I mean, this is not going to be much damage at all. And like, I'm sitting here scratching my head because I'm like, okay, this Nocturne build in Frozen Heart, big value, into 4 members, into 3 members from the side of Vanir. I understand that, but then your damage starts declining really quickly the second that the Senna does not build full damage as well.
You've got to wait for Azir to hit critical mass, and I just don't know if you're going to get time. Infinity Edge on Merbs, who is continuing to be well ahead of that 10 CS a minute mark. Kraox does take a pretty hefty chunk from said Azir. Maybe I spoke a little too soon about that critical mass statement, but Inhibitor Tower is broken. Has Zero nearly at Mega, so I don't think he's at any threat here, and they'll hold on to the Inhibitor itself, but the tower is gone, and the map itself very, very dark. Objective bounties are now online for Singularity, and you can see our analysts backstage as well have heavily thrown that momentum meter in favor of Vanir. Singularity looking like it's an increasingly difficult map state and game state for them to come back from.
I just understand how Singularity want to be extremely tanky, right? Because at this point, Singularity can just chill back. They already have 2 dragons, and they can actually play the game where they allow Vanir to engage onto them, pop down the darkness, and just start playing the peeling, kiting composition together with Senna. That can work for you. But if Vanir can find avenues like taking the Baron and pushing down, and you have to walk too close to the wave to try and wave clear because you have a bunch of melees in the Senna, then it's going to become that much easier for Vanir to actually engage on you and find these opportunities. Like, look again, Vanir are playing this game where they're putting 1 man on the side lane. This man has teleport, has flash available, while Singularity are forced to play as 5, which means there is no one to gank Ericsson towards the top side of the map. No one that is actually a threat to him.
Not right now. And just look at that red side quadrant of Singularity as well. There are wards everywhere, just littering the whole of the jungle of Singularity. They're adding them now to the blue side as well, and there's 30 seconds until what would be a soul point for either side, and I feel Singularity just not in a position to contest. And honestly, yeah, there probably is an angle where you just wait. You just wait for that soul fight, and you say, look, I want to get a 3rd item, I want a death cap or something on this Azir, and then we can look to turn it around. But it feels like a bit of a reach to even think about contesting this one.
I don't think in 5 minutes, when Soul actually comes out for the side of Vanir, you will have a death cap onto this.
I know.
It's a little bit of it, but you might have a needlessly large rod somewhere in the inventory.
Just saying, Piccione hasn't bought in a while yet, so I don't know if he's got NLR money in inventory now. Maybe.
Let's see. Maybe if he goes back now and he has 2 needlessly large rods, maybe it's a stretch to have a death cap as well.
Stop throwing all these factored logic at me.
He will have 1 needlessly large rod. There you go.
So he needs to get what, like another 2,500 gold, something like that?
That's easy.
He's got Futures Market, maybe.
As well. There you go. Okay. There's your rod.
Okay, maybe.
No hat yet, but the rod is there.
No, look, how 2 rods turn into a hat, I don't know.
Like a child, you kind of like, you're like, yes.
Look,
yes,
Futures Market and an absolute funnel. That's how you do this. You've got 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes plus a teleport. And you can stretch it because you've got teleports. You don't have to be the minute earlier. So
I wish as we're casting, like production could pop these up, you know, on screen. It's like, can't he get the death cap? 4.5 minutes.
All right, chat, work it out. I'm clearly wrong. I feel there's very little chance unless there's some extreme numbers of kills to just go over. You know, there's objective bounties. Maybe he gets mid tower and the objective bounty there. Maybe that helps snowball it. But maybe you sell Dark Seal and Corrupting Pot. I don't know. It's not happening. I think it's
all your boots.
I don't like just sell it all. Get the death cap. That's what it's really here for. League of Legends real estate management.
Don't reel you back. I'm reeling you back.
Okay, where are you taking
me? I'm reeling you back. Okay, we're back in.
Yes, hello.
I am seeing a huge problem when it comes to Singularities, itemization right here. Again, I am just not seeing the damage. I see the survivability, I see the tankiness, but when it comes to damage, what have you got? You need to wait for Vanir to engage on you, but Vanir don't really have to do that. They can just chill a Baron, take Baron, and then you're gonna have to engage on them again. And you see how well Vanir has been playing with Vision. The entire top side of the map is lit up in pink wards. From the side of Vanir, they know exactly where Singularity are playing from, and then we also talked about the peeling and engaging composition composition that they've also drafted for themselves. So when it comes to like playing these team fights, the Vanir composition is obviously superior.
Ooh, Flash, Cyclone. Speaking of superior, that's going to be a decent shuffle, but it only really gets one. Yepe stays alive, Porp just about gets out, and maybe this turnaround can come through Krayox. So down below, Hezura gets in and secures the Azir. Bird is the word, and the word is in an obituary, apparently, as Tatui will stopwatch the command attack. Dissonance. Yepe is dead. Zaremba keeps hepping forwards, and it's Spiky alone trying to get their way out of dodge, and they're just going to keep hopping forwards. The counter engage just wasn't enough, and Vanir find the match. They will not allow any scaling, and they will look for the win here in this second game.
And I'm gonna stick to it. Superior is the name of the game for the composition. Vanir have drafted themselves. It was easy to play this team fight. They played with their vision. They played good macro. They never overstepped. They never made mistakes. And Vanir are gonna keep that good name that they had from last split.
When you get a Xayah at 11 CS a minute who will not die, this is the kind of game you can have. Singularity could not make the topside snowball work, and they will fall down in this game.
And honestly, I think Singularity showed some pretty good values in this game. They knew what side of the map they wanted to play for. Yes, they might have forced a little bit too much. Yes, there were some errors when it came down to execution, but at least we've seen more identity in this game than we've seen the entirety of last split from Singularity. And when it comes to Vanir, I'm excited to see more from this roster. They played excellently, like every single lane. Played so correctly, their macro, their team fighting, their objective control, their vision control. Everything was great.
The snowball on the top side looked flashy, but they couldn't really make it stick. And all the while, that bot side, Merbs, really getting all that farm. That Xayah, outside of getting caught out by the Gromp. I'm phrasing it that way again. You're going to have to deal with it, guys. It's pretty much completely impossible to touch, and they just turned into an absolute nightmare in the team fights. And that's a win on the board for Vanir and their new roster, but that's enough from us. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk. He'll take it away from here.
Thank you so much, Initialize. Good game, good cast. And after all that flame, after all the setup, Vanir comes in with Witchcraft, and they win the game.
Witchcraft, mind control to make Singularity go into the group 5v5s and play against their comp. It's one of the two. We'll call it Witchcraft for this game. But I mean, I do want to return back to something that Trouble said at the end of that cast right there, saying that Singularity showed more identity in that game than they did at that whole last split. I think there's something to that. I think sometimes they had some off-theme compositions where they picked half of a map which kind of made sense and the other half which wasn't really in that. There were a couple of games where it went similar to this, though, where it felt like they had an identity, and this one was, we're going through side lanes, we're going through top. Early into the game, we're trying to get them ahead. And they did try that, but that only lasted about, 15, 16 minutes, and then it fell apart. That was the big problem for me. They played only halfway through their identity until they were forced to group where they can't play.
And again, we start up with a team that secures the early game, but by the mid-game, vanishes. M-test.
Yeah, no, I'm a bit disappointed, but and this is like kind of the hardest part of the game, I think, for a lot of teams in the RLs. I remember when I was playing as well. The mid game, the early game is kind of easy. You have lane with prior, you play through that lane, blah blah blah, you snowball it, blah blah, yada yada. We see how they came in. They were just going all in here. You see, 4-man on the top side so early into the game, and they were doing it well.
They have to do this.
Yes, they have to do this. Exactly.
It's like, this is your win condition. This is your entire identity. Like we said, okay, at least your team fights are lost between the first 3 picks. You have a Nocturne that's going to be diving into a Wukong Xayah. That is horrid. At least what happened here was something that they found another play pattern to go towards. That's actually quite intelligent. You need to do that. Sometimes when you get your head down, stuck into that game, it can be a little bit hard to recognize what's a winning and a losing play. This was a sign of life from them. This is good. We wouldn't have always seen that from Singularity in last split when they were faltering to get things even started, right?
This is a breath of fresh air for Singularity. Let's be honest, it's a complete new Singularity, or at least a new focus on Singularity.
Well, we'll see. Give them another couple of games. See, we've got to wait about 3-4 weeks.
Are we on a trial for Singularity as well? Like the 15 days to understand if this is the team that we want or else return to sender. But Pizzioni as well, coming in with Azir. And I know the team is really comfortable with this mid laner. Vanir, though, we had a lot of questions. We don't know what they could provide to us. And it was kind of messy at the beginning, but then they found themselves in a mid game.
Honestly, I mean, I'm not gonna take the victory away from Vanir, right? I think they played well. They kind of managed to, sure, the Nor was behind, but they managed to salvage it. And once the team fight came, it was just kind of easy for them. The problem was that, as you mentioned, Amira, that Singularity kind of they got the fights to them, and you cannot team fight into the likes of Saya, who has like 300 CS in 30 minutes. She's has like super fed the Orianna as well. You cannot walk into these champions, Wukong, Saya, Orianna, and what does their team want to do? It's just impossible.
And I think that's actually a good point for you to say. You obviously mentioned the Zaya there, Merbs. Now, last split, you know, I was keeping my eye on Div 2. I'd sit on a lot of watch parties, the Verdant and the Natives ones. I was just out there chatting with people, and the name which I kept hearing pop up was, hey, this guy Merbs pretty good. Wow, this is a Merbs angle. Apart from like all the Vangadiff being spammed in chat, that was the meme in that division. But Merbs was this player which continually was on the radar. To have a game like this with ridiculous CS, it is a game which is very much in your hands. You have a perfect champion for to play into the enemy team comp, but that was actually really well played. And that's the other side of the coin, right? Whereas you have some people that didn't quite land on their first game. Merbs, solid first showing.
And this is something that I also heard in the second division while I was casting with you and did a lot of interviews. And there's a lot of people saying that there are a lot of players in Division 2 that could show up into Division 1 and actually make a run for the money of the players in Division 1. And apparently, there are players right now that can do that. I do know that we have the interview ready with Varniers because they won. It is with Flash once again. Welcome to the show. It has been a long time since we talked a little bit. And
yeah,
good
hello.
start for you.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
It was a good start for you. How are you feeling?
Normally, like the first win, the first step we take, we're gonna look into more further. But yeah, win is a win.
Okay, I gotta make the question. I don't know if you saw the pre-game. Singularity were throwing sus at you. They were saying that the team looks a lot weaker than it did before. They were gonna win with no problem, no caps. How you feel about that after winning versus them?
I mean, we could win at the minute, I think 7 when we were taking the Drake, but Rakan, by the mistake, canceled the recall, so we would be on the dive. They would give 2 kills to the Hashera. Probably the game would be over. So we just let them a little bit of the hope this game, and I think it ended pretty well for us.
Okay, Flash, there's a lot of changes in Varnier. How are you feeling about this team, this roster? What do you feel Varnier now excels at?
I mean, I feel pretty well. I'm really satisfied with how the team is looking, especially on scrims. The players are learning completely fast. So we are doing one review of for example, T1, how to rotate, and they are implementing it instantly the next scrim block. So I'm really happy with that. We'll see how it will go through the split, because I'm pretty sure we'll lose some games. But the thing is that if we can learn from them, but I think with this team, yeah, we can for sure.
So you think this is an improvement to the team, the way you guys have the roster set up right now?
I mean, it's really hard to say because they are the different players, so I cannot compare. Everyone is a different person. However, we did some improvements to the structure. We did some improvements to the coaching, so I think it will pay off.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview, Flash. It's always a pleasure to have you with us on the interview side, and I'll see you soon. Good luck for the next day.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you soon.
I love Flash. Okay, we got the that is the lovely. I love Flash. It's not like the spam talk, but I love talking with Flash.
It's literally like Nocturne ults in. You just hear that sound. Oh, I'm dead. Pretty much your team fights that game.
Well, they were not dead, and that's why Singularity lost the game, I would say. As soon as you pick Nocturne to begin the game, like the champion select, do you think that sealed the deal for the coach because you can adapt instantly?
For those of you who are tuning into this, knowing that, you know, oh, what league should I watch now that MSI is over? Well, here's an example from MSI. When Kalista was locked in as like first pick, second pick at MSI, you know exactly what the composition's going to be. You know, they're going to play through X, Y, Z kind of things. They have a couple of win conditions. And with the Nocturne, that is going to be, I'm diving onto your backline, I'm doing things on sidelines. And that's exactly what Veneer ended up drafting against and doing very, very well at that. I think it's good awareness from Veneer to do that. It's a continuation of Singularity, though, and kind of just dropping their cards onto the table a little too early. I like that they have this identity again. It's just got to be a little bit more guarded, right? You can't give them too much info too early.
And that kind of goes well with your point, what you said they'll have lost play, right? They were kind of showing their cards in the draft way too early, and this kind of shows that, sure, we saw some light in them, right? In the early game, they were actually having an identity to play through, and that's good. Now you have to take it one step further to the mid game, but also in draft you cannot show all your cards at once. It just gives the enemy team kind of a sheet paper to work through, and they know what champs they're gonna pick. They just pick Saya. Okay, we're happy. Nice.
You wanted to turn off the lights to Varnier, but at the end it was Varnier that turned the lights off for Singularity. And I have the person who was in charge of the lights. It is Pop with us on the interview. Hello, Pop.
Hey there.
Hey there. Okay, so you talked a lot of smack before the game and didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I can't remember what I said, but yeah, sorry I couldn't live up to it.
No, it's fine. Okay, you showed a lot of cards at the beginning. We were talking about that Champion Select because you showed the Nocturne card way too soon. Do you believe that is the cause that the Champion Select went the way it went? Or what are your feelings on this game?
Well, I think it was more maybe our game to lose, at least after a certain point. We had like a very strong advantage, but yeah, I mean, it's we're still developing to a certain level, and we're just not there yet. I think what's really good about this game is it kind of a lot of our mistakes are like extremely fundamental, and like one review, and it becomes really obvious like what our missteps are. You know, I think it's very obvious to see. So yeah, I hope we can learn from it, adapt, and carry on.
You did secure the early game, let's be honest. You got the early game, you went to the top side, you demolished the Gnar. Why did you stop? Where do you feel everything went downhill?
I think it was it first or second Herald? One of the Heralds. I think we just, you know, we messed up on the way in which we walked into River. You know, I think if we're letting them come into us, it's not too bad. So we need to. I mean, me and Tatu kind of a little bit too impatient, especially at the Nash fight. So I think we just need to be a bit more patient because, like, if we're going in, that's all fine and dandy for what Nocturne and Camille want to do, but Senna, TK, Azir kind of want to stay back, and we kind of didn't let them do that. So it's just, yeah, we've never played these 5 champions in the same team comp before, so yeah, we just need to do a bit better.
Okay.
I'm going to do something very unfair on production because I'm not meant to be joining in these interviews too much, but we've known each other a while now, Paul.
Oh.
And now, one of the things which I will say about you is your mental fortitude has been pretty exemplary across a lot of different leagues at this point. You've experienced a lot of Game 5s. Now, obviously, that last split being quite difficult for your team. But the atmosphere was something that you kept referring back to within this squad of players. How has that atmosphere continued into this split? You feeling good as a roster of people?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're 4 of the same, and we've gone through many mid laners, the 3rd iteration of this roster, and Pichona is he's a really good kid. He's really, I mean, he brings something new to the team, just being much younger than all of us. You know, Tatu is about to be a father, and this kid is about to graduate high school, so it's a kind of different stages of life. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I love this team. I think. I wouldn't have any other players in terms of mentality at the very least. Like, yeah, we have a lot of fun for sure.
Thank you so much, Pop, and good luck for the second day of week 1. And let's see what's going to happen with Singularity. Good start, though. You guys did a really good early game, and this shows the personality of Singularity. Let's see what happens on the second day. Good luck. And there you go.
By the way, that's
exactly the first.
It's actually the first time that we've actually been on the same call at this point. We've had post games, we've had interviews. First time they've let me talk to Paul this time. So happy to get some words.
Actually, that was my last question. So I was really happy that you did it because I had that written down and was like, okay, this is exactly what I want to ask. But at least it's coming from someone that he knows as well. And yeah, they showed the personality of Singularity. They showed a lot of them, but they need to adapt to whatever is going to happen. And again, we hit the mark. Singularity. They're enjoying, even if they're losing, they're enjoying themselves. And you are an ex-player, I would say. I don't know if you want to go back to professional gameplay, but you are an ex-player. What is the feeling when you know that even if you're losing, you're having fun?
Honestly, man, that just makes winning kind of easier. If you if you're always having, like, maybe you feel like someone's watching your every play, what you're doing, you feel like you're having the pressure to win, even if no one else can expect it. If you expect it as a team, as a complete roster, you feel that pressure, and some people are really good at handling that, and they kind of excel at it. But some people, they really need everyone to be kind of friends and enjoying the game that they play together. Because let's face it, that's why we all play the game, because we enjoy it at the first, right? So I think just having that atmosphere.
Oh, it's a love-hate relationship.
It's yeah, that is true. But I'm gonna say that this kind of mindset, it scales well into the split.
The mindset scales well. I'm gonna use it throughout the split. So thank you for that one, M-Test. And we're gonna wrap up at least this game. Let's look into the standings. How are we standing? Okay, Varnier alongside with JDXL are in first place, tied up.
And obviously, it's going to be Team Singularity alongside with X7.
I mean, they're ahead of X7 in the standings. Like, that's good for them.
Hey, that's good. That's good. Astral is still in second
good,
place.
yeah.
They're having fun. They're having fun. Okay. Now, into the next game. This is going to be a spicy one. This is Bifrost. This is Bifrost versus Riddle. This is Diamond Prox jumping into the NLC for the first time. I know Initial Eyes is already in the studio like, okay, I'm going to cast Diamond Prox, but let's look into this game. Let's take a fresh breath at what we can expect from this one. Riddle versus Bifrost, I'm going to start with you, M-Test.
I think actually this for me is the hardest one to predict because, as you mentioned, Dusty, again, they kind of changed all their plays except for Backlund, who was kind of he was really stable last split, and he was doing really well, but I think now they have this kind of pop-off potential, I would say, in Kerberos, in the Voxne as well. Actually, fun fact about the Voxne, I played with him in solo queue when he had like a hidden account name, and I was 100% sure this guy was LEC level. He was playing super well, and I'm so excited to see this guy today. I am kind of 100% sure he's going to pop off, but once again, it's super hard to predict because, as you mentioned, on the other side, we have Diamond Prox.
Okay, I was expecting you jumping into the Diamond Prox.
Okay, no.
Yeah, no, you're going for the Kerberos. I love that. What about you?
Oh, wait, but I was going to talk about Diamond Prox. I mean, like, we can talk about so many things on this, right? Because it is about, a lot of us who have been on broadcast, stuff like that, we actually ended up playing a long time before we ended up getting onto the cast. Now, I started playing back in Season 4, very similar to that Sam was talking about. And the people that inspired us back then are still inspiring us now. So in rare cases, and this is one of those rare cases in Diamond Prox. Now, if we bring it down to the analytics of, okay, well, that was a long time ago at this point. What's actually happening in the here and now? What's happening in this split? One of the big problems of Bifrost last split was the early laning didn't ever get it really was quite coin flippy as to whether they'd survive through to the excellent team fighting in mid and late game. When you had Shikari on something like a Camille or something that could go pop off later into the game, and he had a solid laning phase. And then also you had mid lane, you had Shuri doing well on something like an Ahri or a Veigar, which were his choice champions. That was great, but outside of them, it got really, really difficult to stabilize that team. I actually don't know if adding in a Diamond Prox can help having solo lanes, which sometimes struggle in that early game, because he's also been quite a feast or famine jungler in the last couple of splits. This is going to be the kind of team which I feel like the chemistry is either going to make this explode into a top-tier roster or fail and kind of go into a mid-pack team.
And it's quite easy to talk about Bifrost. We saw a lot of them at EU Masters. They came in as play-ins. They got into quarterfinals. Hey, that's as far as we got. But now into Riddle. Obviously, you want to talk about Riddle, but what more can we expect from Riddle?
From Riddle, I was going to say that I think, honestly, actually, I used to scrim Jaxplank a lot this last split when I played on team. He was actually... obviously, he plays Jax, he plays Gangplank. It's kind of obvious. Who could have known? And that's the thing I said, are we going to see these champions banned? Or are they going to go through? And in that case, it's kind of similar to the MC kind of pick. It's kind of forcing him to pick those champs. But honestly, like whenever I feel like Jaxplank is actually one of those players who is kind of underrated. He's not that known, but I feel like he has the bot lane as well with Kevo and Nash. They're going to be really solid, I think, for their team. And just being able to play kind of Kevo is just known for kind of playing Jhin, Ezreal, kind of these weak side champions. And that is going to, I think, allow Jaxplank to kind of just do his own thing on the top side.
The difference is, you told us, like, if you want to main a champion, okay, get one better than Nidalee. That's your words, not mine, by the way. On Jaxplank, I mean, GP is kind of busted. We all know. When you have a champion that is good in the early game, you think about, okay, late game is not going to be good. If he's a scaling champion, his early game is going to be weak. Well, Gangplank excels at everything a champion has. So,
and then actually,
that one.
So that's obviously huge because MSI, again, very huge presence, and that's like the most relevant recent early tournament that we've had to this point. And then you've also got this Jax, which is one of the few counters to Gwen, and Gwen has been again, just a huge presence in all of our drafts. This is actually a really good meta for Jax. Like, you get 1 week of it, we'll see what happens afterwards. Let's see what happens when the new patch comes in. But also, again, they're a Greek national as well. So Trouble, I'm actually not sure if there are any anecdotes between them, because obviously Trouble was casting the Greek scene for a very long time in those.
I mean, she's Greek, so
yeah. Yes, that does. I was trying to be eloquent about it, but either way, I mean, we do kind of go back to these more, I'm not going to say baseline points, but because we just don't know how they're going to perform as a unit. The last split of Riddle was one where it did feel like the story of that team was having lots of individual players occasionally popping off and very rarely doing it in tandem. They did that in the first round of playoffs. They got themselves that huge. Again, somehow knocking XL out of playoffs. They've done that 2 or 3 times over the NLC's history as an organization at this point. But we need to see what this new iteration is going to have. How many of those hallmarks are they going to carry with them? And what players are going to be the ones to really stand up being counted for? Because we just don't have that information yet.
Okay, talking about information, I would like to relate to all of you that we will have a slight delay in the Champion Select. So we have more time to talk about Riddle versus Bifrost. To me, this is even good. So it's not about typing on chat like, oh, start the game casters. It's not about that.
I've got the button here and I'm not pushing it.
Come on, Nightmare. We talked about this. You are not allowed to provide that information to the viewer.
Oh.
Okay, but now, Riddle. Okay, I heard something, but I don't know what it was.
Well, it's not me pressing the buttons. It can't be the game starting.
Okay, Riddle versus Bifrost. So you think the focus should be on the top line?
I think so, for sure. At least for Riddle, right? When I look at Bifrost, OD, I mean, obviously Bifrost had like such a good split last time around, but as you mentioned, the early game might be their kind of weakest side. And honestly, I think when you're just looking at the roster, I think Shikari can play both weak side and strong side, and I feel like they just have kind of they have just a solid, like, all-around roster. But as you mentioned, it's all about Diamondprox. Even if Diamondprox is a legendary player in history, he's coming from the LCL now. We cannot just treat him as if he's gonna pop off instantly, right? It's a new league, it's a new team, and he has to adapt as every other player. So it's gonna be about the jungle, about the mid, I think, from Bifrost.
And that's really a lot of where this comes down to, because again, it's the trial period. We're waiting for, are these teams settled in? Do they have the right synergy? Has the jungler connected with their lanes? I think arguably that was one of the issues that Bifrost had with Seaboy last split. Sometimes, I mean, particularly if you go back to watch it would have been the finals, game 1, where he locks in a volley bear and kind of coin flips an early crab play, loses it, game's kind of over from that point. If it works out, that's great. But sometimes you want to play around more of that synergy rather than just individual, very high-risk plays. I really want to see what the philosophy of this team is. Sometimes with a unique chemistry, you can see players kind of diverging from a style that they once showed. I do think that Bifrost could fill more of that Seaboy kind of role of kind of just being very aggressive early game, trying to just make something happen in a volatile fashion, but we just don't know how that interacts with the lanes yet.
Can I do my hot take?
Do your hot take.
Can I do it? Okay. When I saw Bifrost at EU Masters, I always thought, okay, they have to get a jungler that is aggressive, with a lot of experience. Like,
if they're going to replace him, yeah.
Yeah, Seaboy has to step up. And he did step up at EU Masters. Let's be honest, he did step up at EU Masters. He did an amazing job. But now you have Diamondprox that is not only a beast in terms of counter jungle and all that, but he also has a tremendous amount of experience. And to this team, I do believe this is exactly what they needed. Someone with the experience that even if you fall behind, you can give them, okay, what do we need to come back into the game? If you have someone with this sort of and this amount of experience, and Bifrost were as strong as they were in the previous split, isn't this the strongest Bifrost we could have ever had? The Exodia Bifrost?
We already had, we already had that Road to Glory. Is that just like one part of the Forbidden one? Are we just going to start stacking up other like Bifrost monster cards on the table? Okay, either way, right? But like Bifrost, out of last split, they did incredibly well for the roster that they had on paper, right? I think that getting to that quarterfinals in EU Masters, given that they're a play-ins team, honestly, their play-ins group was quite difficult. They battled through a number of high-profile teams. They beat out Barca. They beat out BDS Academy. They ended up falling, of course, to a Go Rogue in that quarterfinals. But this was a team that seriously packed a punch beyond what I think actually which I predicted. Now, to see potentially upgrading there, that is actually terrifying in another sense. But I mean, so many teams now are angling towards that top table. This does feel like with so much change, I don't think we're going to see the same top 3 as solidified as they were last split.
Okay, I got the information that we can jump into Champion Select. Oh, thank you, Nightmare. So we pushed the button so we can finally advance into Champion Select between Riddle and Bifrost. So, don't go anywhere. Here we go. Instantly, experience versus the return. Bifrost versus Riddle. Although they have some little changes on the top, and I know production is going to fix that really, really fast. It's Bifrost on the left alongside
That's what
Riddle
happens
on
when
the
there's
right.
a problem with the logos. They put like the red warning lights on the on the studio. But I mean, this is already quite a different like set of priorities. Now it's actually going to be okay, I'm just looking at the order of people lined up.
It's really messed up, in the mid, Rudolph in top.
Now, but Gangplank's still being banned away. You know what? I'm going to take a while to collect my thoughts, I am, in a very collected manner.
Take your time, take a breather. I'm going to say I'm quite surprised about the Diana ban. I haven't seen that quite some time, but I do know that, I mean, obviously the Diana Yasuo combo could be up in for grabs, but now this is the first time I see actually all 3 bans are being kind of predictable. The Wukong, the Taliyah, the Lucian, and that's just, as you mentioned, gives the Gwen open. And honestly, I'm kind of freaked out about the order as well, so I'm not sure we see Jax Blank there, but both of these champions are now banned. What's he gonna do?
Well, the thing is, right, I think the Diana ban makes sense if you take that into account. I think actually if it's more of a top lane player playing in the mid lane, maybe there's more AD champions, and then you combine that, obviously Diana with AD mid laners has become a real threat over the last couple of years of competitive play. Problem is, if you talk about the last couple of years of competitive play, Gwen's probably up there at the top of the list. That gets let through. You don't have that Jax as that choice counter, which we've seen across a lot of different tournaments. And now you're going to have to leave yourself kind of like picking at scraps for how do you deal with that champion, which Sakari has been so destructive on this year.
Okay, another thing, Jax Blank doesn't only play those champions. He likes to play on your face, so he can bring something different. You have now the Ziggs. If the Ziggs gets locked in for the bot lane from Riddle, I do believe it's going to be for the bot lane, you allow something AD and massive into the top lane because you already have the clear on the bot side.
Yeah, it just... I'm kind of surprised to see Ziggs picked this early, because now it kind of, I would say it forces kind of Riddle to pick support on 3, because with Ziggs, you don't want to pair it with just any support. I think Nautilus for sure is the best one. You just kind of gets the clear C, you have the ulti to finish things off, but I'm not sure what other picks.
Oh boy, I see your face.
Diamond Prox Lee Sin though. Oh, this debate. This is bait.
Oh, man. This is not bait. This is respect. Oh, where is he going?
Sam has...
Oh, it's a diamond.
Diamond not in the rough.
Okay,
Fury's just trying to get themselves some bonus points for this, and you know what? It's working, damn you.
It is.
The thing about this Lee Sin that's been locked in for Diamond Prox is that this is one of the greatest players of all time on this champion. And again, it's been a while since he's really been at world-beating levels, but this player defined how to play certain styles of play on this champion. And now, when you've got Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and a Gwen on top side, this is top side, we're going to use that word again, it's the top side Exodia. You've put together all these pieces of how the heck do you deal with this amount of damage and kill threat and skirmishing potential around those 3 people.
And that's the thing, right? Riddle are forced to match this top side as well, because they have the 6 in the bottom lane. It's not that easy to play through, and they have now to pick the Renekton, which I'm not sure is...
Yeah.
It's interesting, right? But as you mentioned, Bifrost has a super clear and solid plan, play towards the top side. But Riddle are forced to match it. With
all the champions that they could have locked in, that was one of them.
Yep. That's
all I've got to say on that champion.
With analysis, I would say 150 champions they could have picked, and they picked that one.
That was one of the remaining ones on the list.
But now, just as MTest was telling us, now they're forced to play for the top side. And do you really want to face off a Diamond Prox Lee Sin alongside with Shikari on the Gwen? If you allow Gwen any sort of advantage in a lane, Renekton falling behind early and giving advantage to Gwen, GG.
Yeah, and also you look at like Ziggs, he's meant to be zone controlling. The Hallowed Mist just denies that. Gwen's going to run through your minefields, going to get on top of your backline fairly quickly. Actually, a lot of what you bring with that champion is going to be nullified in the grander scheme of things when it comes to the group play. Also, if you're going to play towards top side, a lot of the time you're thinking about picking lanes which want to survive. Ziggs isn't great at punishing those lanes. I'm not saying this is the best case scenario for Bifrost, because actually if you leave Ziggs alone in a lane which you don't punish him, he takes towers incredibly quickly. Also, Renekton is incredibly good at securing heralds, because he's very good at that area of the game. Ziggs and a herald, if you manage to get that, because I don't like the Renekton outside of that, but if Renekton secures you a herald and gives that to a Ziggs, slim early game win conditions from Riddle already. It's just how Bifrost deal with that Ziggs lane outside of that.
And that's the thing, right? You mentioned the Renekton. Yeah, it has to go through, has to smash the early game into the Gwen, who's just not going to be as strong in the early lane phase, right? And if you can, as you mentioned, secure the Herald, get that to 6, snowball the game from there, and then just play the tower game, you can make this work as Riddle. But once again, it's super scary for Bifrost, who are now hovering. Kai'Sa, they're just gonna go for full all diving comp. But the Vlad pick as well, I'm super excited actually.
This is such a strange
It is.
Like, I think, like, once you see the Gwen locked in, I appreciate Riddle just saying, look, let's just do something a little different. Let's try and work around that Gwen. We don't have our choice counters, but this is getting very off the wall at this point. We were wondering a little bit about what was going to happen in terms of the answer to the Ziggs. You're going to play away from it. actually, with that amount of power in top side, sometimes, ironically, that can end up isolating a bot side anyway, because Riddle now have to answer towards whatever the hell's happening on top side. But so if you leave in a 2v2 isolated kill lane, Tristan and Nautilus, when everyone's having fun top side, actually bot lane isn't safe for the Ziggs either now.
Yeah, and the thing that's the thing. What are you gonna pick with the Ziggs? Are you gonna pick the Leona and try to match their kill? But this, I like Renata in general, right? It's such a good champion, but into this, as you mentioned, it's probably going to be a 2v2 isolated bot matchup, and that means that OD and Highway can play however aggressive they want.
I like Nash. Okay, I gotta point it out.
We're reducing him into the league well.
Yeah, he adapted to the league. Yeah, well, welcome to the league, mate. Welcome to the league.
But now, okay, I was thinking about it. You need some sort of disengage. You need to protect yourself, because every member of Bifrost is like, how do we go win? Yes. And now they have some sort of playability.
Yeah, no, you jump into the Renata role, you're not having a good time. Again, Gwen really throws that for a loop because your ult doesn't even go through that Hallowed Mist. I feel like Shikari is in a prime position to 1v9 this game. I feel like this Gwen, in the current level of power, is just so hard to deal with. I get that Riddle were looking for ways to deal with that Gwen with an unorthodox craft. I don't think they've hit that mark.
Okay, final takes. Who's going to win?
I mean, I just have to say that Bifrost is going to pick this one home. They don't have enough CC to cover for the Gwen, as you mentioned, and I think if Gwen just gets this safe lane in face, she's going to pop off.
I'm not even going to ask you, because I know the answer is going to be Bifrost for you. So let's see what's going to happen on this third game of the day. Day 1, week 1 of Summer Split for the Northern League of Legends Championship. So without further ado, initialize. Tell me, how you feeling?
It's going to be troubling this time. It's not going to be initialized because I have concrete evidence right here that the caster desk is completely and utterly biased. What is this?
That, it's hearsay, Your Honor.
I can't. Like, you're biased.
It's not my handwriting. It's not me. Definitely not. I would never do something like that.
That's
no, I
definitely
am
not
not
my handwriting.
entirely excited.
I saw you drawing the diamond in the green room.
Yeah, right. Okay. I confess. I am very excited.
Just say you're guilty and own up to it.
I'm guilty, and I'm not ashamed. I am so excited to be casting Diamond Prox, who, full disclosure, was the player that got me into League of Legends in the first place many, many years ago.
You also play Needle Jungle?
He did. He was the guy who...
you?
I do indeed.
Because of
play
him.
Jungle. Indeed. It's the reason I play Evelyn. Is that before, of course, the reworks came in, Diamond Prox was arguably the best Evelyn player in the world at some points. He was really, really extraordinary on that champion before, of course, became a very different champion over the years. Ray, though, is stepping in here. We've got a bit of an unusual situation for Riddle, I think it is fair to say. A lot of subs coming in from the sounds of it, according to production. Some weird stuff, of course. This whole roster has changed up anyway over the off-season after a very successful playoffs run where they knocked XL out in the first round of Robin, of that playoffs, or first round of playoffs. There we go, better phrasing. They've changed everything. Bifrost, on the other hand, this is an EU Masters quarterfinalists team that did an extraordinary job towards particularly the latter half of the regular season of really proving they were a top team in the league. They've switched out C-Boy, they've switched out Dual, they brought in a legend like Diamond Prox. I am extremely excited to see what he can do for this roster.
And arguably, they had a pretty good run in EU Masters as well, reaching that quarterfinals. I think they completely exceeded expectations. Not everybody expected, again, the NLC to push 2 seeds straight out of the group stage. And also Bifrost was in the group of death, and no one expected them to get out of the groups, right? But right now, I agree with you. I felt like a little bit of a sore spot sometimes was that jungle for Bifrost, especially in the early game. Pathing was the name of the game for C-Boys. Sometimes it was a little bit too forced or a little bit too predictable. Now they have the god of pathing, the guy who created pathing, if you will, the guy who will invade you and play in your face. And what better champion to do this on other than the Lee Sin? Now my question goes over to Riddle, right? Because you mentioned it, brand new roster, but we also have subs jumping in for this particular game. Jaxplank is a top laner. Right now, Riddle are playing with their sub-top laner in the top lane, Rudolph, and Jaxplank, who's meant to be their main top laner in the mid lane on a bruiser, of course, right? Such as their Renekton. So we shouldn't necessarily have too many troubles where it comes to, people have swapped lanes and playing champions they're not very used to because,
a lot of damage. That's a level 2 coming through. That's going to flash away. The bomb's not going to be quite enough, but that is the flash and the exhaust down just for the ignite of Highway.
I was just about to hit on how dangerous it is if Riddle's composition falls behind, especially since everything on the side of Bifrost is we're going all in, and they are.
They're going to go straight in. Diamond's in with the Warthog, but he's going to get first blood. The legend, the veteran, the oldest and most prominent jungler of all time gets himself a first blood.
Please
Is it
tell
hyperbolic?
me-
Hell yes!
Please
I'm so
tell
excited.
me how long have you waited to say Diamond Prox gets first blood?
Pretty much since... So the first game of competitive League of Legends I ever remember watching was, I believe, IEM Katowice between KT Bullets with Ryu, you know, the guy who died to Faker, that roster, and Score and the likes, versus Gambit Gaming, Alexich, Diamond Prox, Genja, Edward, Darian. That team was the one that got me into League of Legends. I am a little bit shell-shocked in some ways to be casting the guy who gets first blood. Am I a little biased? Am I a little excited? Hell yes. I ain't apologizing today.
All right. Now I'm going to reel you back into the realness.
Bring me back.
To the goodness. Obviously, we talked about the Riddle lineup a little bit, but the thing is, I do understand and I do kind of like the Renekton in the mid lane because it will work more as a neutralizer, the same way as Viego works, right? Viego is not particularly insanely good into any jungler, but he's not bad into any jungler either. It's pretty much a skill matchup. He will be able to survive, he'll be able to get away, he's very slippery, and he'll be able to farm his way through the late game, where hopefully he will be able to get a bunch of resets and try to snowball the team fights forward. Now, why I really do like the Renekton right here is because LeBlanc is just not allowed to very easily dive into the Renekton, but since Jaxman was pushed that far forward, no vision, Diamond Prox was around, Jaxman was very easily punished right there.
Yeah.
And obviously, you see a lot of the times the differences between mid lanes and top lanes, sort of swapping around the lanes mid-game. But this is like a situation where Jaxblanc is a top laner, he's playing in the mid lane, much shorter lane, tries to shove in his wave, gets instantly punished.
Does indeed. And, you know, got to call it out as well. Stefan, this guy on the Viego we talked about, you know, on a jungler that's relatively hard to truly counter in the jungle. He was on X7 last year as part of their, or last split, as part of their coaching staff, indeed.
More interesting history about Stefan.
Do tell.
He used to be part of the legendary Click Tech back in the day that was supposed to make a insane run at EU Masters, and they did make a pretty deep run for themselves, and he was part of that lineup. He was a jungler back then. So if you want to talk about history, both him and Diamond Prox have a really deep one. Stefan's, though, stays a little bit more concluded to the Balkans.
In so many other matchups in the RL, Stefan's history would be pretty much guaranteed to be slightly longer, slightly more extraordinary. And you look at the other side, like Diamond Prox, as a reminder, is the guy who invented counter jungling. And thus far early on, the early shove, the early aggression has got them an early lead. It's going to get them an early dragon. And that is what you like to see out of Bifrost, whose early games were a little bit suspect. And thus far, yes, they've drafted towards it. Yes, it's into some pretty awkward like player situations for Riddle, but thus far, thus good for Bifrost coming off that EU Masters and changing things up, hopefully to improve their early game.
Thing is, I really do not mind the fact that you've got this Riddle composition, because it's a very we kite backwards composition. You've got the Ziggs, who wants to play all the way far back. Renata is incredible at teams that want to dive into you, especially with her ultimate and the handshake. You've got Viego, who also wants to be dived in to try to get the resets far back in the line, and also Vladimir, who has so many ways to put down the damage and then pull himself to get out of sticky situations. So it's a great peel of composition. My only question mark and scratch on the head is Jaxblanc onto that Renekton in the mid lane, because does this not snowball very hard in the early game? What does the Renekton, what is his role later on? Is he just going to be a big crocodile that's going to be sitting around the Ziggs and peeling, because that's the only use I see for him?
Well, the way it's going so far is that a serrated Dirk first, suggesting Prowler's Claws was something that Showmaker was doing when he was picking the Renekton mid. So trying to just say, I will jump on you and I will blow you up even if I go 1-for-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, if you look on the side of Bifrost, they do have a bunch of squishy members, right? The LeBlanc diving in, the Tristana diving in. If you slice and dice, stun them into place, you can very easily also try to assassinate them together with the Viego, possibly a bomb crashing down from the Ziggs as well. It's going to be not an easy task, but maybe a doable task. Now, at this point, if you look all across the board, everyone's farming pretty evenly. Of course, the bot lane is going to be slightly ahead, and Jaxblanc level 7, he has his flash, he has his ultimate available, but they have no wave. So this is a little bit of a miscommunication from the side of Riddle. Jaxblanc is going to cut the wave off.
I guess that's one way to reveal you're there. I don't quite know what they get from that, but he's now resetting, and Odie and Highway are pretty happy to say, oh, well, thank you for trimming our minions slightly, question mark.
Usually, when you do that, you want your mid lane to have already reset and be in the mid lane to not only take the wave, but because you also have the support roaming with you, so you have to already be in the lane, shoving in the wave, and then you allow the support to come through mid lane to potentially pull a gank. Now you see that both Renata and Renekton are on the map at the exact same time, whilst LeBlanc has the time to move forward, pushing the wave, and now you see Highway onto the Nautilus, following through the top quadrant of Diamond Proxy's jungle to try and contest for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Fury and, of course, Diamond Proxy both at level 6. It's a pretty deadly point of power for the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc, and they're going to try and wield it here at this Herald fight. But of course, Jax Plank on the Renekton. You heard Nymera talk about it on the desk. An incredible point of power for the Renekton. Has the dominance available. Rudolph ghosting in. That's a massive amount of damage. 1 kill already onto Riddle. The Hemo Plague is down, but Shikari has popped the ghost. Over the wall goes Diamond. They've burnt quite a lot. Going to get onto the Lee Sin, who flashes away. Stefan can't quite secure another kill, though. But it will get the kill, and maybe they can back off towards this Herald. Renekton Herald fight won and secured by Riddle.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You walk a little bit too far forward on a level 5 Nautilus without flash available, you are going to go down. And this skill is also going to go towards that Vladimir. Ray?
Takes a lot of damage. Fury's coming forwards. There is the use of the satchel. Fury takes a massive chunk, though it has to go back, and they can't secure that kill. Jax Plank does his best to ward off the attempted catch onto the Ziggs, and little more's going to come out of it. There's the Herald going down towards Riddle and Stefan, and they will feel pretty happy about it. We'll get a little replay to see how this one all turned out.
This replay again, level 5 onto Highway, and we'll see that also... You know what? I'll give you the recap.
Exactly. Well, what happened was there was a lot of damage that went down into a very squishy Nautilus who died in horrible fashion. End of replay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
You're
replay, Initialize. I appreciate that.
Brief.
Now, what does that do for the map is that we expected a little bit more of acceleration. There you go. I was trying to find the word. I can't English today. We were looking for a little bit more of acceleration when it comes to having the Renekton in the mid lane. And now having the Herald, you can see that the second LeBlanc backs off. You can possibly put down your Rift Herald, accelerate your Renekton a little bit more. On that one item, he does become a terror. You mentioned the Dirk, possibly a Prowler's Claw, reaching the backline, blowing someone up. You're seeing right now that if Fury does face check or W into Jax Plank's Renekton, he does take a lot of hurt back. So they're going to have to rely heavily on trying to skirmish around the Renekton, catching people off guard, and then forcing Bifrost away once they only have 4 members on them. Because in that particular replay that was not shown, the fact that Nautilus dies first and Viego is able to take Nautilus's form, it becomes very, very dangerous because you have that much more CC to re-engage a fight.
Indeed. What I'll say, though, of course, is with the Renekton going towards a squishier build, does take damage from the likes of Elise and LeBlanc, a bit more than they would otherwise. So there are some trade-offs as a result. Second Dragon is up. Bifrost secured the first one nice and early, and now at this just sub 11-minute mark, we'll have a second one coming through, and RNG over MSI were really prioritizing Dragons a lot like this and did so to great success. So we've seen the strategy work, but in come Riddle, they want to fight this. It will be a 3v3. Odie over the wall will do so. Highway flashes, Diamond Prox will ward hop to him. So flash down, but Dragon secured.
Yeah, Dragon secured, and as you saw, we mentioned how important it is to have the Renekton in these Dragon fights, but Fury made sure that he zoned away Jaxman from even trying to walk into this river from a choke point. So job done for Bifrost. They secure the second Dragon of the game, trying to stack them up towards that soul point, and then this is going to force Riddle to actually want to fight them, no matter if they do have their items available, have the levels that they need or not.
Yeah, Jax Plank taking a bit of a trade there, but does have the... I can do this. The Rage, there we go, to come and heal himself back up. Took me a second there. Apparently I can't English today either. But of course, Diamond Prox did miss out on that Sonic Wave to try and get onto a minion for a taxi forward. And so, little more to be found there. First item completed by Rudolph. Thank you for pointing that one out as well. Trouble, who has been farming up pretty well into the ranged v melee matchup in that top side. Of course, got the kill in the Herald fight as well. So feeling very happy with themselves right now. Ghost Ignite is the summoner spell choice as well. So really playing forwards that lane as Jax Plank has to pop the Dominus. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fury has actually been bullying around Jaxplank's Renekton from the get-go when they actually got that first kill in the mid lane onto Diamond Prox. Fury has been trying to be a nuisance towards that Renekton, not allowing him to accelerate forward. And right now, Riddle are on a 3v4.
And it's a 3v4. Here comes that attempt with the ultimate for Ronaldo. It's not going to be enough. Nash flashing away. A hop forward again from Odie. Won't get him with the buster shot. And he survives. He knocks them all away to safety.
Odie, you're not playing for Riddle, mate. You're playing for Bifrost.
Oh, that's so frustrating. It looked like such a good moment for Bifrost, and they can't quite secure it. Of course, Nash did have the use of the bailout on top, and now Highway stepped too far forward. He's going to get pulled back, needs to find something towards him. Will now die. Stefan's going to pick up that soul. Misses the hook, though, over the wall, and it's a kill back to Odie, who kind of recovers from the early mistake. It's a 1-for-1, all things said and done, but Stefan very, very low, and Odie could maybe look for something more. Herald comes down because there's not a lot of time left. It'll be summoned, but it's a long way back in the lane.
Yeah, now they have to force the Herald, and I don't think Raya can actually walk up to a Tristana to try and go for the turret platings. Diamond Prox is also on his way down the bottom side of the map to make sure that Ziggs does not get anything. And not only are they not going to get turret platings, they're not even going to get gold onto Stefan the jungler, and everything somehow went wrong. Everybody's still on the bottom side of the map, whether there's an objective or not. Yes, they will catch Highway onto that Nautilus, and it gets really sticky, right? It's a level 9 Viego. He's very, very strong. He will get the Nautilus, but then he misses the hook onto everyone, and he brings the bomb back onto Nash through the wall and ends up killing his teammate with that Tristana bomb onto himself. Now you see a little bit how difficult this becomes to trying to get the Renekton into the fight. Fury has been an absolute nuisance. He does not allow Jaxplank to leave the mid lane, which means that Riddle are always playing with a man disadvantage.
Indeed, they are. And of course, don't get me wrong, this is Jaxplank who is having to play off-role here in the mid lane. He's playing a champion which you can punish if you play this matchup right with the chains and the damage discrepancy here. Yes, the Prowler's Claw is complete, but it's still a squishier build. And thus far, Fury playing it pretty well, considering as well that we have had some concerns about his laning at points. This is a pretty good showing. He's playing it right here, despite those kind of additional advantages going his way.
I'm just so happy to see that this particular season, I don't know if it's the change of pace, maybe in the jungle, having the Lee Sin onto Diamond.
Oh boy,
Ray
he's
is
dead.
going to get blown up right there. But as I was saying, I think maybe the mid-jungle duo synergy or dynamic has completely changed because Fury was so good onto the Assassins, on the Celestis, on the Akalis, on the LeBlancs, but wasn't necessarily getting them last split when the Victors and all those control mates were a little bit more prominent. But right now, maybe again, with a change of pace in the jungle, having a new member coming in, being able to complement Diamond Prox on his picks, the LeBlanc is coming in, and you see how Fury is actually showing up.
It'll be first tower to Odie's Olo tank, a couple tower shots, but it is gone. Jaxplank in the mid lane gets the dominance, trying to turn it back around with that use of the Prowler's Claw, a hop away from the attempt. Diamond Prox going in, looking for the kick. Can't quite secure the kill, though. He's been exhausted. Now the turnaround from Stefan. It's not going to land with a flash used by Diamond. That exhaust was critical to keep the Renekton alive. Now Odie hopping in onto that lone Ziggs. Not going to quite get the kill. The Penguin explosive will chunk him up to about half, though. And going to come with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Stefan's hunting down. Out comes that harrowed path. Odie going to try and run away best he can. Has got the flash. Will need to use it. Just about available. Not quite. Flash away. There it is. Going to come through with the Heartbreak, but the turnaround now for Stefan, who's going to get jumped on. Heartbreaking away. In comes Fury. They've got the depth. Charge knocks him up. Fury going to try and knock him down. Chain's going to land. He's rooted in place, but they don't have the burst. And he gets out alive.
And again, you see the versatility on this jungler. I just love watching Viego in general play the game. He's so slippery, but he can also catch you. And once he gets one reset, he can take your champion and create so many different plays. But
so much damage coming down the chain to that flash is not enough. Can't quite get the kill, but he's going to get the distort. Nothing to be done, and the Ziggs dies again. Fury gets his first kill of the game.
Yeah, Rayo on a very immobile carry. He has been overstepping and overextending on the bot side of the map quite a bit. They do not have the wards to cover for the Ziggs. Therefore, if you don't have somebody shadowing you, you cannot push forward knowing that the LeBlanc is around, and Fury is just going to cash in one for himself right there. And this is starting to get a little bit problematic.
A lot of damage coming through. He's not quite got dominance up yet. That means there's a lot of explosive damage coming through. And Odie secures a third of the game.
Wow. Okay, Bifrost are starting to put a different gear, it seems. They started a little bit slow in the early game, but now their carries are starting to pick up. 3-1 onto that.
Odie needs to be careful.
And Odie Oh dear.
We'll miss the Spectral more though. Stefan can't do that. Takes a lot of damage back in trade. That's an unfortunate miss. Can't quite get the read. And with the second Herald now available, Bifrost will look towards it. They've also secured themselves Soul Point sub 17 minutes into the game. 4 minutes until Soul's available for them. So yes, the gold is still relatively even, but the objective control is scary, and the gold is in some uncomfortable places for Riddle. 3 kills onto a scaling Tristana. That's rough to see.
And again, I just really want to commend Fury right here. Whenever there is a play in the river, whether that's for the Dragon, whether that's for kills, whether there's a gank, whether it's Diamondprox trying to invade to get some information to the jungle, whether it's doing the Rift Trail, Fury zones people away from Riddle all of the time. I think he has been so pivotal in the success of playing towards the bot side of the map for Bifrost, because he does not allow anyone to leave lane. Whoever steps mid lane, that was 2 even people from middle right there that were not able to walk into the river to even try and contest or even get any vision. And right now, with these pink wards going down, Riddle do not have much terrain to play with. They need to play underneath the towers, or if they don't, they need to have somebody shadowing them like Stefan is doing right here for Jaxplank, trying to crash in the wave under tower.
And for me, for Riddle, eyes are on Stefan, who has managed to get themselves a significant lead on this Viego. Couple kills, big CS discrepancy. Yes, that's partly been traded for objectives. Yes, that's been partly traded for shadowing, but you have got this guy who's got some history, who's coming in and is supposed to be this starting jungler to replace a guy like MC as well. Thus far, though, so good. Needs to try and convert this as this Herald is here, and Rudolph not in the best position. Sonic Wave lands, but there's still a Sanguine pool, so unlikely to be followed up on. They're just going to chunk this one out. Diamond kicks him into the wall. Loads of CC. He can't even use the pool. He's just gone.
Yeah, he should have used the pool. The second Diamondprox got anywhere near him. But as you can see, Rudolph is running the Ghost and not the Flash. So even when he came out of the pool, they would be able to catch up to him because you have the Nautilus right there, a bunch of CC onto that Champion's kit as well. And I was literally just about to say, okay, we've seen what happens on the 4 versus 4 on the bot side. We've seen these 8 champions interact with each other. What happens when a Fed Gwen and a Fed Gangplank join the fray, as Rudolph is not allowed to press any keys on his keyboard in that particular tower dive? But yeah, what happens when Shikari joins with the Gwen? What happens when Vladimir joins from Rudolph? It's like going to be a bloodfest, but I feel like for Rudolph, you've got so much peeling and CC from the side of Bifrost, and immunity, of course, with the Gwen, that you're more than happy to allow him in, rather than who stops the Gwen when she goes in?
I mean, right? I mean, it turns out Bifrost are a bit of a cover band here, loving Fleetwood Mac, because you can never break the chain CC.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Can I give him, I hope this this clapping.
You're welcome, everybody who had to listen to that. I'm, again, not apologizing.
In the chat, please.
I'm getting replaced for the next game, apparently.
Oh, production just
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Quite literally.
Indeed. A minute or so until the next dragon spawns. That would be Soul for Bifrost, and they're in a very scary position. 2 items on Odie, nearly a Banshee's Veil for LeBlanc, which will allow her to hop forward with impunity. It's also into double mages, so it makes a lot of sense on that front. Herald will charge, won't quite secure the mid lane tower though, so it is pretty low, but not down.
Yeah, and as you can see, Riddle have to bundle up as 4 members because their 4v4 has not been going very well. But the thing is, at least right now, they can move into River because they see Fury showing up on the top wave of the map. So they know that even if he wants to join, he'll have to TP in. That gives them the confidence that they're 5 members versus 4, even versus 3 right now. But who replies to these side lanes? You mentioned it before, Bifrost have 3 dragons, and you don't care about this. It's a Cloud Drake anyway. You can get the soul whenever you want. But look at the side lane pressure. They're crashing the waves, both the LeBlanc and the Vladimir. And Riddle have to bundle up as 3 and 4, which means that the carries are sharing all the experience together.
And Rudolph as well, remember, he's gone for the Ghost Ignite. There is no extra teleport, so you can play both side lanes at once, especially with both teleports up. It's Shikari on Gwen, it's Fury on LeBlanc. They're very slippery characters. And as it stands, that full court press, that pressure on the map, is making life pretty difficult for Riddle, who have now teleported into this lane to make this a 5v5. And Bifrost decided they do want to fight for this. Drake chunk onto Nash before it all begins. And Odie chunks out Jack's Plank as well. He can heal up a little bit because he's Renekton. Rudolph has popped the Sanguine Pool alongside the Hemo Plague. They're going to try and get some more. Jack's Plank goes in. That's the Prowler's Claw, but he gets one. Is he going to get any more? He needs to try and get another kill before he burns out. It'll be a 1-for-1 right now, but Odie is a big kill, a massive scalp to get. Highway going to try and hop out, hops over the wall. Diamondprox lands a Q, but I don't think he'll want to take it. I think it's going to be a 2-for-1, all things said and done. Riddle managed to come out ahead by getting a hold of the AD carry. The Prowler's Claw burst is just about enough.
And I just don't understand what Bifrost were trying to do coming into the river like this. You have Riddle, who have so many AoE ultimates, and they have the Ziggs to stop the choke points, to stop you from coming in. If you want to come through that choke point, you're actually going to have to take a lot of damage. I feel like Bifrost felt really confident taking this fight. They didn't care too much about the Dragon, they care more about the fight. But as you can see again, Diamondprox is on the side. He's in no way, shape or form to create the play behind the Riddle backline. He's keeping Stefan out, and once Ziggs is allowed to walk in, this becomes very problematic. Diamondprox is literally shoved onto the side by Reye, and once this Renekton and the Vladimir get into the fray, they completely destroy Bifrost, and I felt like that was a really nice fight taken by Riddle, making sure that they single out Diamondprox so he can't make a play on them. The second he tried to make a play on Ziggs, Reye knocks him away with the satchel. That was so well played by Riddle.
Massively so, and of course, you know, credit over to Jack's Flank as well, because Odie was not expecting that. He had the flash, he had the rocket jump, and he just could not get out. Gets 100-0'd in the blink of an eye, and you thought, honestly, big chunks come through, looked pretty good to begin with. Just wasn't enough, and credit to Riddle for at least keeping it competitive here. They get that dragon, and now they need to try and hold on to this mid lane tower, which was prepared nice and earlier. That explosive charge should do the work. Does indeed.
And also, really want to give props to Stefan, because he picks that Viego into the Lee Sin matchup. He's one whole level ahead, 3-0-1. He's always been at the correct side of the map to defend his side laners, to shadow them, to make sure they don't die. When it comes to teamfights, he's trying to get the most out of them, and so far, so well for the guy coming back in. He was coaching, and we had an interview with him last season. He said, my plan is not to coach, my plan is to play yet again. Diamondprox
Diamond gets the kick, but can they finish it up? They can't right now. It'll get a flash out array and a teleport. So they'll take that as trade. Summoner advantage definitely going the way of Bifrost on that one. Flash off Ray, teleport off Jack's Plank, and now they are down that critical TP.
That is so important. The fact that you take Jack's Plank's teleport is so important, because what Bifrost did when the last dragon spawned is they put the two solo laners, both Shikara and the Gwen, and Fury into that LeBlanc
TP behind.
side lanes. That's a LeBlanc coming in.
It's going to be pretty bold. He's going to get stunned in place, and that's just going to die, surely. Needs to get away, does so for now. Is alive, but there's some Mega Inferno Bond he does get away from, but now the turnaround can start to come through. Stefan won't be able to quite secure it. Shikari trading out with Rudolph on the side, and that teleport got quickly punished by Riddle.
I'm not sure if Fury had that Banshee before he landed, because I think he just bought it before the teleport, but that saved his life, because that was one less CC that landed on him onto that teleport. I thought that was a Gwen, and I'm like, if that's a Gwen, it's a great teleport. You're in their face, you can jump in, bubble, immunity, all great. But I see the Gwen TPing way after on the top of the map, and I'm like, wait, that is a LeBlanc TPing into 5 members. Surely you don't survive that. That last second Banshee purchase made sure that Fury comes out of this TP alive and remains on 0 deaths.
We'll call it out as well here that Odie has now hit 3 items. No Infinity Edge, but has got an LDR, has got the Phantom Dancer, 3-item AD carry for a Tristana that has been so potent more recently. Is pretty scary news. You've got 2 items on the LeBlanc, as you've called out. The Nash's is complete for Gwen, is now going towards an All Magic Mantle as well, looking for a little bit of magic resist themselves to help in the side lanes. And that is going to become increasingly difficult for Bifrost. These side lanes aren't easy to find good matchups for.
Yeah, but at this point, you've taken both teleports out of both Bifrost solo laners, which means that you can actually now match the side lane pressure that Bifrost has been exerting the entire game without being worried of a play to happen on the other side of the map because of the teleport advantage. So Riddle now can choose to slow down the game. They can get some more gold onto their Ziggs. They can feed some more gold into their carries. Rudolph on this Vladimir has been doing exceptionally well, especially in the team fights. Has 2.5 items going towards that death cap, and this is completely already this is going to be extremely problematic. And Vladimir with 3 items diving into your backline, Audi onto that Tristana. He's not really fast with the R button. It's going to be huge for the side of Riddle.
Death cap in for Ray as well. That's a big one. You've seen the Maw of Malmortius complete for Jax Blank. They are ready and raring to go with a dragon fight coming up in under a minute as well. Soul fight number 2 on the cards.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that if Riddle chooses not to take the fight, they don't necessarily have to. Cloud Souls are not the type of souls that teams would usually, you know, want to 50-50 a game on, right? Because if you lose the fight right there, most likely the Baron is going to go down. It's going to be really difficult with the TPs coming back up of Bifrost and Barons throughout the entire map to deal with. Now Riddle, as you can see
Stefan's going to be found. Will they be able to do much about it, though? They're going to try and jump him out. Can he be taken out? He's got a stopwatch still alive, though. That will not be the best use for hostile takeover. Shikari trying to stay alive, takes a lot of damage, goes down. Stefan on a rampage. That's not the best flank I have ever seen from Shikari, and he is punished accordingly.
That Renata ultimate was huge. Audi almost ends up killing Highway to the point where he has to pop his own heal to save his own
Nash, it's going to go straight down, surely, does do so. And that'll be Odie getting that one. Now it's a 4v4. Staffan's ult, remember, is down. There is no resets available, really, on that front. Ray needs to do a massive work on the side. That's going to be a lot of damage. Does so much work. Will pop to the chains. Another kill. Diamond's getting stunned, though. Needs to get over the wall. Waiting on a W. Still in this bit. Odie hopping in as well. They're going in. Diamond taken out. Will now be secured by Staffan, who's going to hop forwards. And that was a very big overstay from Bifrost. Stefan unstoppable here. Doing a lot of work is Fury, though. And that, with the kill onto the jungler, might mean enough. That explosive charge will be enough to kill Jax Blank. And Odie at 5-2-2 is still an absolute terror on the Rift.
This game is absolutely delivering because we had Riddle gone for dead like Renekton. He's 1-4. What can he do? Early to mid-game champion. Early to mid-game is completely gone. This Tristana has 3 items. And honestly, this fight played out so much better than expected for Riddle because at the start, Stefan is trying to make a pick, but he only finds the Nautilus. All the CC is coming down. But mind what I said, all the CC has come down onto Stefan, who's now stopwatch. And once Shikari's trying to get into the fight, he gets absolutely blown away. Look on the bottom of the map. Audi almost kills Highway, his own support, to the point where he has to pop the heal. And Diamond procs with a beautiful kick to completely dissuade the entire situation. But I think right there, Riddle overreached just a little bit. They're going to lose their support. And with that, they're also going to lose the upcoming fight. Up to where they don't, because Viego exists in this game, and once he gets one reset, he will get another one and another one. I think Stefan has been such a pivotal member for this crew so far onto the Viego.
Here we go.
5-0-2, but can he steal Baron?
That's the massive Mega Inferno Bomb that comes through. Gets a bit of a chunk, but Fury on the back now trying to play Gatekeeper. They'll pull away from the Baron, though. Feeling like they've got enough out of it for now. That Dragon was secured by Riddle. Another soul fight that was at least prevented by Riddle there. Still in a pretty tricky position. Look at Odie's inventory. The moment Infinity Edge comes through, you feel it's going to get increasingly hard to deal with them. A stopwatch is an inventory for Shikari as well to make his life a bit more easy. Stefan has burnt his stopwatch as well, may take his life a little harder. Continuing to be a very interesting game here at the 30-minute mark.
And a lot of people will be scratching their head because they're like, that's a 5-2 Tristana, right? You mentioned it. Almost the Infinity Edge complete as well. Audi is gonna hurt like a truck. But you're playing into Viego, Vladimir, Renekton, and Renata. And you're a very short-range ADC because you want to jump in, assassinate somebody, jump back out, right? But these guys have so much HP bars. They've got an exhaust coming your way. You've got Renata coming your way who can easily turn you into your team. It is not easy for Audi to play these team fights onto Tristana. Had he been on a Jinx or an Aphelios, a little bit more long range where he can hyper carry from that range, it would have been a difficult story. But so far, Audi has been trying to get into this fight and he's been getting completely denied by either Renata ultimates or a Renekton playing his face.
Worth keeping an eye here. You could become part of our show as well. Send us a picture of how you're watching the NLC. Use the hashtag NLC at home on Twitter and throw us out those beautiful selfies. We want to see how you're looking out there, especially when we've got a game like this on our hands. I'm looking forward to seeing some of what those at home have come up with.
So what's your beverage of choice as well?
Indeed, always a good choice. What is your beverage of choice?
Ooh, I like tea.
I should have known that, actually.
Yeah,
I have seen your tea collection.
You've
It's
seen
pretty
my
extensive.
collection, yeah.
It is an extensive tea collection. Full disclosure as well, Aishram went home to Portugal recently. He came back with a lot of tea for the whole crew. We got some beautiful stuffers. Teleport out of Jax Blank. But it's Rudolph! Oh my god, he takes so much damage. Fury flashes out and gets the kill! Man, myth, and absolute legend. The Black Rose blooming once more in the corpse of Rudolph.
Whoa, I think Rudolph tried to get out of his pool.
Jax Blank's going to pop the Dominus. Fury will distort away. Decent amount of damage back, but it's not a huge amount of work that use of the hostile Taker actually got that time around. Then we're going to walk away with the kill and the man advantage, and maybe it's time for Baron once more. Yeah. Stefan's around, though. He's got Guardian Angel. He's going to be very tricky to deal with.
The thing is, no matter what, when Reye is around onto that Ziggs, when you've got enemy jungler with a flash and an ultimate available to get in the pit, you do not do this. I think the only reason Bifrost are sticking around is to allow Shikari more time on the bot side of the map to drag Jax Blank away. They know that the Renekton doesn't have the teleport available, so mission accomplished. They're taking bot lane tier 2 tower, and now can refresh, reset, grab more items, complete their own items, and walk straight for the soul.
Infinity Edge, as you said, on Odie. You've got the third item in for the likes of Shikari and Fury as well. The death cap's been in for Rudolph for a while, but it didn't seem to matter there. And I've also got to call out, Anathema's changed second for Diamond Brox, who was very much going towards a supportive build, giving up a fair amount of farm, just saying, I need to be someone who's providing CC, not damage in this game.
I really wonder who that's on. I'm seeing it onto the Viego right now.
Okay, I can sort of see why when he's become increasingly difficult to deal with. If you need to kick him out, I can sort of get it. Jax Blank takes a chunk. Dragon Soul is finally secured. Now Jax Blank in so much danger. The Maw is popped. A lot of damage back, and now Bifrost hopping forward. Fury playing on the edge, hopping forwards and back with the distortions and the ethereal James Diamond lands a Q, thinking about taking it forwards. Reye has to flash away from the depth judge. Shikari with the Hallowed Mist popped as well. Ultimates galore being burned by Riddle. And they will survive for now as Rudolph thinking about going forwards. There's the Hemo Plague. Can they follow up, though? It's not that easy. We'll land a massive Mega Inferno Bomb with the Hemo Plague turn. But now Odie is still untouched to so much damage. Stefan goes in the backside. He's going to go golden, though. Is Shikari trying to survive alive? Odie needs to get the kill, goes resurrecting. Will the soul survive? Will he be able to pick it up? That's the question. Diamond to the backside. Will now get the reset. Is Stefan. Diamond looking to try and get some more. Will not land the Q. It is a 1-for-1.
Nash, with the nerves of steel, holding on to his ultimate for the entire fight. And as you can see, Bifrost know that. When Renata is still holding ultimate, when you have Odie alive, you cannot risk your Tristana to move further in and actually kill a teammate. This is a full-item Tristana. Looking for Reye.
Ooh, can't quite make it happen. That's the flash down now. And look who else is around. It's still the rest of Riddle who were backing away.
I saw this flash.
I know, right? He used his flash. He was looking for that so hard. He's been able to get so many solo kills this game. It's not going to be enough there. Let's see this replay, because it looks pretty good initially.
And again,
the turnaround's pretty okay.
So well played by Riddle. They all open up for Reye to flash straight through behind them without knocking anyone else up. There is still Renata ultimate coming up, and Rudolph takes the charge. The huge bomb dropping in from Ziggs as well, popping at the same time as Rudolph's ultimate almost takes out Highway. And look at Stefan, he's lurking on the side. Both Shikari and Highway so low HP. They'll take his GA, and the second he's popped out of the GA, he will take the soul as well for that extra healing. And all of this time, Reye, again, he's keeping Diamond Prox out of the fight every single time.
Does indeed, but of course now that Guardian Angel has popped, that could prove a little bit awkward for Stefan. Gets away with it this time, but will he the next time? Zonya's nearly back up for Shikari. We've got a third item in for Jax Blank, that death stance, maybe to try and provide a little bit of survivability. Nash going to try and do their best as going to see a recall out of Jax Blank, who's been chunked out off screen as well. Now Reye is spotted out, needs to be a little bit afraid. Diamond's over the wall, going to land the Sonic Wave. Will follow it up with the resonating strike, kick back into Nash, who's gone, dead, deleted. Renata will have to sell her company away because she is dead to rights.
And that is your only problem. Odie cannot jump in when hostile takeover is a thing, because he can kill his teammates. Now that Renata is no longer a problem, they can actually push their advantage through bot lane. Shikari has been building a wave, mid lane has been building a wave. They can actually get away with bot lane inhibitor tower and mid lane inhibitor tower.
Ari has got the Hallowed Mist, trying to heal this one up best they can, but it's taken so very, very low. In comes Diamond. The turnaround is there. Out of the ultimate as well. Will burn down to the Leandris, though. It's a 1-for-1. But remember, you've still got Renata dead. Can Stefan, Rudolph, and Reye hold on? They'll lose an inhibitor, but it won't be the game. Fury, though, looking for more, misses the chains.
Oh, and that is so crucial, right? Because somebody will have to be on the bot side of the map to defend through all of these super minions that will start running into Riddle's base. Whilst on the other side of the map, there is the biggest objective on the map right now, which is going to be that Baron. Bifrost are really looking for that Baron because they can play the 1-3-1, they can play the 4-1, they've got extremely strong solo laners, and they can actually use them. Fury right here is really looking for Nash. Renata has been a problem. If you dispatch of her...
Fury gets Nash again! They found the target. It's twice in a row now. Once was a flash kick from Diamond Prox. The next one is the LeBlanc from Fury, who's come back from EU Masters and is playing with a vengeance.
Fury's always looking on the side. Again, the Renata has been a thorn on their backs, but also Fury has not allowed Riddle to play the game. However, they want to Bifrost as 5. They want the Nasher, but first, they want to kill some more Riddle players.
They're going to two-man the Baron while Highway, Shikari, and Fury show it is a one-way road. It'll be Bifrost's way, or the Highway will surely secure it with a smite. I appreciate the attempt, but it will not happen. Bifrost get the Baron. They have the soul. It's a minute and a half till Elder. And right now, with a fully itemized Tristana at level 18, you can feel the difficulties Riddle are having right now.
Yeah, and I think huge props to Fury this game so far. 5-0-5 has been zoning away members from Riddle in these big fights and these big skirmishes, zoning them away from getting into this river. Rudolph now.
He's going to get chunked out. There's still another proc of that ultimate available, and Shikari snips them down to size. Massive killer mid lane, only going to keep hopping forward, and the scaling is just too much. There is nothing more to be done. Sepha can go deathless if he likes. He's still just not gonna be able to turn this one around. In comes the wave. Jax Black throws down the Dominus, but it is a last gasp, a last breath, a last attempt to try and save this game. Diamond will get a kick, but little more. Knock up onto Jax Plank, who will fall down. Those planks are building a coffin. He dies for the 7th time this game. Try roll swapping on us. It just won't work. Bifrost come back from EU Masters. They'll switch up some players, and they'll find their first win here in the summer split of the NLC.
Bifrost coming in with a win over Riddle. I'm gonna say wasn't the cleanest, but due to the fact, again, that we've seen two players completely swapped around. Duel, who was their support, was a pivotal factor of how they played together with C-Boy. Now, Diamond Prox and Highway have to find a way to play with each other as well, but I felt like Fury together with Diamond Prox played so well together. I think the style and the dynamic between them, allowing Fury to play those assassins in the mid lane, I think it was huge.
Really call it out though, Stefan made them work for it. That Viego was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, so Riddle at least did not go down without a fight, even if the objectives got a bit dicey in that early game. Either way, Bifrost come out with the win. We have to throw it to the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much and welcome back to the desk. And this was another game Bifrost get to late game. You were saying that in the green room. We all talked about that. We have a lot to digest in this game.
Yeah, somehow it's another Bifrost game that just randomly goes late game. They love to win by giving you a heart attack first. It's just something that they've done. Anyone that watched their EU Masters run and then came back to watch their region because of it, welcome to their home turf. They're doing it again, and it just continues in that style.
And it was a mess. Let's be honest, it could be cleaner. They had soul, they had everything. But let's look into the early game. Shikari on the Gwen versus Vladimir. It just wasn't working.
Honestly, I'm just super surprised and impressed by the fact that Riddle kind of they were forced to come in with a sub, and this guy, I actually checked his LoL pros in the green room, and I think he peaked like master 20 LP or something, but he was kind of dumpstering Shikari in lane, honestly. Like he was 30, 40 CS up on Vlad. He was just scaling completely free, and the thing as well, in these fights, he was buying so much time for Riddle, and I'm just super impressed. Who is this Rudolph guy, man?
and again, you know, Riddle didn't field the roster. Well, they couldn't field the roster that they wanted to because of a number of reasons, logistical issues, and elsewise. But one of the problems that we had with Bifrost last split was Shikari and Fury's laning was sometimes a bit awry. Now, Fury had great lane this time. Was into Renekton. LeBlanc into Renekton gets a bit bully-like because Renekton goes up to the wave, gets slapped with a QW combo, and also had a lot of help from the jungler coming in. Diamondprox had a good job, a good deal of pressure in that mid lane specifically, getting that first blood, as we can see in this replay as well. I mean, Jax Black wants to be on the wave. Renekton needs to have access to minions to get up that Fury bar, continue pressuring out things with empowered abilities. They use that as an absolute, just like a target on them, pushes in that wave, down in the first blood.
And that's the Lee Sin LeBlanc we talked about in the Champions Select. As soon as they get that lockdown in the mid game, obviously Diamondprox with all that experience is going to play for the mid lane. But looking into the riddle, just as you were debating, this is not the full composition. This is not the composition we saw that video. Like, oh, I love this.
Let's make a roster announcement. Hang on, maybe not this day.
Not today. We're just teasing you, naughty, naughty. But obviously, this is a good showcase of riddle nonetheless. This is a team that we may expect a lot, because if this is not the full roster, and if they're facing Bifrost with Diamondprox, this could be a contender for top 4.
Yeah, I'm just imagining how they would perform if they were able to play with the full roster, right? Or maybe Rudolph is insane, I don't know. But the thing is that they were playing the fights kind of well. I feel like Shikari had some issues in the fights. I think he went in a bit too early, so in a lot of these fights, Riddle actually managed to get what they wanted for free. They got Stefan the reset, the first thing that happened in that fight. Where he gets the reset, and after that, it's just kind of clean up from them. And they were playing super well. Honestly, I thought this game was going to be quite one-sided, because when you're playing with subs, it's super hard to do that.
And I think it is really important you bring up the Shikari Gwen thing at that point too, because it wasn't just the laning phase that wasn't right as rain for one of the best top laners in our region. Actually, the W usage wasn't really getting the value that maybe we ascribed to it in that champion, like saying, oh, you're going to control zones with this Ziggs, you're just going to run through it with the Gwen W, you're going to be able to potentially 1v9. That really wasn't the case. Part of that was that laning performance. It really put back that Gwen in terms of the amount of golden experience they had. But outside of that, it was also just in the fights as well. That W wasn't really getting the value they needed to, and Riddle really punished that.
Talking about fights, we do have a replay from the Dragon that actually sums a lot of this game, if we may. There we go. And this is the face-off between two teams where you should use that advantage in terms of Ziggs. Zone out people. You get the Vladimir going into the lane. Jax Black wants to go in, but
look where Shikari is right now. Like he stood there, he's trying to block off the pass and just can't get enough done. And it does seem a little bit like, for those of you that played the Ruined King game, you'll know about the lore between Gwen and Viego and other things in the Ruination. That was kind of the battle in a lot of these fights, right? Because Stefan gets those resets. You very importantly mentioned that before M-Test. You get those points with the secondary ultimates come through. It's a lot of extra damage on the table. If Gwen hasn't done enough of the heavy lifting before that point, it gets really snowballed after that point. Kill into resets.
And this was a game that I was looking into, and I thought, okay, this is going to be, my eyes are going to be on Diamondprox. Diamondprox, I'm looking into this jungler. And then I look into the game, I'm like, who's this Stefan guy? He looks good. 5-0.
Yeah, I remember we were sat there looking at the first one. I was like, oh my gosh, it's Diamondprox. He's playing the skin that he always plays. He's always played the Muay Thai skin. All of these memories flooding back. First blood. And there's like, first blood? Blood is the Vladimir specialty. Hemomancer comes in. And that was really impressive from Stefan. Absolutely. Props given where it's due.
Yeah, no, I think for sure. They I think if they can just build on this, obviously Riddle last bit around, they were a strong contender, right? They were doing super well. And you have a lot of questions with this new lineup. Obviously, again, they didn't get their full lineup today, but we will see that in the next coming weeks. And I'm just looking super excited. I think their playstyle was just super fun to watch, honestly. And man, as you mentioned as well.
See if they keep it up.
Yeah. Keep it up, yeah.
Let's see what happens. But now, finally get the pleasure to do this. We have the first interview with the winner from Bifrost. It's going to be Diamondprox that is waiting for us for the interview. Pleasure to have you with us, Diamondprox. Pleasure to meet you as well. And welcome to the league.
Hello. Thank you very much. Glad to be here as well.
Okay, so before we start, it is a pleasure to meet you in person because we played together. Might as well. We played against each other at ESL back in the day. You defeated my team so hard, my support rage quitted in the middle of the game. And that's when you showed me that I should change into a caster. So thank you so much for showing me the light. And welcome to the league. Now, looking into Bifrost, how are you feeling about this team? How is the adaptation for you at NLC?
So far, so good. We haven't played too much because the split is going to be very long. So we're just now starting to kind of warm up and prepare as much as we can, as hard as we can. We will see how it goes. But for now, I really enjoy the attitude of the players and how we work together. And the basic level of the team that we have is higher than I had before. So we can only grow further, I think.
Okay, I want to make the question like, you are a player with a lot of experience. Let's be honest, one of the junglers with the most experience in the world right now. And I always thought that Bifrost needed a strong voice, someone to call in. Are you working as the shot caller for the team, or are you still growing into Bifrost?
I do call some stuff, but I wouldn't say that I shot call everything, you know.
Okay.
That's not how I work. I don't micromanage people. Although I sometimes try when I understand, but I think it's just the time is limited and I don't have the perfect game knowledge to micromanage every player everywhere. So I'm just trying to do what I can. I call for the for the rotations that I know, and I'm trying to learn as much as we can to help the teammates grow.
Okay, now the last question for you, Diamondprox, at least for now, is what is your objective at NLC?
My goal at NLC is to win this thing, possibly, hopefully, to try to win this thing, and go as far as we can on EU Masters.
Okay, sounds lovely. By the way, one of the casters is your biggest fan, and if you ever play Evelyn in the split, he might pass out. I'm just providing you with this information. Diamondprox, it was a pleasure to get to meet you, and I would like to talk to you throughout the entire split. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
There you go.
It's great that we get to not just cover these players, but also be fans of them at the same time.
Yes!
He was wearing his All-Star shirt.
Yes.
That made me just nerd out for a second. Like, oh man, I remember that event so much. One of the first events that I watched live.
I'm also happy to finally talk with the person that got me into casting in a different way than initialized.
Kicked you out of being a player so hard, you became a host.
Okay, so obviously this is a player that comes in with a lot of experience and tells us, okay, I want to bring this team as far as I can get into EU Masters. And it's not saying, I want to win EU Masters. I just want to go as far as I can. This is humility, experience as well. And what do you take from this?
I think it just shows, I mean, obviously he's quite a mature player, right? Like
yes.
He just has the experience, has been through so many continents to play. And just the fact that he shows now that he obviously he's not going to come here and being cocky and like, I'm going to just take over, I'm going to win it all. Because let's face it, it's a different team. He has to once again, he has to adapt. And we're going to see the scaling once again. Let's see if Diamondprox can actually scale in the NLC.
Talking about the
scaling
adaptation. Okay,
mindset.
tell me.
The scaling mindset. No, I was just excited about the scaling mindset. There you go.
And talking about adaptation, we have to talk with Riddle to understand how they are adapting to the team they have, to the team they announced, and the team they played with. And this is why we have the interview. Tom Kick on the other side. Hello. Okay, hello. Pleasure to meet you. Obviously, Nymeta here on my side has a lot to talk with you as well, so I might give you at least one question. Okay, hit me.
It's fair to say, this has been a day of anecdotes. A number of years ago, just before I started casting, we played in an amateur
he knows.
team. We played in an amateur team together. So, Tom, I want to ask you one question. Why didn't you draft Ezreal Braum like I drafted for you every single game we played together?
You know, like we hadn't practiced too much different stuff, so it wasn't really in the plan for today. You know, I was thinking about it since it was you on the desk today. Ezreal Braum might have been the thing, but sadly not this time.
Okay, Tom Kick, now for me, we're going to kick Nymeta away from the interview, if you may. Tell me, who are you in the team? What are you doing in the team? So everybody knows back at home, who are you?
Yes, I'm the assistant coach for Riddle, so I'm the one helping Don't Panic on the side, prepping, drafting, the strategies and everything.
Okay, so tell me, how is it right now? Because obviously you're not using your full roster, so that's a lot of work on your side, right?
Yeah, so there has been some unfortunate events, so we're just trying to make the best out of it as we can, and we're having fun, and we could show today that we were having a good showing against Bifrost. Didn't sadly go all the way, but like we're in a good mood and the boys are positive, so I think we can also have a good showing on Wednesday.
And I think that's the scariest thing for the enemy when they look into a team that just lost. They're not using the full roster. And you say, I mean, we're just having fun. And we provided a lot of stress for Bifrost, a team that I was looking into, probably top 2 in this split. So it seems like Riddle is looking or aiming at top 3 at least. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, like we're just trying to get as far as possible. We haven't set like a specific thing like we're looking for top 3. It's more of like as previous years, like scaling into the season, improving, and hopefully show at the end that we are a top team. We'll take it step by step.
I understand the politeness, and I want to know, how are scrims going? I want to get a
Scrims are going pretty well, but we've been scrimming with a lot of different rosters, with a lot of different teams because of the player situation. But overall, I think we're in a good position. So when everything gets back to more normal, hopefully next week, I think you're going to see a totally different team.
Okay, it's a pleasure to get to know you, to talk with you, to understand what you're doing in the team. And I would like to say sorry for having to deal with Nightmare back in the past. So thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Always. And there we go. We're back in the studio.
It was a pretty good prom.
Yeah,
All things said,
it
was a pretty good prom.
Hey, at least. Obviously, like, I'm really happy that we got to play even with an incomplete roster and we're having fun. To me, that's the most important thing. You told me, like, as a player, all you want to do to begin with is have fun.
Especially when things like this happens, where maybe you could have done a better job prepping this, but you cannot do anything about it in this situation. So why not just have a laugh about it and go on?
Have a laugh. I love that part. Now we should look into the standings as they are right now. Let's look. Summarizing Bifrost, Vanir, and JDXL at the top of it. And on the bottom, we have Riddle, Team Singularity, and X7. Well, this is a sight that I never thought I would see in my life working at NLC. What about you, Nightmare? Because I want your intake on this.
My initial, so one of the big running jokes we had last split was Riddle being top of Group B, which is just the right-hand side of things. We'll see if that works out, see if production can hook us up with that at the end of the day.
Okay, now we're going to switch games, and it's going to be Dusty versus Eminem. But before we do that, I know we have some surprise for you all, which is nerf, buff, and remove. Take a look.
I would buff Anivia because it's my favorite champ, and I want to be able to blind her without getting dumpstered in lane.
It's probably I have to say Heimringer. I think I used to be a bit of a Heimringer connoisseur back in the Swedish scene, and used to play him a lot bot lane. So if they were to buff him, so I could whip it out and then they'll see perfect. Because now in this long range meta, it's not playable.
I mean, honestly, Maokai, he needs some love.
I would like to see Rise buff because I think he's way too squishy and he doesn't deal any damage compared to, I don't know, Victor or Syndra, for example.
I kinda actually want to buff Frisch. I think he has been in a very bad state for so long that he's not even being played.
I guess it'd be champions like Zyra. I don't know if it'd be Zyra in particular. I think in general, I want there to be like more anti-engage like support options that are super viable. I think that would be like the main thing that would push the meta into a different direction. Because we've seen kind of like Nautilus Leona in support role for a really long time. And I think if there were more options like Zyra or Taric, it would open up kind of a lot of champions in the game.
I'll buff Rengar because I miss playing that champ, and I feel like, although he's decent at the moment, I still miss him when he was broken, and I'm one-shotting everyone.
Lee Sin for sure, because I love playing the champ and I would like it to be more broken.
I'll buff Echo because it's fun.
I would buff Set with TT at the end, not Set Assassin. Since I enjoy playing him a lot and he hasn't been meta for a long time.
Probably Twitch. That is one of my favorite champions. And he has been very shit for a long time, and also his Q is bugged, and that's very frustrating to play as.
I would nerf Viego. I think this champ is completely unbalanced, and it's unfun to play against.
I think a champion who I don't necessarily like being in the meta in general is Zilean. I think he's like pretty uninteractive to deal with, especially in mid lane. At least in solo queue, because he can kind of just like double bomb the wave and run away. And yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of counterplay. He can kind of fall behind as much as he wants, but there's nothing you can really do about it, especially as a jungler.
And I would nerf Riven. I find her quite OP in solo queue and annoying to face. I feel like there's not much counterplay in a lot of matchups.
I would like to see Kiana nerfed because I never want to see her again.
I would nerf Gwen. It's not fun playing against a champ that one-shots you, and You can't even target them.
For me, I think right now it's probably gonna be Gwen for top lane. I think it's really strong. It's probably gonna be like even stronger now in this new patch 12.10, right? But I mean, it's just so frustrating not being able to hit the champion as an AD carry, right? So
Generally, I really dislike Yumi, so yeah, that champ.
Nerf Ringa, because it's just annoying, boring to play against.
I think for competitive, there's not really a champ that I want to nerf, but for solo queue, I really hate playing against Masi and Fizz. It's just annoying that we can go invulnerable, and as soon as you step up one step too far, you just press R, and then you're dead.
Nerf, definitely Talia. Our champion is overtuned. I don't know how she dodged the nerfs after the recent patches.
Nerf Evelyn, just because it's really annoying champ and I don't like the stealth mechanic.
Okay, this video brought a smile to my face, but what's up with MC and Cat?
I don't know, man. He has a fetish, I guess. I'm not gonna judge. It's completely fine. Namer, you look
want to
like
play in Italy? I want to see Rengar buffed. Come on.
So funny thing is, one of the off-season moves was actually the substitute for X7 is a guy called Icy Gale, who is a Rengar top player. He has corrupted MC, been driven to the dark ways of the cat. I mean, I'm a cat person, but not Rengar Yumi. None of that.
One thing though, Taxer, I love you, man. Lee Sin has been broken for more than 4 seasons in a row. If you cannot 1v9 this champ, it's not because of the champion, it's because of the hands that you have.
Have you seen this guy? Every single time that he looks into a champion, okay, if you cannot 1v9, it's on you. It's not on the game, it's not on the, it's on you. One trick, you don't 1v9, it's on you.
I do, however, agree on the Gwen nerf. That should have been done way long time ago. I would have put her on remove, just remove the champion as a whole.
Remove champion, remove Yumi. And moving on, it's time for Dusty versus Eminem.
Oh.
So now you can talk about it.
Yeah, this is where we copy and paste the talk I did in the last match. We just put it here, we go to pause, boom, whoosh. Okay, so I'm just gonna talk really fast again. I'm just gonna make a TLDR. Then Voxne, I played with him in solo queue under a fake name, a unknown name. He popped off completely. I was 100% sure it was either Carsey or Perks playing AD. And I'm just leaving it at that. I think it's gonna 1v9 today.
The 1v9?
I mean, last time I was in the NLC, Dan Voxney was so good. This guy who you could leave him alone to get farm and get resources, and then he just, it was the kind of thing where you're talking about, it's like, you know, if you can't 1v on in X situation, well, he just would. He just would. If you gave him the resources, Dan Voxney was one of the premier carries in this region. It's great to have him back.
And now looking into Eminem, I want to focus on Eminem. And at the last interview that I did with Michigo, he was telling me, I don't know if I'm going to be at the same team. This might be the last time that we talk. I was like, oh, I'm so sad. I love that player. He's the only guy that left from Eminem. Everything has changed.
Is Eminem just a battle royale or something?
I guess, and you won.
Chicken dinner, yeah. Even with that, you know, like talking about Eminem as a team, they have a lot of rebuilding to do. They had some great moments in spring. They very nearly brought down X7 on their hot streak. I think it was in, you know, week 2, week 3, when they'd started to get back onto their feet again. Then they subbed out one of their coaches. One of their coaches ended up leaving the organization, and you could tell the impact, actually. They were very organized about playing around their mid-jungle in Cannon and Royal Cannon, and then that just went after this coaching situation changed, or at least that's what we've kind of gleaned from it. So the question for me is actually, you might have the pieces on the table. You have to prove to us now again that you can actually use those pieces while coming to this next split, because again, the level we're seeing from the other teams so far seems to be pretty high.
And I would say Dusty is a big question mark for all of us. I mean, this game is a big question mark for all of us. We still don't know what to expect from these two teams. And obviously, we need to get at least 2 weeks to 3 weeks trial.
Trial periods.
Yeah. But the Champion Select is upon us. We should jump into Champion Select in a few seconds. Can we expect anything in specific before we see the bans and the picks?
When?
Okay, the usual bans. So shall we jump into Champion Select? There you go. Welcome to Eminem versus Dusty. Tryndamere is going to be removed, so no Undying Rage, but Gwen is still available and she's immune.
There are a lot of priority picks still. There are some name champs as well, because of course, like Star from Camera have been big names in the UK scene for a while, finally making their way back into the NLC scene and around the corner from us. Kerberos, see that Tryndamere being targeted towards them. Kerberos has forever been the 1v1 fight me top laner, and has been through stuff like Camille. And obviously, Tryndamere very much fits into that matchup as well.
Pantheon is a good top. I'm not memeing. He's a good top laner right now.
How did we get to this?
Is he talking about face-to-face champions in the top lane? He's a good face-to-face champion. Even after the how do you call it? The patch, new patch, how do you call it?
That one, yeah, the
vitality patch, whatever they call it, I don't know.
Durability.
The durability, the more HP, I don't care, I still fight him with a spear. Let's see what happens. Talia alongside with Wukong are going to be removed. Jax is going to be the last one coming in from M&M. And Dusty, they lose that personality of aggressiveness from Viking. They now have a different personality. We don't know what sort of personality that is, but it's Gwen to be removed. The Viego is available, so yeah.
So first I was kind of surprised to see the Lucian ban because I just feel like you have to kind of pick your poison on the red side when you're drafting as Dusty. You have to ban Gwen, Wukong, Talia, and Lucian as well. And there is a 4 picks. Obviously one is gonna fall through, but now M&M they kind of give away the Lucian ban and they get the Viego, which kind of makes sense. But now there's like so many good picks off the table, so I'm quite kind of surprised to see what Dusty's gonna pick now. The Graves?
I mean, the Graves obviously an Umbral Glaive build, a very strong item on this patch. Do you want to quickly backtrack to that Lucian point though? I actually wonder if this is a nameplates thing. We talked about Denvoxney being an incredible player in that bot lane. Stand, also if you look at various tier lists of reputes or ill repute, yes, Viper and I am talking about you. We know that Stand and Denvoxney are looking to be one of the best bot lanes we can have actually in this NLC, at least on paper. I wonder if this is a case of Lucian needs to do well in the 2v2. If you're not confident in terms of going up against these two players in a 2v2 situation, maybe back off from that. Maybe it's just a little too high volatility for it.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. And I'm once again surprised to see the Soraka pick actually coming in blind because, I mean, obviously it could be a flex, right? Could be towards the AD, even though I would be very surprised if Denvoxney decides to pick this champion right now. But then, now, this is what I like to see now, because we have the Viego, we have the GP, we have the Galio. We don't really know yet what M&M wants to do. They could go for a complete all-in comp, all-in. But they could also decide to go another route, and this is what I like to see when you're drafting on blue side.
When Soraka's locked, okay, well, we know a lot of what's happening now, but I actually wonder if there's some stuff you can do now, right? Because Darius is going to be, you know, drawing a lot of attention up towards that top lane. Maybe you can even try and go towards something like a Kai'Sa Galio bot lane, shift the Galio down to bot side if you think that all the potential is going on top. That's one way you can do this. The other way you can do this is, one of the teams which I really ascribed this to was there was a composition between Kha'Zix Galio in about Season 8. That was a thing which KT Rolster, one of the best teams in the world at that time, did, where you just battle ward with something like a Viego. You walk in and you have the Galio hammering down on someone when you find them in the enemy jungle. I reckon you can do this kind of play with the extra gangplank on top of it. Question is, can you do that if you're losing very heavily in a side lane against someone like a Darius if they do get early kills and early gold? It's actually quite dangerous now what Dusty have done in terms of unbalancing what M&M can do with their composition.
And that's the thing, right? Darius is famously know if you are able to snowball in the early game, you're just gonna take complete lower. It doesn't really matter what champs you're playing against. And GP, I don't know much about top. I'm playing ADC, I'm so far away from top, but I know that Darius can kind of smash GP into the pavement if he wants to.
I know so much about top lane. First time I reached Diamond 3, I played top lane. It went 1 and 13, but I made it. So that's the story of top lane 3. That's how I know about it. Sometimes you can die so many times in that lane and it can be okay. The question is, what's actually bailing that? What are your win conditions? Someone like a Darius, for large amounts of history, was a champion that could get individual leads, and against a gangplank you absolutely can do, but then can struggle to translate that otherwise. If you're diving into a Galio ultimate when you're trying to pop off and actually you just get stopped just before you hit it, that can be quite difficult. Something like a Soraka, though, can absolutely help you get over that final hurdle.
And it really depends on some of the spells that you bring into that lane. Because if you don't bring the Ghost, Gangplank can kite you. You have the slow, you have the movement speed for yourself. Trial by Fire can actually do some wonders on the top side, so let's see what happens. As ahoy, ahoy, there you go! This is a champion select. And if you want to go, you're going to go.
So in one way, I'm super disappointed how much...
Disappointed?
No, let me get to my point.
Okay.
How much I talked about that Voxden was going to be able to pop off this game. It's going to 1v9. Sure, you can carry on Soraka, but this is not what I expected. But then I see Michigo and Shredded, they don't give a crap. They just look in Samir Alistar. This is gonna be bloody one, man. I love it.
To me, Michigo was that AD carry that picked whatever he wanted, and he succeeded. And now he's picking in Samira?
But this Veigar does so much work. That is an absolute hammer blow to what M&M want to do, because suddenly, okay, the way this game is now going to work, if the fight happens in one line and it happens along one direction, M&M are going to get blown apart. It's going to be Nautilus Hook into Cage, into kills, into Darius to start popping off. If it happens in multiple directions, you get someone into the backline delivering the Galio to them, that's when things are going to get really, really messy. Maybe we can start seeing things go in the favor of M&M, maybe a bit more pleasant fashion for them. But this is going to be very much about angles of attack, from my opinion, on how M&M would go about this game.
Before we move on, who's going to win?
I just have to give it to Dusty, man. I think they just have the kind of... I think they have the better individual players, but I do kind of... I think if... no, and I'm gonna go with
no, okay. It's Dusty. What about you? No matter. No, you gotta tell me.
This is the hardest one. I'm gonna go Dusty. I think Soraka Darius is really strong on sidelines.
You know what? I'm going for the other side. I do believe it's Michigo. It's the boy. He's going mental on that one. So let's see as we jump into the Summoner's Rift. It is initialized alongside with the one and only Trouble.
One and only. I see how it is. So I'm just like a random person. Trouble gets this incredible.
Called your name.
True. He also kind of like demoted me at the beginning of the day as well. I see how it is. There's a favoritism going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame you. You're pretty great. That's fair.
I mean, yeah.
That's true. Don't agree with me.
He twisted his ankle today, so just give him.
He's doing very well.
Just give him some time. He's literally not even wearing a shoe.
Is he not? Who is he? You're right. I hadn't actually noticed. Walking away without a shoe on. That's hilarious. Are we mocking our host while he's walking away from the desk?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. But we are also going to get onto the Rift. Some spicy... Oh, my days. No, what? Skullthotch?
Yeah, at
what
least
have
he's
they
not
done?
jumping off the Rift.
Is he got a noise? I'm worried. Why?
Did we just have our producer quack in our ears?
Yes, we did.
Or did this go on broadcast?
No, I don't know. Did the audience hear my producer go quack, quack, like really high pitch? Pascal, what were you doing? Call him out by name. You find him. You find out. As always, production smurfing.
Welcome to M&M versus Dusty, Game 4, Week 1, Day 1 of the NLC. We have one more to go after this, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else. So hold on tight, because there's two fanatic bushes being built up on the Rift right now.
Absolutely. Oh my case, we're going to see them. Both the 5-man stacks are happening. They're going to clash. Oh my days. They all know that Michigan's going to be left alone. He's not there. It's a 4v5 right now. Massive turnaround knockup though. What is that apprehend? Shredder going to be taken out by the Ignite, but not taken down. Now Kerberos trying to back away. Needs to escape a bit more damage coming back. No one dies, but my days. A lot of damage going across, and level 1 is already getting a little spicy.
Yeah, that's a pretty typical level 1 when you have Kerberos in your team, I guess. And I'm going to go back to what the desk was saying. Kerberos is running the Flash and Ghost. It is so difficult for Darius to play fights and team fights later on, to run down their opponents in a very long lane, such as top lane, without having the Ghost available to them. Now, Caleb cannot, unfortunately, run the Ghost with the Flash, which means that once he's flashed, he's very prominent to actually being chased down by the Darius right there. Now, one thing that I was really sad about is the fact that Soraka didn't go mid.
You were wondering about that, yeah.
I would have liked to see the Soraka mid and the Veigar bot, because the Veigar can actually stop Samira and Alistar from dashing in, which would have kept this bot lane a lot more safe, right? And then Soraka can also chase around Galio the same way you chase around the Twisted Fate when they're on vision, when he's about to ult summer, pop the silence, stop them dead in their tracks. But I'm assuming this will also work later on. You put Soraka onto the bot side of the map. Talking about the bot side of the map, 2 summoners already gone. Actually, 3 summoners already
Indeed,
gone.
Shredder did burn the flash. It was in trade for the heal from Voxney and the ignite from Stem, but they've both got those defensive movement summoners available. Camera had to start the Idol of Durand as well, that taunt from Galio, so not the best start, not given the easiest shove that we normally have. Linkas, though, coming in as a little bit of a mechanical prodigy in the jungle, all things said and done. A lot of good things I've heard about this play came over from playing in Maus, over in the Prime League. Didn't get as far as they were hoping with the roster they had, but is now here on this Dusty lineup that there are quite a lot of expectations around. Kerberos is back. Voxney is back. Linkas, this kind of superstar, is back. You know, looking to see what they can do.
And let's not forget that Dusty, as a team, made it all the way to the playoffs and only lost to Bifrost at the very last hurdle before they made EU Masters. Bifrost stops them dead in their tracks. So the playoffs run, last split, absolutely miraculously great. Can they keep up the expectations?
Flash, apprehend. Caleb flashes the smoke screen in turn, but
That's
flash
it.
for flash. Still Ghost available.
Look at the lane. Caleb really needs to crush this wave, but Linkus is around. He's just lost his flash, which means that Kebros, once he presses that other summon that he has, can actually run Caleb down. Needs Soph to come around, even have to even show himself if he needs to help Caleb and crush this wave. Linkus will stay around as well.
Just Soph hovering here, trying to prevent an easy all-in. Still going to land that Decimate. Here comes Soph, throws down the Harrowed Path. Don't get anything more, though. Just allowing that crash to happen. And does so. The Spectral Maw also going wide. That'll be that for that. But that is an early back forced out of the top lane, which is not what they want to see. I don't think it'll be anything like a Sheen money right now, which is a bit of a frustration, I am sure. Still, left ourselves with an early game that's been close to full action, but no one has fallen yet. It's just been summoners that have gone.
And I was about to say, Caleb also needs to TP here because Kerberos will want to reset the lane the way he wants it, so it's actually solving towards him. Which is actually solving towards Caleb. So for Caleb to fix his lane, he has to TP back, meaning that right now he's summonerless. Once Kerberos comes back with the Ghost available, Graves is going to be passing towards the top side of the map as well, because right now he's clearing his bot quadrant. So expect to see a bunch of action happening towards the top side of the map, especially because Caleb is missing his summoner spell.
Got to keep our eyes on when Camera hits 6 well. He had a pretty fantastic time for the most of Division 2 last bit as well. He's playing on Monster Rugby Gaming. When we were chatting about Merbs earlier on in the day, Camera was the mid laner there who was also doing pretty exceptional things on stuff like this Galio, and he and Soph played together way back on Resolve as well, so that's a duo that's kind of rejoining here and looking to take this organization a little bit beyond as everyone coming up.
Man, Shadow from the side of Eminem right here. Caleb is alive and
the slows. He's going to throw on the Ghost, but the slow's kind of on. I don't think there's anywhere for Kerberos to go. He's going to try and sidestep it. He'll get a little bit of an apprehend, but First Blood still goes the way of Camera. 4 men come top and 1 Kerberos falls.
I think that was a little bit greedy right there from Kerberos. He had the chance to back. Yes, the lane would not be at the best place possible, but your Graves is pathing towards the top side of the map. Worst case scenario, your wave has been frozen, you call your Graves top side, you reset the wave, it slow pushes towards you and bounces back. So I think that Kerberos was a little bit greedy right there, gets punished instantly. Eminem lose nothing for this, even though their Alistar completely left bot lane, because you have a Soraka, so your Samira is just actually not threatened at all. So really well played right there from Eminem, punishing that early game aggression from Kerberos and taking his Ghost down, which is very crucial for Caleb to be able to play that lane.
Indeed, and all the while, nothing much more has happened, of course, aside from Eminem managing to punish Kerberos nice and early. Still, we're waiting to see how this game kind of comes on, because both these comps are very different. You've got the kind of Samira plus Alistar plus Galio jump in on people and try and blow them up. On the other side, quite a lot of ways to punish people diving in on, plus Linkus, who kind of needs to get way ahead on this Graves to be a proper damage threat, otherwise you're going to run out of damage if you're not careful.
Chimera has been actually everywhere, and I think right here they're setting up for a dive. There are flashes on both the bot laners from Dustin. I think they have actually smelled this from super far away, and they're going to be backing off of that tower. There are no teleports. Stender's going back.
Yeah, going to try and flash that one out. In comes the Galio with the heroic entrance. Michiku chunked out, but doesn't fall. Of course, there's no real way to come and chase it. Backland will come down, and Soph has to flash out of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I think Eminem had the right idea right there. Chimera so far has been all over the map. Eminem is actually moving everywhere. They're trying to create opportunities. They have the Michigo onto the Samir. Once you get her ahead, she's going to be one-shotting people later on. She's the better iteration of what I wished Katarina would be when she starts spinning.
She's even got the high noon skin.
Exactly. And I feel like Chimera onto this Galio has been so impactful in the early game. He's been shoving in waves. He's going towards the top side of the map. He's going towards the bottom side of the map. So far, it has resulted only in 1 kill that has ended up in his pocket. But if you look on the other side, what are you losing out on? Because that Veigar is going to be one-shotting people later on. You only have very squishy members on your team except for the Alistar. So once this Veigar is well and truly fed with all this CS and experience that's been so
refarmed, yeah.
And he's going to be a big problem for Eminem.
Indeed. Level 6, as we said, have come through. We've seen the use of them already slightly towards that bot side. You've heard Trouble just say, look, Camera's been really active, but it's only really led to 1 kill thus far and a pretty big discrepancy in the CS. It's only led to about a 300 gold lead, and you need to see a lot more than that unless this Veigar starts to get to a truly terrifying point. Of course, with that ultimate still down, Still going to be M&M starting up the Herald despite not having that heroic entrance. Curious now to see whether Dusty will want to come and contest. Does not look like it from where we're at right now.
I'm just a huge fan of Galio in general right here. It works so well to be able to zone away choke points, especially since you don't have any vision. And I feel like M&M have read the play from the start really, really well. They're like, Kerberos is going to play very aggressive. They made sure that they put 4 members up the tops of the map, punish Kerberos, take his ghost, make sure that Calem is actually safe. Safe? There's like 4 wards towards the top side of the map, 5 wards towards the top side of the map. There is no way that this Graves can actually sneak in to try and shut down Calem without M&M seeing him. And even if they do see him, Chimera is just so mobile through the entire map this whole time that he will be there to try and help with the hero's entrance.
Indeed. And of course, you've still got to see how it all plays out because Kerberos was pretty notorious across his time in the NLC for, you know, getting the first ever pentakill in the league, smashing solo go records until M&S came in.
We need to make sure that he's not on Kerberos' int account.
Ah, yes, we did hear about that.
About this, yes.
That was on things like the Queen. I suppose potentially this Darius might count on that front, so have to see how he continues to play. Of course, died just the once so far. Gonna try and continue to play this one out best they can. The early dragon being started up by Dusty as it stands as Kerb comes down towards this mid lane to just shadow and make sure nothing has gonna happen there. As of course, we did see the likes of the lack of teleport, of course, in the summoner choices, as explained, because the Ghost is pretty useful to try and punish the Gangplank, but it means, you know, being able to move to players requires a little bit more forethought. There we go.
I mean, I think that if this Darius does not snowball in the early game, it's going to be really difficult to play the team fights later on. Yes, you're going to pop your Ghost. Yes, you're going to pop your Flash. You get onto Michigu, you get bonked away by the Alistar. You get taunted by Chimera's Galio.
You hit a Spectrum more, there's a Cannon Barrage, yeah.
So there's like so many ways to actually keep that Darius at bay that unless M&M actually run into Dusty and Darius gets to free hit, then it's going to be really difficult for Kerberos to actually be relevant in these team fights. But due to the fact that Dusty's composition in general has been around peeling and kiting backwards, then yes, maybe Kerberos can get a lot of value out of a bunch of melee players playing into him and running into him, because that's exactly what also Samira wants to do. At some point, she goes melee and starts spinning.
Some very interesting play patterns to sort of theorize to see how it all plays out, because who dives first, who ends up in the team fight first, can end up in a bit of a difficult position because of the counter moves that both sides have got. You know, Wish comes out, you suddenly throw down a cage, you've dived too deep on the Samira and you get blown up, but then there's a Galio well and a Cannon Barrage coming down to try and save them. I mean, like all of those little back and forth options and the
Oh, look at Kerberos.
Oh, he's hiding in that bush and Calem walks away.
Calem might actually have to go the long way around, which means that, which means that he will lose experience of at least 2 minutes right there. There's no way you walk around that point because Kerberos made sure to guard it really well. He has Flash, he has Ghost. That means that the Gangplank would be run down. Unfortunate by Calem, loses 2 minutes of experience and gold, but fortunately for him, he's already 20 CS up. He's already 1 level up onto Kerberos, so losing on 2 minions is not going to be the end of the world.
Absolutely doing his best to make sure this Darius pick is not gonna get rolling, and thus far doing just fine at that. Feeling pretty content with it as thus, but of course all the while Backlund, the one remaining player from last split. Dusty switched out every other member but Backlund, a player honestly we had some question marks about. Is doing very well in this game, lands a lot of damage here, is already up an exceptional amount of CS. He's at 128 stacks of phenomenal evil power. What a name for stacks.
Is this what it's actually called?
Phenomenal evil power.
Yeah, I thought you thought of that.
No, phenomenal evil.
Perfect.
There you go. I know that. There's a lot of random bits of League trivia I know.
Kerberos is actually proxy.
So... Kerb! We've missed you, my man.
Welcome back to the NLC, Kerberos. Of course, here, M&M will use the Rift Herald towards the bot side of the map, get a bunch of money onto Michigu's pocket right there. Again, there is not much hard engage other than the Nautilus creating some opportunities with the ultimate, with the anchor connecting right there. You do not have much hard engage. So for M&M to be able to take all these plates and give all this gold to Samir is going to be very good.
Little shout out here as well. Michigu used the Blade Well to prevent the damage that would kill the Herald before it charged as well. Just a little thing there is like, that's really nice because they'd use the cages to try and stall the Herald. Couldn't quite secure the kill, partly because of that Blade Well, I believe, if my eyes don't deceive me, which is always a possibility.
Also, coming out of the base, a lot of items have just been completed for Dusty as well. You see that we have Eclipse, Everfrost, and most importantly, the Moonstone. And why I mentioned the Moonstone onto the Soraka is that because a lot of people are like, oh, Soraka, yeah, he's healing a lot. Just get anti-healing, just get Ignite, just get Grievous Wounds, it's fine. Well, a lot of people forget that her ultimate, Wish, removes Grievous Wounds before the heal applies. So that first R into W that Soraka provides together with Summoner Heal is going to be, if not the entire HP bar, a huge chunk that you can bait people in. And since you're playing with this kiting composition, allowing someone to fall low, pull back into defensive lines, and then give them that boost of HP can bait members from M&M into a very unfavorable fight.
Really great for Darius as well, who loves to play with that healing from the Decimate. You know, like, if you can remove the Grievous Wound so he heals even more, his backland has to flash out of that Everfrost and Taunt. Gets out, but does have to trade that Summoner spell and is now a little more vulnerable.
Again, very well played by Chimera. I've really liked his movement onto that Galio. I've really liked his impact onto the map right now. The only thing that remains to be seen is how M&M are going to use that Galio to take control and advantage of the map, because I feel like Chimera might have to flash here.
He's gonna try and do his best, as that is a very dead Galio. And at the moment we praise him, he falls down in the mid lane.
I said he might have to flash there. He didn't feel like it was necessary, so he ends up going down. This is what happens when you play against the Cage and of course the Nautilus, right? If the CC is landed properly, you will not get to move at all, and therefore Dusty are going to be going for their second dragon of the game.
Indeed they are. See whether they'll try and steal soft, just backing away though. It'll be a thrown out flare from across the wall. That's about it. Speaking of though, we've got ourselves a little bit of a new toy to play with, Trouble. We've got ourselves a tablet with some
Which one am I
interesting
pressing? Which one am I
Press a
pressing?
button. Pick
This one. Okay.
Bring it up.
Okay.
See whether
What
it
is
comes up. I don't know.
I didn't press it correctly.
Oh, you didn't press it correctly. There you go. Woo! Hashtag NLC at home. Look at that. Look at that beautiful way
nice
people are watching at home. Bifrost Mitchell, of course. Look up with the boys and the Bifrost shoes. Even got the shoes on. One of the Bifrost.
Wait, it actually says Bifrost on them. Holy, okay.
Like actual
Okay,
Bifrost branded shoes.
Please hook me up because I really like this.
That's incredible.
Hook me up. Just DM me on Twitter.
You look there.
Tell me where you got them from.
Indeed. Throw out that hashtag, guys. Show us some more about how you're watching at home. Thank you very much for that particular one. I am impressed they've actually got own branded shoes.
Right?
That is impressive work. I don't know whether we should be like advertising for them like that, but I've done it anyway now.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's on the screen.
Right? I appreciate the hustle. Well done, Bifrost. Still, we've got ourselves a game now, which is still very even. A few hundred gold in the favor of M&M, but the two dragons are in the favor of Dusty. And yes, the Galio was roamed, but hasn't really found much that's really succeeded out of that first roam. And it has left that Veigar to scale and get a kill back. He's Gusted punched into a wall, but has got an Everfrost to prevent a further engage.
Question mark ping?
You okay there?
Question mark ping? Question mark ping?
Yes. That is probably the best vocalization of like a hesitant question mark. It's like, quick question mark. What's going on there? Caleb flashing away there as the stacks were starting to come up from the side of Darius as Sten spins to try and get out there. Or rather, Mishigu spins on Sten to try and get a hold of them, but even with the S rank flare, doesn't quite have the damage to finish off the Nautilus.
So, just to go back to our initial checklist, when we entered the game, we said Kerberos, he needs to snowball on the top side of the map, plays with a flash and ghost, he needs to be aggressive towards Caleb. Caleb has not died. Yes, I'm just seeing that his flash was just forced, and Linkus
gonna have to flash out of that Everfrost and does burn the Summoner alongside that Smite, but of course that's on a slightly shorter cooldown as a Summoner spell. Bot side though, turret does finally fall.
Back to the checklist.
Indeed.
Caleb's flash was just blown.
Indeed.
Kerberos didn't blow any summoners,
Oh, no.
so there must have been a fight towards the top side of the map that Caleb wanted to get away from.
He did indeed.
But
because the stacks were coming up from the side of Darius and he had to get out of them.
But one level up for Caleb, already scaling onto the Gangplank. Gangplank will be much easier to pivot and to pilot, into these fights to come. On the other side, we've had the impact of, Chimera has had a lot of impact in the early game, but hasn't translated into anything massive because they've lost 2 dragons to Dusty. And on the other side of Dusty, they've got the ever-scaling Graves, Veigar, and Soraka. So if you've got your heal bot that scales massively, you've got your AP damage dealer that deals very consistent AP damage but can also blow you up, who's also ever scaling, and then we all know about Graves scaling into the late game.
Hold on, sorry, did you just say Graves jungle in a positive way? Are you feeling okay, Troubling?
I cannot. I'm ill.
look, so for reference, for those who may not be aware, Georgia here is not a fan of Graves jungle. He's useless. But is he? Is he going to be useless in this game?
He's going to get a kill now.
Massive amount of damage, and the explosion comes out of backland to pick up the second kill for Dusty, and of course both of them are on that Veigar.
Okay, all credit where credit is due. I feel like Graves is the right pick right here because you're not necessarily gonna get challenged by a Viego at all. You're gonna be free farming the entire time. It's not like Galio's gonna start suddenly invading you because Veigar clears the wave really quickly so he can actually get into the jungle. You've got the cage so the Graves can play freely into teamfights, moving far forward, playing around the cage of your own teammate, and then on top of all that, even if you fall low, you've got the heal bot on Soraka that can provide you with silences and a bunch of heals. So yes, if you need that AD consistent damage, I think something like a Kindred or a Graves right here would be so helpful for you. So yes, I do despise when I see Graves in my solo queue games because I play Katarina and I do like my ganking junglers. But when it comes to competitive, I
hate that. Now it all comes out. There's the selfish line.
You heard it once and that's it. I'm not going to mention it again.
All the while, do you have to point out, backland is increasingly getting fed up that 50 CS, 2 kills, death cap completed.
That is a fat Veigar.
That is a very scary, tiny master of evil.
Wait,
he's going to have a Herald dropped in mid.
Him tiny.
Top side, Kerberos dueling out with Caleb. Just deletes him! Decimates! Plus a Noxian Guillotine secures that one. And Cameron's got his own stacks to worry about now. Oh my lord! Not quite enough to finish off the kill, but he'll get it in the 1v2, and Kerberos solo kills in. Not quite an MNS's fight, but it's glad to see we've got some bloodshed happening.
That must have been why Caleb flashed off screen right there, because he didn't want to get that treatment. Caleb felt safe knowing Chimera is going towards the top side of the map and the hero's entrance would be available. Little did he know, Trinity forced Darius onto the hands of Kerberos, absolutely smashes through any shield and resistances that are going to be coming through. So yeah, when it comes to the side lane, you can actually keep Darius in the side lane. You do not care, like grouping him up with the other 4 core members because they're going to be more than fine without you. And if Kerberos can do that on a side lane, 1 versus 2, then yes, it's going to become very problematic and they're going to have to find a way to deal with it. Pops the ghost right here, is going to get onto Caleb. He waits for the the stacks. Thank you for the stacks. Not the stacks, it's the shield from the, the runes.
Bone plating?
Bone plating, thank you so much. Wait for the bone plating.
I thought you were like, waiting for the stacks to come up on Darius.
No, waiting for the bone plating to come off to continue with the burst from the ultimates once all the stacks have been applied, right? So really well played right there from Kerberos. Almost gets the 2 kills right there, having Chimera to flash away from him, which means that flash taunt is gonna not be a factor in the next fights to come for that Galio.
I really want to keep an eye on backland CS as well because that's continuing to increase. There is a very real Flame Horizon possibility coming up in the next 5 minutes or so.
21 minutes, 245 CS?
That is an extraordinary farm rate. We saw some pretty good stuff from Merbs earlier on the Xayah, but that is another level right now from backland, who is absolutely power farming. And of course, you've got a Soraka who needs less farm, has kind of got to that 1.5 item point, and you can kind of trade a little bit more of that farm into your Veigar's back pocket. M&M, though, will try and siege into this mid lane. Kerberos gets chunked, but of course has the Soraka behind. Astral Infusion coming through, doing their best to keep it alive. Shredder taken so damn low, has to back away. The dredge line now misses. Soft at the back end of this Predator's been popped. Barrels come out, and they will extricate themselves from danger. Mid lane turret secured. But oh my day, Shredder definitely had to flash out of that one real quick. Mid lane turret also traded out.
So now you know the Galio doesn't have flash and the Alistar doesn't have flash. So all of these surprise wombo combos that these 2 champions can actually pull to maybe catch Soraka or the Veigar off guard are completely off the table, which allows then Dusty to move forward and take that mid lane vision down by taking the tower. So far, so good from Dusty. They've made sure that one, the Veigar is always on a safe lane, trying to farm up, has 2 items, including Death Cap, is gonna go back, trying to farm towards that Seraph's as well. And then you also have then Voxney onto the Soraka, who has been farming, has the 2 crucial items right now. Now that Voxney can actually group up and give all of the farm to Linkus or Buckland whilst he's just hovering behind them.
2 CS away from a flame horizon right now is this Veigar. We got ourselves a bit of a contest around this red side jungle. Hook lands in, but there's off at the back end. Doesn't really land all that much. Big cage as well. So much damage coming through. They're going to try and turn it around though. But the headbutt out of the Galio ultimate allows a kill and a reset. And Kerberos gets the double. The dunks are just coming straight through and they ain't stopping. That's 3 dead already. He's going to continue to chase down. The Ghost still running. Silenced by the Equinox. Goes down. Linkas gets that one. And Dusty destroy that team fight.
It's Baron time, baby. I did not see a single Dusty member drop below 80% HP in a fight that Eminem chose to engage. This is how powerful and potent this composition is by Dusty that they have actually drafted. No one goes through that choke point. Whoever overextends has no chance. So very well played right here from coaching staff to draft to actual execution onto the Rift to be able to pull this off.
And at 23 minutes, 50 seconds, we have a flame horizon. Backlund gets the Baron. He'll get a hold of this top lane tower as well. And Dusty are an extraordinary amount ahead at this point. This Darius was supposed to be hard to execute in team fights. Feeling pretty good right now. We've got a replay though, because initially I thought Soft at the back end of this should have been able to turn it around. That cage though, holy moly.
Yeah, Soft face checks the cage, then Shredder, we mentioned he doesn't have flash to try and reach the backline, so the Galio ultimate actually reaches the backline, and once Galio has been dispatched off, Alistair has been dispatched off, then there's no one there to actually stop Kerberos from getting into the backline, and that's exactly what he did.
And at that point, it is lights out. The Noxian Guillotine collects a lot of heads. 3-1 and 2 now is this Darius. 2-0-2 with a vast discrepancy, as already stated by Backlund, who's picked up a Medjai's Soul Stealer. He is 2 items ahead of Chimera right now. And this game is already well and truly out of hand. You can see it on the momentum meter as well. Our analysts in the back of the green room also agree. And Eminem, they've got to try and find something right now. I just don't know what they can do. Kerberos has taken jack all damage. The Noxian Guillotine comes swinging down again. Denfoxy goes right back to full HP, having thrown out a wisp. Soft just can't make it work. The cage is there. Backlund's on a killing spree. And Michigu needs to run away as Backlund with a Predator brings down the Dark Matter. Not quite enough to secure the kill quite yet, but Kerb ain't done. The Apprehend comes through, and the long arm of the Noxian Law shows that might is right in League of Legends.
And I know that details do not matter, but then Voxney played this so well. He waited until the last minute, right before Redemption drops, to remove his Grievous Wounds with his ultimate, and then have Redemption right on top, which means his entire HP bar was completely intact after going down to 20%. And this is the power of Bait and Soraka.
That's what you talk about. It's an Elden Ring boss. You've got a second phase to go through with all these abilities. Linkcast deletes the Gangplank as well. Calum straight back to Grayscreen for the 3rd time this game. 11-1 in kills, and Dusty have emphatically taken control of this game. They've got a soul to go back to should they so wish, and it looks like they will take that opportunity. A monstrous Baron power play from the side of Dusty.
And very respectful as well right there. I expected Dusty to completely run the game to try and finish it right there, but you see, very good flash right there by Chimera. They're trying to get onto Denvox, and look how low they do end up getting, like 20% HP, and then he'll pop the Wisp together with the Redemption. Grievous Wounds instantly removed means you get 100% of that heal that you pop onto yourself. The R and the Redemption, really good stuff right there, honestly, from Denvox. Very well handled.
They have tried their best so far, but this game is so far out of control. There's a soul. There is a top side of the map that is just extraordinarily fed. Who needs an AD carry when you just get to this point where your front line is less than paper? They are just there on the chopping block, waiting for a Noxian Guillotine to come down and chop them into bite-sized chunks. Shredder gonna get caught again, and it is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Shredder never wins. We've all seen the cartoons, and he'll die again. Top lane tier 2 falls down, And it is just a matter of putting the dots on the I's, crossing the T's. A last gas from M&M's all they've got left.
Talking about T's, this is completely textbook. They want to get every single inhibitor tower before they're going to be finishing the game, because the only thing that remains is these 2 Nexus towers. But right now, there are no waves available for the side of Dusty. There are no objectives. They have to wait for mid lane wave, and they have to wait for bot lane wave.
They're just hanging around right now. Backland at 404. Enemy chances just not found. In comes the wave, and M&M, they are going to have a last gasp at the Alamo. Can they hold on? I just don't think it's possible.
Chimera just used his dash. He cannot go back in.
Redder is going to try and get to the backside, but it's just too little, too late. The Noxian Guillotine beginning to spin up once more, and it is an execution, a factory, a meat grinder. And Dusty are going to put this game to bed in a second. It's the long, long sleep of death that awaits M&M. First game of the season has been an absolute bloodbath in favor of Dusty. It was quiet early, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, the mid games comes round, and Kerberos Darius, Backland's Veigar just unleashed.
You know what? This was almost a perfect game for Dusty had Kerberos not been on his int account, because he died once, ruining the perfect game for Dusty. But honestly, really well executed start to finish. That bot lane with Soraka managed to get her into the late game unscathed. Like, we had the Veigar, 20 minutes into the game, Flame Horizon, double items with Death Cup 20 minutes into the game. Kerberos running Caleb down the entire time after that small blunder in the early game. So everything worked so well for this Dusty lineup.
Really, really did. And this is a team that had a lot of expectations with the names coming onto this roster, and they deliver, at least in this first game. But to find out more, we have got an analyst desk and some interviews to go to. So it's over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Initialize. And I had no idea what to expect from this game, but I did not expect this one.
I expected it to go a little longer than that. That was
the fastest game so far.
Very fast. It was a little unceremonious. One of the things that we pointed out was, you know, ooh, hang on, this is some pretty okay side laning. You got a Galio, got a GP, loads of globals. That's cool. Yeah, but it's onto a Darius. You know, like, you go into a side lane with Darius, you're just bringing him another person to kill.
Yeah, and we saw Kerberos, obviously. We're going to probably show you that clip when he just... Galio tries to ult the GP, but as you mentioned, it's just the magic damage shield, and Darius doesn't care about that. He just one-taps, kind of cleaves GP in half, and that's the story.
It's like, overall, what a great return for Kerberos Fights the Region. It's great to have them back. Great to have them back.
So it's the return of the king, another king. Let's see when they clash against each other. Against each other, okay.
Names for people that rule areas of land. It can be like an emperor, a regent, a monarch.
No, they're both kings and need to clash against each other. Okay. We need to know who's the best one. I gotta say, this was a massive game coming in from Dusty. To me, it's a really good showcase of what this team is now. Like, okay, this is our personality right now. Because I had no idea what to expect from them. As soon as I saw, like, oh, Viking is no longer with the team. What does this mean? Well, it means a lot. I'm seeing a lot of teams that I did not expect anything, and I'm like, oh, is this a top 4? Is this a top 4? Is everything a top 4?
They just looked really solid, honestly. And like, just looking at the draft from M&M, obviously we were so hyped seeing the Samira locked in, the Alistar locked in, right? But the Soraka not felt like they kind of neutralized the lane, and where we wanted to see the aggression, it was just not possible. And after that, it felt like they kind of bled out, and this is the worst type of games that you don't wanna lose by just going like, you have 1 kill, maybe 2 kills, you don't have a tower. You wanna go out with a bang, and I think M&M, they really have to scratch their heads.
The problem is, like, M&M had 2 potential conditions of loss for this. One was, oh no, we're engaging right down the front of so much CC, silence fields, cages. And the other one was Darius on a side lane with a Soraka roll. And if you lose on the side lane, you can't hold that in control, you're never going to get to those team fights. So when one went wrong, you have to try the other, and that was always going to be a losing play. This is how it started going wrong.
Oh, that's the replay, okay.
Yeah, and Kerberos did a really good job in the 1v1, making sure that he was playing around vision traps, because Gangplank still needs to keep farming, but yeah, the eagle-eyes among you will notice that that magic damage shield doesn't do anything against Darius unless he's built a proto belt, which he's never going to do unless it's Wild Rift. But I mean, you look at the Darius and you sit there, it's like, well, okay, just bring him someone else to kill. You need to make sure you're shutting this guy out of the game. And that was already something which was going, okay from them. It was an apprehend level 1 from the Darius because that failed invade. Well, they're not quite as successful invaders they would have liked to. You get like a flash trade of like a E level 1 level up. That should have been a lane which they controlled a little more on that side, and it just wasn't enough. They didn't shut him completely out of the game, and Kerberos claws his way back in.
When I look at this in analytical point, and I look, okay, you have the GP, there's the apprehend. You look into the bot side, and obviously you want to bring Michigo ahead into this game, but obviously you cannot, because that's a Soraka, that's a Nautilus. You won't be able to reach the Soraka, so you need to play to the top side, and it never did. There was never a clear window for them.
I think honestly, it's just so much around the mid jungle in this game as well. You pick the Galio, you don't pick the Galio just to farm into the Veigar. Obviously, Veigar is going to outscale you. You have to force onto the side, and they did so pretty okay into Kerberos. They kind of shut him down, but as you mentioned, not nearly enough. And I never saw like Michigo, like Samira and Alisa trying to like maybe slow push a wave, try to get a dive off with the Galio prior that he has prior most like first 6 levels. But I never saw that, and that's what kind of disappoints me.
And then as soon as they lost that prio, suddenly it was just like, wow, lost the prio, Predator comes in, get a kill onto the Galio, Veigar's untenable, Darius untenable. That's why it gets so close to being a perfect game. All of your play style options just fall through.
Almost a perfect game, but it was not there almost 100%. And now I have the pleasure to meet Dimvoxne that played Soraka in the bot side. So to begin this interview, hello, how are you doing? And
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You're doing good. You're laughing. Obviously, you're laughing. Is this what we should expect from you, Soraka bot lane?
Like we go into the day and try and figure out what we think is good, and then you pull out some champions that you think can work, and then this is what you get, I guess.
How are you feeling about the team? Because this is a new Dusty. This is something that we never saw before. A new composition. Backlund is the only remaining member. But it seems like you guys are cohesive. You know how to roll in the Champion Select and inside of the Summoner's Rift as well. How are you feeling with this team?
I'm very happy so far. Like I think the main thing right now in competitive league is you can get a big advantage out of draft in most games. And I think we are very flexible. We are willing to play a lot of different champs and can kind of try and counter the opponent's champs. So I think that gives us just a good advantage, good baseline to where we can work from and try and improve our gameplay. So I'm really happy with the roster so far.
Interestingly enough, in this matchup, I would say that Michigo is the unexpected AD carry where he can play whatever he wants. But you were the one pulling the Soraka card. Are you also an unexpected AD carry? Is like NLC has to prepare for you?
Like I don't play to have fun or anything. Like I play to win, right? So I'm gonna pick whatever I think is gonna bring us the win, and what that might be, it can be anything. Like the way I see this, I should be able to play like any champion that can be played in my role, and I think Soraka is one of them. So that's why I picked it here, and I think it was a good spot to pick it. So I'm gonna play what will bring us victory, and I think there's a lot of different champs, not just the normal AD carries that is going to do that.
I would say that's the best answer I ever thought I would get. That is an amazing take into the game. So you're in for the win. Tell me, what is the objective for you at the end of the split with Dusty?
For me, it's just return to EU Masters. Obviously, I had a bit of a rough split last split, but the way I think you get there is not by really focusing on that. You need to focus on one game at a time, and I think we did that today. We focused on today, figured out what could work for us, and we need to continue to do that if we're gonna reach any of the goals we want to set ourselves. I think NLC is gonna be more stacked than ever. I think this split, and I can't wait to play all my friends and people I know and people I've played against before. So it's going to be a banger for sure.
And if we're talking about friends and people that you know and all that, do you have any words for anyone back at home that is a Dusty fan and is now looking into this new roster? What would you say to them?
Thank you for supporting us. And I think we're going to surprise a lot of people, and don't get your hopes up too high just yet, but we'll try and bring some greatness to Dusty. That's for sure. To bring some greatness to Iceland.
Okay, thank you so much for the words and for the interview. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'll see you next time.
Perfect. See you.
See ya. I'm in it for the win. I don't care about favorite champions. I'm not a one trick, so you cannot judge me,
Doesn't
okay?
care about fun. That's why you play Soraka, so no one can have fun.
Obviously, not even the enemy, not even your team, not even you. So this is a good mindset in terms of competitive.
Yeah, and I like that side of things. I think that's a very important mindset to just say, like, sometimes you just get rid of all the crap around what's happening in your team. Sometimes your team environment, particularly coming through reviews, can get a little bit snarled up like that. To just cut out all that crap and say, what's actually going to get us the win? What's actually the meat of the issue here? I think that's a very important skill to have, and it's quite a mature mindset for someone at this level of play. Sometimes that's not actually in our ERL players.
Yeah, I was gonna say as well, and just by looking at him and talking to him, I feel like he has what is considered a healthy ego. Like he's not full of himself. He doesn't think he's the best in the world, but he knows that okay, if I play my champion well, probably we're gonna win, and I know that I can play well, and this is really nice to see.
This is a good mentality. That this is feelings. I spit on those. I'm in for the win. And for the first time, he didn't tell us, M-Test, that he needed to 1v9.
Yeah, no,
well, there was that side of it, but there was also a bit of feels after saying, like, it's great to be back in a region where I've got a lot of friends, got a lot of players. And I know that, like, on broadcast there, we've actually had some random connections flying about. It does remind you of that. This is kind of like our local scene with all of these connections. It's great to start building them up, looking into these, maybe not rivalries, sometimes they're friendships, but something that just the connection and getting that and showing it to everyone.
If I may, NLC is like the Spider-Man of the ERLs. Your friendly neighborhood NLC, you know?
I don't know.
Hey, it's a good take. If Quickshot can talk about Spider-Man, I can do the same.
Great power becomes great EU Masters responsibility.
I'm not even going there. Okay, moving on into the next interview. It's Chimera from the other side, from Eminem, and we need to talk. Okay, there you go, Chimera. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the interview. Obviously, we're not starting on a good foot for Eminem, but it was a really rough game for you guys. Can you guide me through the champion select? Because you picked in the Galio, and you knew that you had to play for the top side to protect the GP, and it's kind of hard when Darius is going for the true damage. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we were happy with the way our draft went. It's quite a clear-cut way of playing the game. It's we go forward, we go all in, we get like one reset, and you win. And we had really good mid and bot prio early, so it was easy to move to side. So early game, we were really happy. The first 8 minutes, the dive on bot maybe was a bit ambitious, but we got harrowed and the game was fine. But I think then we just played a little bit too scared. I think game one nerves or game one hesitation comes in quite a lot, which we were a bit disappointed at. But I think it's fine. Like, we had a good fundamental to build on. We punished well, especially around top. So yeah, we just got to up it for the next game and just make sure we play with confidence. And then I think we'll be smooth sailing.
And if I may focus on the top side as well, because it was really hard for you to play for the bot side. You have an Nautilus, you have a Soraka. It's really hard for Michigo to go into that lane to kill Soraka, so you needed to focus on the top side. And Kerberos was in complete control of the lane. Approximately 10 minutes, he was in complete control. There was not enough vision to see where Kerberos was. So you at the mid lane were constantly preoccupied with the top lane, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think we can attack. Like, attacking bot isn't too difficult. I think we just need to play better around stacking. I just think we messed it up. And especially like when we have Gangplank, Global, Ult, it is easy to do. But again, we just messed up and maybe weren't communicating like how we used to. And then the stuff like attacking mid, I think we just need to be better at matching. Like, if we'd matched the moves from bot jungle and actually spoke better about the waves we want to play on, then the game is much easier. But honestly, a lot of this game was just we weren't playing with as much confidence as we'd like. So just hopefully we bring that in our next game.
That's exactly what I was fishing for, because GP can help into the bot side. So it was more about execution than the draft itself. So the draft went your way, but execution was kind of iffy. So you think this is like, okay, first week, we're still adapting to the team, we're still adapting to each other. So this is something that you couldn't work on into the future, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We're just building up on it. Okay,
so tell me, last question. What is your goal at the NLC? It's the first day. I want to know for every single player.
I mean, obviously we have high expectations. We want to, get to playoffs, get to EUM, and put on a good showing. I think everyone has a lot of potential in the team, and we all see the game a very similar way. So I think that gives us a good edge, and we're just we're working to get to the top, and it'll be a progress. Fortunately, like, we've had a lot of progress in scrims from day one to obviously like the second, third week, and just build up on that. And yeah, I mean, it's obviously to win it all. I think everyone needs to have that aspirations. So we'll get
See
there.
what happens, Camara. Thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck for the next day, and I'll see you soon.
Great, thank you.
This is something that I was thinking about because you can play with the global ultimate from GP. You can help the bot lane set up something, but they never did. So it was more about
completely
execution.
triaged it. Completely triaged it. You're very much right on the head there. And sometimes, like, it reminds me of something which people used to say about particularly like mid laners a lot of the time, where people's like, "Oh, he's such an aggressive mid laner, such a passive mid laner." No, sometimes there's just a right and wrong way to play towards your limits. And I think this was one where they just didn't quite play to the limits enough. So I think you really nailed that. Yeah.
So how did this game affect the standings? We get to see it again. Obviously, it's day one, so everything is still kind of tied up. There's only 2 teams missing from the standings. It's Astralis Talent versus Nuriki, which is the next game. But we have Bifrost, Dusty, Vanya, GDXL at the top, and then looking at the other side. Tell me something, M-Test. Did you expect to see this standings today?
Honestly, I think anything could have happened today. I predicted X7 to come out with a banger. And they didn't, and now, according to the table, they're last place. So let's see if it stays like that. I don't think so.
Alphabetism.
No, I did not expect this. I did not at all.
Okay, which allows us to move on and get another part of the show. And this is called Social Clash, which means the teams have to fight outside of the Rift in their social media.
Oh, sorry, social media, right, yeah, not boxing ring.
No, I would love that, but it's in social media that we need to evaluate what they're doing throughout the week and see who's the best one. So to kick it off today with the Social Clash, we're going to start with 3rd place, which is Vanir. Vanir took the 3rd place, and I'll let you know how. There you go. They brought in a post asking the community if we at NLC deserve a 3rd seed at EU Masters. And that's a revolving yes.
So to say, at this point, it's like, it's not even like a question. It's that one meme of like, I am once again asking you for another slot of EU Masters. It's not a question anymore. It's just do it, please. We need it.
We had 2 teams. Both teams made quarterfinals.
100% quarterfinals rate. Who else has that? Let me tell you, no one.
It's
actually, yeah.
It's just a mocker at this point, honestly. Next split or Riot.
Or Riot. Okay, so there you go. Which means they got the 3rd place and they got 1 point. And I'll let you know what this point is going to bring up. 2nd place for the week, for the day, because it's every single show day. 2nd place is going for Bifrost with Road to EU Masters. This is an amazing video. Take a peek.
It has been a bloody series and a heart-fought series as well. But at the end of the day, Dusty will take this 3-1.
Bifrost have done it! They take down Dusty. It's a clean 3-0 and they're en route to European Masters.
During the past 2 years, I often questioned myself, like, is all of this even worth it? Is the resources I am putting into this project even worth it?
This is our road to glory from 7th place in Norway to the European Masters quarterfinals in 1 year. With this video, we want to give a huge thanks to everyone who worked on this project and also to our fans. If I may, yeah, it is worth it. It is worth it. This is how I live, by the way. This is my motto. Never stop knocking. And the door will open.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Oh, you're a great drummer.
This is just for sure, like when you see stories like this, obviously we talked about this before as well, you see these teams like the dynasties, they are just winning maybe almost every single time, but then you see a team getting knocked down and they actually getting back up. It's just so heartwarming to watch.
This is esports.
Yeah, because you're always going to have your major regions. You're always going to have your big teams. You know, for instance, I've always been a fan of T1. Yeah, last couple of days have been pretty difficult. But, you know, I've had my glory years, had my slump years with them. But I've also been a big fan of underdog teams too. And you can literally be years in waiting to see a payoff on that. And that can be hard to come by. But once you do get it, it is so sweet. And seriously, give it a try. It is absolutely worth it when it happens. You can really find out a lot about these teams and like these underdog stories. They really pay off of it.
This is why Bifrost is going to take the second one. But we reward Originality, okay? This is what we're going to reward in this social media clash. So for the first place, it is going to be for Riddle with the roster announcement. Okay, I want to install that application on my phone. I want to get packs from NLC players. I want to build my own team. I need that. That was so original.
The only bug that we will launch, I think we're thinking the same, Namira. They are...
Do not do a roster announcement with that role order. Top, mid, jungle, AD support.
That's messed up.
That's not it.
That's not
That's
it.
so
That's
messed up. It's original. That's in the negative direction.
When you buy a booster, it doesn't come in an order, okay? I'm going to save them, okay? Yeah.
I want an Archron card. Make it for me.
Yeah,
that's the most common card, though. That's disposable. So let's look into the standings on the Social Clash Challenge. We have Riddle in first with 5 points. Every single time you get the first place, you get 5 points. Second place gets 3 points. And then on the third place, you get 1 point. So it's up to you, teams, to show how you can work on the social media. This is the NLC Social Clash. So step up. You need to, again, X7 at last place. What is happening?
You know what? Secretly, and actually super first place is actually just trouble with all the TikToks. That's legitimately.
But now you're fighting for that one as well because you're going
the
for
real
TikTok.
social media battle.
Ooh, I'm not joining that one. I'll leave that for you guys.
On TikTok.
I'm too old.
You'll see it.
I'm too old. A last game of the day. It is Astralis. It is Nuriki. What is going to happen? Because Astralis didn't change a lot.
Well, Nuriki didn't change as much either as some of the rest of our teams. These were both teams that struggled in spring. I think we saw a lot of development happening, but a lot of development that needed to happen. You know, these were teams that missed playoffs. They were teams that had, in the case of Astralis anyway, higher aspirations. You know, they were coming in as an academy team for one of our LEC big oars, one of these shining stars that's meant to be in our region, and they didn't really hit that mark. They had some better games towards the end of the split. They had some stronger individual performances. I'd actually say that Nuriki, to me, seemed like a team which developed more overall. So now we have to see, okay, you've had some time off now, had some changes, got to rearrange some stuff. Who's come out on top of this off-season?
Before we jump into Champion Select, what is your final take in these two teams?
I'm gonna say, obviously, I think on the paper, I think it just still favors Astralis. I think they have the place, but as you mentioned, it's not as easy. I think Nuriki, Asitor, maybe this guy can pop off. I'm not gonna say the forbidden word, 1v9, but I think Astralis is gonna take
word? Is that a new word?
It's a new one.
It's a new word. 1v9.
Yeah. I know the word for a new word, though. Neologism is when you create a new word. Congratulations, you have now become like Shakespeare.
Thank you.
Well, we learned a lot in the desk with NLC. Welcome. So it's time to jump into the final Champion Select of the first way of Week 1. Astralis Talent versus Nuriki. Both teams at the last part of the spring split ended almost at the last position. Now they have to show us who came on top, just like Nightmare brought us up. Are we looking for the same bands? Are we looking for the same things? Because we still have Carlson. I'm not giving up on this storyline. Carlson is a beast.
He was, but he also wasn't the complete package. When he was playing on weak side, there were a couple of games. There was one game where he was playing Set versus Keks on Riddle's Renekton. He went with 0-5 because he had to go weak side because he lost the early lane. Carlson, I think when he is given strong side picks, can be very, very dangerous. So I expect, again, Nuriki to ban out something like that Gwen. Don't let Carlson have that amount of power. I think that's a good way to just make sure that Carlson isn't in that comfort zone of strong early laning champions.
All I'm saying is, I don't want to see Lucian on blue side ban. I did not get to see it. I do, however, see the Gwen, which kind of tells me maybe Carlson doesn't really play to perfection.
He's played it once or twice in Spring. Was much more of that Renekton, Camille player. Again, did say there was that one set game as well. I would have thought that the Gwen would have been a pretty easy setup, but maybe they're picking for somewhere else on the map. Actually, don't be fooled by the way. You see Senkux in the mid lane. That's what, of course, Crest used to go by all the way back in the day, just renamed back to that name. That is a name with a lot of history on it. We can talk about... In fact, I'm trying to remember if Diamond was on Senkux's UOL roster in the EULCS, because they were playing around that same time. I really should have researched that a little more, but this is, again, we can see some of these older hands continuing to be at it, and while we talk about all these first picks, Taxa did have a mean Viego in the last split still.
Yeah. And
Viego is kind of a good champion.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
I guess they just have to buff.
I might have blonde, I'll become him.
I guess they just have to buff Lee Sin a bit more. Maybe Taxi first fix it then. He mentioned that in the video. He wants that champion to get even more buffed, but Viego just kind of broken. I think a lot of people in the video kind of mentioned that they wanted the champion nerfed, and this just shows it. First pick for Astralis.
So, we're seeing the Ezreal locked in for Aztor very early. Now, Aztor, for me, was the MVP of bot lane for last split. I thought he was insanely good, even on a struggling roster. This guy's Aphelios was one of the most impressive I've seen throughout the ERL scene. Incredibly powerful player of that. Talked a little bit about that bot lane, though. We're going to cut that point off because Xin Zhao has made a bit of a return. Not that powerful anymore.
Yes. It disappeared, and now he's back. It's you can always fall back to the champion that you feel comfortable with. This is a way to at least play comfortable, but it was kind of nerfed, I would say.
And this is usually what happens also in like first week, right? You pick kind of for your comfort. We see the Ezreal, both the Ezreal and the Z. So I actually remember screaming Asitra a lot, and it was literally Aphelios, Jinx, Ezreal, these three champions. I guess he could play a bit of Jhin as well. So he's just really likes the champions, but picking it blind kind of surprised me, and now ChrisBerg is gonna get a free matchup with the Saya.
I feel like everywhere you play, that's the thing, right? Whenever we saw like the Ezreal blind pick, again, at high levels of play in the MSI, we saw like Kai'Sa picked into it and was like, oh, okay, this is kind of rough. Ezreal can't 1v1 versus a champion. The laning phase can get a little bit awkward. What are you actually picking this for? One thing you can blind pick, though, is Ahri. I get to see that. It's fun. It's my main champion. See, I actually get my main champions locked in this league. You don't get your Panther. Well, you had it the one time.
I'm sorry, what?
You don't get your main Okay.
I mean, I do. Only Trouble doesn't get to see her champion. Maybe she should pick another one trick.
She really just one trick about it.
M-Test told us that. I'm gonna use it. So, by the way, I'm going to get beat up. Well, and I cannot run away. That's the problem.
You know who else is going to get beat up, though? It's probably Naruki's bot lane. If you're looking at Ezreal Rakan, it's not always the best 2v2. And it's something like Azaya. I think you can lose out on some of that ability to play through that 2v2 as the Rakan, because like if you dive into those feathers, you're not having a fun time.
Yeah. This just tells me again that Naruki kind of wants to play towards the top side. Maybe they save... I mean, I would assume they save the counter pick for last. But they still have an all-round comp to play for. They could play through the Ezreal Rakan on the bot side, but as you mentioned, not the best lane to play through, so probably just going to play safe. And let's see what Banderas has up his sleeve. I actually don't really have the best idea of what type of champions he likes to play.
So, I mean, at this point, you do have Red 5 standing by to give yourself a counter pick of some kind. You already know the Ahri's in there. Now, Aero in the last split was playing a lot of stuff like Victor, things like Rise. We've seen less of that as patch 12.9 has gone on. We're now getting to a point where, of course, for those of you that watched the series the other day, we'll have seen stuff like, okay, Vex was the older school, or initial counterpick to something like the Ahri. Lissandra has now become a really strong mid-jungle combination of playthrough. When you have that Xin Zhao, immediately stunning someone in place, anything that sets up particularly well like that is very dangerous to play around topside for Astralis talent.
And at this point, you pick the mid lane, and I was expecting a Lissandra. You need something to lock in the Ahri because you have a Xin Zhao. You need to provide that early game pressure and remove the Ahri from the game. So let's see what Hato is going to bring in. Well, there's the cage. There's some lockdown.
Okay, so again, this was another one of the traditional answers into Ahri. I am not a person who believes that Veigar actually counters Ahri. I think that if you're playing the matchup to the limit and you have something like a winning jungle matchup and a winning bot lane matchup, then the Veigar can't really do anything to respond to Ahri just shoving in and roaming elsewhere, or actually having the jungler come mid and making things kind of awkward with that. So for me, I'm looking now to see if Naruki can play around, potentially unlocking the Rakan to help that mid lane stabilize a bit, because once you reach mid game, start putting down those cages, that's when it becomes a very powerful answer to a lot of the more mobile picks which Astralis currently have.
So
you blind pick into the top. You can counter the pick for Carlsen. What do you reckon?
Oof, this could be anything from Banderas. Honestly, the first pick that came on top of my head is actually Urgot. I know when we casted Division 2, or I think it was with you actually, we saw Urgot popping off so much. I haven't seen it since then. It just kind of popped off there, and then I haven't seen it. But I would be surprised if I saw it.
I get one LGL reference a day. DFM's top laner Ebby has always been an Urgot player. He plays that a lot into the Gnar. Gnar is a very squishy champion when he goes mini. If you ever get hit by that disdain, you are absolutely roasted. So yes, that's definitely a fighter option into it. I don't know if you can really pick something like an Aurelia nowadays, but something like the Fiora, this was something close to actually what Patoshka from last split for Naruki used to play towards that top side. Talk about fighter champions that can really deal with that mini Gnar, push him out of side lanes. This is not too dissimilar from the idea that we had last game from Dusty, where you have strong side lane trying to play out a winning matchup, and you have a very stalling bot side of the map to play out a 3-4-man group with a cage, with range, stop them engaging, let the side lane do its work.
And if I may, this is a complicated game for Renata. It's really hard to bring the ultimate against the Xin Zhao versus a Fjord as well. I don't see the value in this. I do believe Nuriki have the upper hand on this champion select.
Yeah, the problem I do see though with Nuriki's draft is that they have kind of 3 scaling lanes. They have Fiora, Veigar, and Ezreal. I'm not really sure how Flipper... Actually, what am I talking about? Flipper, this guy just kind of takes his buff, then he goes gank. He's just going to do his thing. Like, he's just going to decide where he plays through. But feels a bit hard, but if they can get through that laning phase, I think they're
so far you guys have been right. Who's going to take this one? That is a good answer. M-Test.
I'm going to go ahead and change my prediction, actually. I think Nuriki takes this.
Nuriki's going to take this.
I'm going to go with Astralis, actually. I'm going to fill in for Goldborg for today on that.
Believer.
I think it's going to be Astralis. I think that Nuriki has too many, as you were saying, fragile early lanes. I think Rakan and Xin Zhao need to be absolutely everywhere, and there's limited places they can be.
So the last game of the day is going to be Nuriki versus Astralis Talent. Without further ado, I'm going to toss it for the last time for Initialize and Treble. What is happening, Treble?
She's upset that you mocked her Katarina maining, but let's be real, considering the state of the champion right now, there is a lot to mock.
You know, Taliyah has popped up in popularity in the mid lane. Do you know what is the ¡1 counter to Taliyah? It's Katarina. If you cannot
Congratulations, you found...
If you cannot solo kill Taliyah with Katarina in the mid lane, do not play the champion.
We're supposed to head onto the Rift at this point, and I'm going to give you this moment because you need it. You found one champion which your champion counter. I'm really happy.
Katarina counters Veigar and Taliyah. Take your free low. If they lock in one of the two, lock in Katarina.
Okay, you know what? Take the Katarina main's opinion with a grain of salt, maybe the whole jar.
Wow.
But I'm not wrong. Wow. There you are, we're on to the Rifts. Nice little tour of the various bits of wildlife. And of course, the constellations that has got Astralis, very appropriate considering their namesake being Star. And then there's just a random, you know, skull with a cowboy hat in the hair, in the air.
Astralis does fit the whole star.
Very much so. They do very well. Of course, speaking of Astralis, to drag it to the game now, you've had your moment to moan about the hate that was thrown your way for being a Katarina main. Astralis, question marks on this roster. They have switched out Wendell for Kiba, but aside from that, this roster has stayed the same from spring. This is a roster with a lot of experience. The artist formerly known as Crest, formerly known as Sankux, now renamed Sankux, was an LEC mid laner for quite a while. Hell, he played alongside the likes of Diamond Prox and Gambit for a bit as well. There's stuff here. This guy's been around for a long time. He's been to Worlds, and Astralis last split did not deliver.
I think Astralis was, let's say it how it is, the biggest disappointment when it came to the NLC. We lost Fnatic as our second academy team, and then when Astralis joined the league, we're like, cool, we have a second academy team that's going to be extremely strong. The names are extremely strong, full of veterans. You've got Taxa in there. You mentioned Senkax. Krispek has won the Nordics previously. He's a champion of the league, right? So you're expecting to see really big results coming from a team that is formed out of 5 Danish players that are all veterans in the scene. And I feel like it all fell short, even from the fundamentals. The macro wasn't there, the decision-making wasn't there, the proactivity wasn't there, and it just all fell apart. At the point where Astralis started picking up victories. They even had a victory versus JDXL, who was almost undefeated at that point. By the time that this happened, they had already fallen down the deep end and couldn't climb back up the ranks. But right now, it's a new season. The fact that they have kept 4 of 5 members of this roster means that they still believe that the team can work. And I cannot wait to see what Kiba brings to this new roster.
And this will be the first test. Remember, they started pretty strong last split, and then it really did fall away. See whether they can do it better this time around. Of course, Nariki have kept the bottom side of the map. Aero, Azitor, and of course Abagnale are returning from last split, but Patoshka and Desiderate have been switched out for Banderas and Flipper. Flipper used to play on Nariki. Yep. He was the guy who got them into Div 1 in the first place when they were promoting him, but he's back on the roster here. He's on the Jins out to try and offer a little bit of an early game bridging pick, right? To get some of these lanes through their early phases and get them to a point where they can be powered. He can hand over the reins.
And just so we can give a little bit of context about both teams and how they usually like to play the game, if you look at Astralis or any team that Crispec has been a part of, he is the main star. He is the guy that's sitting underneath the spotlight, and especially in the previous split, where all these hyper carries were flavor of the month, are so strong, you looked at somebody like Crispec who loves to play these types of champions to shine through. On the other side of the map, for Nuriki, it is the same story for Azita. We used to really commend him for the way he used to play the Jinx in the late game.
Really spectacular.
Yeah. He would pop off. We said if Azita gets free out of his laning phase with items, there is no chance that Nuriki can lose in teamfights with a Fed Jinx or Aphelios. Now, if you look at both teams, stylistically, they play the same game. They do like to play the front to back, but I'm really surprised because with Banderas slotting in, we also have Petoshka that very well...
He's a massive hero player.
The Riven, he does like to play the side lane. So I do like to see the fact that Banderas is slotting in with the Ergots, with the Fiors, trying to bring in that side lane pressure, whilst the 4-man core for Nuriki is so strong and slippery.
Time to see whether they can make it work, though, because we've set up the stakes there. As Flipper will claim that second Scuttle Crab and leave us with that. And while we do that, we'll check in a little bit with some of our social media stuff. For NLC at home, that's your hashtag. Been told to ignore the coat hanger and Prime League t-shirt. Prime League t-shirt.
What?
Disgusting.
I didn't even read that, but I was about to say, is he wearing a Prime League t-shirt?
He is.
Does he know what he walked into? We're kidding, you're looking great, my dude.
You are looking fantastic. I mean, get yourself some NLC merch and we'll forgive you. But right now, of course, throw that hashtag up. Gonna see what we can get as a flash charm in the mid lane. Never mind talking about the Styles. Oh, we got Styles in the mid lane. Solo kill. He changes the name and Suncox gets himself on the board.
Okay, this is very early. This is 4 minutes in. Suncox with a solo bolo onto Aero takes his flash away as well, which means now that Suncox on the Ari is about to hit level 6, he's gonna become that more deadly now that Aero will not have the mobility. And Aero pays right there for trying to cancel that teleport. Suncox is gonna make sure that he solves in that lane as well. Thankfully for Aero, Abagnale was there to sort of neutralize the lane again and have his wave pushing his way. But all in all, this is going to be very difficult for Aero to push down his lane.
Handshake onto Abagnale. Of course, he is still a Rakan, so will battle dance his way over the wall and be just fine. Either way, First Blood goes over towards the Ari. Of course, Nymera on the desk did say he considers this a skill matchup that Ari can win, even if it's a little bit tilted towards the Veigar. That's a great way to win out that matchup early on.
He said playing to the limits, right? I think Suncox played very well to the limits.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're trying to cancel my teleport, I'm going to cancel your HP bar. 1 solo bolo to Suncox, 5 for MNS, it's on.
Playtime was in fact over. Enough of that. It was all a bait. Now Taxa is a little low here, and Abagnale could potentially, with that ignite, maybe cause a little bit of bother with Flipper around, but we'll be able to get back up towards his Raptors, and that's about that.
The only positivity that I can see about having the Ezreal in the bot lane, right, because we mentioned how Azitor is usually the hyper carry from his team, but right now he's sitting on the Ezreal, is the fact that, yes, Aero lost his flash, but Abagnale can be around to shadow for him and keep him safe, due to the fact that you have an Ezreal down the bot side of the map and he can stay relatively safe even underneath the tower or from distance farming. So, in the bad moments, always look at the glass half full.
Absolutely, we can do that. I also want to call out something of a bit of a history point here as well, because Crispberg, back when he was winning, when he was one of the more...
2019 summer.
Absolutely. That was a part of that Xayah Kai'Sa meta. And he was not looking so great on the likes of the Caitlyn, the Jinxes, the Aphelios. Looked a bit more uncomfortable on those.
I can make it even worse for you. I can make it even worse for you. He used to play Kog'Maw as well.
Oh boy, there you go. I've seen what's happening in 12-10. So prepare for that in a week or so. But that sounds a lot more like what we saw Crispberg really succeed on. Has already got an early play. And honestly, with something like this Renata behind him, can be pretty scary. Banderas has actually popped the Grand Duel. The top side doesn't really make a lot out of it, though. So It's just the ultimate down as well for this Fiora.
I think it was due to Senkak sort of threatening top side of the map. He had already walked too far up, so making sure that you put that ultimate down onto the Gnar, having the possibility of the heal and the sustain later on once you heal all the vitals, means that maybe even Senkak swarming towards the top side of the map will not result in a kill, and Senkak goes back into the mid lane. Good thing for Aero right now, the lane is slowly but surely pushing towards him. The only problem is because you have to play from distance, you have to farm with your Q. That means that your Q is going to be hitting 2 minions back to back, so you will end up sort of shoving in, unless Senkak wants to shove in the lane and sort of disappear into the wall, especially now that he has his ultimate up and available. Even just getting into the bush and disappearing, you don't know where this Ahri is going, you have to respect.
And so the thing is, aside from that moment of individual brilliance we've now seen from Astralis, he's got the early Drake as well. 5 seconds until this Herald spawns. We'll see whether Astralis want to try and focus around that, and Tax is certainly thinking about heading over towards it with Carlson near the Mega Gnar. Feels about right. I was about to say, look, there hasn't been all that much action. That's always been a flaw we've had against Astralis, and when you've got something like a Fiora free scaling in that top side, that's a dangerous thing to do. But now we are seeing a bit of a proactive move towards a neutral objective, and Nariki look to see whether there's anything available towards his bot side, but there isn't really anything but a red buff to try and take away.
Yeah, but look at Astralis on the other side of the map. They started the Rift Herald, they secured the Rift Herald, they can choose to use it on the Ahri in the mid lane, maybe pick onto the Aeros Veigar again, now that he doesn't have his flash up and available, pop down the Rift Herald, or even use it in 2 minutes when the next dragon is coming up. Use it as a point of pressure, move into the bot river, establish your vision, and play like this. Now, the thing is, yes, he only lost a red buff for Taxa, but he did secure his team a very major objective while also being ahead in CS and experience, so he definitely did not lose much in this trade, whilst Crispec onto the Xayah together with Kiba on the Renata is just a very difficult lane to even try and dive
into. Bait, there it is! It's all a bait! They made it think as though there wasn't anything now. Abagnale needs to get out, but he's just going to fall down. The heal, though, keeps him alive, and I spoke too soon. Flash burn from Kiba for a heal from Azator, but the Rakan will get out alive for now.
Yeah, and usually you want to make sure that your Rakan is on the map before the Renata. Renata is a little bit more squishier and doesn't set up quite the same way as a Rakan can. And you really want your Rakan to be around that mid lane when Veigar walks back in, where potentially Taxa could be. But they're looking towards the bot side of the map. They want to shove in this wave, potentially even drop down the Rift Herald, give more money into Crispec. Once this tower plate goes down, then bring in Senkax as well. They really want this tower to go down.
There's a ward in that Tribrush, and it's going to spot a lot of members coming the way of this Ezreal, who'll throw down the Arcane Shift. There's the Herald drop, and Azator now entirely out of mana. Gets a little bit of regen from the Biscuit. Now Abagnale going to try and get in there. It's a decent cage as well. Kiba taken very low. Throws down that bail out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 right now, but now the turnaround starting to come through his Taxa. He's in trouble, flashes over the wall to take away the body of that Veigar. Senkax can't quite secure anything more. Thinking about going over the wall, though, and Abagnale is here. Go over the wall, turret secured, 1-for-1, all things said and done.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you end up losing your support, but for what? Your Ahri gets yet another kill, so there's an insurgence of gold there. Every single turret plating Crispec was there for, from 1 to 5. The entire tower went down, and Crispec was the recipient of all the cash in as well. And if you look at the inventories a little bit, I see a Gale Force plus Zeal versus something that will resemble maybe a Trinity Force, but not there yet.
That is the plan, and of course, reminder, we did see Merbs do disgusting things on Xayah early in the day with a very impressive CS per minute going on. Senkax just gets out of that event horizon, throws down the Pengu as well, knows what's going on. Not Pengu, it's Feather Knight, that one. Whatever the name of it is, I don't actually know the name of that TFT character. Feather Knight, I think. Possibly Pengu.
I don't remember. I could have helped you, but I really don't remember. Flipper, that's not your river.
It's going to take a lot of damage. That handshake comes through, and I don't think it was a great one. It's a deal with the devil. The turnaround, though, massive, and the bailout, not quite enough. Will not come back to life. Now, Chris Baker's here, has got the Gale Force, doesn't quite get the pullback the way they wanted to. Abagnale taken pretty damn low. Aero trying to get some more time. The event horizon surely going to be up shortly. Is now going to trap the Xayah in the cage, but that bird cage opens again pretty quickly, and the wings are able to to soar on out of there. But that's a kill that goes the way of Nariki. Still going forwards though. Abinali over the wall trying to help out, but now it's going to be two people dead. Abinali trying to save his mid laner, and it's just not enough flashes to boot. Salt in the wound, and it is Chrisberg who just walks in and styles on them.
Nariki is just lost. What are you still doing in the jungle? There is no objective. There is no creeps into your jungle. And Flipper face checks a river that does not belong to him with no members around from his team. He's so lucky that he doesn't die right there to the Viego, because not only the reset will come from the Renata shield, but also he'd be able to take Xin body and maybe continue the fight further. As I still don't understand about here why Abagnale and Aero stay around. They know that this route does not belong to them. They know that Chrisberg is still in this side of the jungle together with Kiba's Renata. So when a territory does not belong to you, does not have vision, there's no minions even in it at all. There is no objective to fight for. I do not know why Nariki stayed around and donated 2 kills to the main carry of Astralis.
You can see the attempt at the bait there. It just did not work, and it was just another kill. Gracefully donated as Banderas can lunge away. Does get out alive, but that is now another tower that's going to be offering up plates, crockery, to the increasing collection of Chrisberg, who just seems to be a fine collector of porcelain this game.
And as you can see, they're sort of like moving Aero around like a pawn. They're trying to find the safest
The old
lane
Caitlyn technique.
possible for this Veigar to go around. He's already 0-3. He's been picked on the most. But what that does to Charlotte is like, fine, let the Veigar try to farm. He's got, what, a Kindle gem?
Right.
No damage yet. It's going to take a while until the Everfrost comes through, until any sort of real damage comes through from the Veigar. And then Chrisberg's not going to still care, because when the ultimate from Veigar comes through, he has his own ultimate to dodge that from.
He's going to get 10 plates.
Cashing in plate after plate. 5 on the bot side of the map, potentially the entire tower still on the top of the map. That is a 10 tower plating Xayah with 2 items almost completed. It's utterly terrifying, because I'm looking at the team from Nariki and I'm like, okay, who kills the Xayah here?
I don't think anybody does at this point. I was going to make a Monty Python arrangement, because that beautiful plumage is oh so deadly. Ironically, in that sketch, it was a Norwegian blue. They're up against a Norwegian team. Actually, sorry, it's the Finnish team, of course, Nariki from that. I've got it all wrong. It's all gone wrong. The reference is dead. Never mind.
You just said it, man. It just wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't. Either way, Astralis looking so much more proactive. Chrisberg looking so much more. Thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize to the people out there. I had thought I had a really good line, and it just wasn't, is what it was. Instead, we've got Sankux with 2-0. We've got Chrisberg, 2-0, 10 plates the name. And that will have to kind of replace my poor choice in reference. Astralis continue to shove in a charm in the mid lane alongside that Everfrost. Azator just deleted. Chrisberg now in trouble, but just going to Gale Force forward. Abagnale not quite dead. That will not be the reset. Chrisberg taken so low, but the damage back, my days. So much work done by that hostile takeover. And it's a mighty, mighty change in fortunes here from Nariki. Nothing left for them in this mid lane. 6,000 gold at 15 minutes.
Honestly, so well played right there from Kiba as well. The newly added member to this Astralis roster that fumbled last season. They're coming in with a statement game as well. The last second seal to make sure that it revives Chrisberg in this fight as well. And as you can see, Senkax and Chrisberg, beautiful taunt. Again, this time onto Azita, the AD carry from Nariki. They take him down, and Chrisberg managed to dash out of the taunt to not be on tower range anymore. And once they do kill Aero, Aero's damage is enough to be lethal, because the Ignite is sticking onto Chrisberg. But again, a beautiful shield onto Chrisberg. He gets another kill, which means that he does get to stay alive through Renata mechanics.
Oh yes, Bailout is certainly an ability. Keep an eye as well.
Bailout, there you go.
I got you.
For the name, thank you.
You're welcome. Also want to shout out, this is Abagnale's Ricard, something we praised every game we saw it pretty much last split, and this time around, yes, he's been a part of the only 2 kills they've got, but it's not found the impact they were looking for, and this game is way out of hand. So far in the bin right now, bluntly. Just look at that goal discrepancy, look at the tower discrepancy, look at the dragon discrepancy. I just don't know what they can do right now to try and get back into this.
I can see how this Nariki composition wants to work. You want to kite backwards. I understand and I see it, but I'm like, I don't feel like Ezreal, Zinzao, and Fiora deal enough AD damage to be worth itemizing against. So once you've got potentially an Anathema's Chains onto this Veigar, or you potentially itemize a little bit of a Mar against him, then you're good to go. And Carlson is even bullying that Fiora that should have been a side lane menace.
It's just not there yet, and that was the other issue with Nariki. He said, look, you need to kind of hit a couple items on these champions. It's just not happened yet. Chrisbeg gets caught, but there's a shield that comes through, and he just doesn't take meaningful damage. Another tower goes down towards the Herald that is summoned. They're going to keep chasing forwards and try and get a second charge off.
Oh, you know it's doomed when the Xayah chooses to
oh boy
the event horizon.
Oh boy. Die. Yeah, exactly that. And that is a very frustrating point. And that is part of what happens when your Veigar, this sole AP threat, really goes 0-4. Dies with first blood solo in mid lane, trying to stop a back that was baited as a result of a good flash charm out of Senkux as well. And this looks pretty lethal, bluntly, from Astralis right now. We saw a stomp in the last game from Dusty. Astralis looking to show that they are also going to be a contender here in this split. Of course, not done yet. Still some room to turn around. That hostile taker comes over. Are going to try and immune. That was a decent parry, but now the turnaround puts Chrisberg on a rampage as he secures that one. And they're going to keep chasing forward. Senga's still got a charge on the Spirit Flash charm afterwards as well. Just styling in this game. A 5th death for Aero. Cannot catch a break in this game. Chrisberg gets out on 5% HP as well. Just can't do anything wrong.
Cannot catch a break as well. He presses his ultimate button onto Chrisbeck, and Chrisbeck survives on 1.
I know, right?
He's just so unlucky at this point. I mean, Ricky are trying to make do with the champions that they have right now, but it's just not possible at this point. It's almost a 10k gold lead, 8,000 gold lead for Astralis, and you see how this Astralis comp is supposed to work. You make picks. You see Flipper overextend. That's not a tanky Zinzao, and the second that he's popped his ultimate as well, you know that he's never walking back in because he doesn't have the safety of it anymore. Senkux and Chrisberg, the two carries on their teams, dusting forward the flash for the charm onto Aero as well. Beautifully done. And honestly, unlucky for Aero because his ultimate was just not enough to cash in on the shutdown that Chrisberg has on him. That would have been a huge insurgence of gold.
And now at Soul Point, there's an Ocean Soul on the line in under 5 minutes. They've got that gold lead we've talked about a lot. That momentum meter is all blue all day. Just doesn't feel like there's anything left to do. A Banshee's Veil now on this Ahri as well to continue to be able to dash forward through all of that CC and continue to make those charm plays that have been so critical to finding those initial picks.
Yeah, and as you can see, again, I just do not understand, and I do not know currently where Nuriki are going to find the damage to kill anyone on the side of Astralis. He's just so frustrated because the second you move forward...
Gonna try and get in this. Might actually be a turnaround. Taxa is gonna get taken down to the bailout. Will not survive. He's dead. Asdor picks up on Neriki, trying now to escape best they can. Flipper traded out, so it's a 1-for-1 right now. Jungler for jungler.
Yeah, Taxa goes a little bit too deep right there. Ends up getting punished. The second I ask, where's the damage coming from? Nuriki sets really deep inside their pockets, and they just pull out the coins. They put them all in the center, and they're like, listen, guys, everyone's gonna chime in on this one. We need to kill the guy who's diving deep.
Now, oh, Aero, no, you can't be there. Go away. Just don't be there. There's a flash and a hop. Just get away. That lane, that minion wave is not yours. Let's look at this again, because Astralis overdive a bit here.
Again, Aero pops the Predator. He's trying to catch at least Kiba. And by the time he's like too far forward, he gets caught, but the second Taxa overextends. Don't forget about the Rakan, don't forget about the Everfrost and Aero. They pin him into place and they assassinate him. And like I said, everyone chimed in for that kill because they all needed every coin in their pockets.
Kiba as well couldn't quite land the hostile takeover that time. The board on the opposing company decided against that particular bid. They get away with it. And also, let's be real here. I hesitate to say this as we're seeing maybe a little bit of an invade come through from Chrisberg and Kiba, but we saw Astralis get good leads last split. And then we got to the mid and late game where we started to see some pretty unfortunate overforces, some unfortunate objective setups, and yes, they were at a gold lead.
Surely
it should be. Well, you know, there were some similarities around some objective throws.
Are we too boomer to bring out the Dignitas reference?
I mean, I was a Renegades fan, and I watched that Renegades Dignitas game. So yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
Alex Sitch was on that. Remember when I said my Diamond Proc stuff? Alex Sitch was another guy I really appreciate. He was on that roster,
too old.
so yes. We're getting old here, yes, indeed. So go watch that game if you enjoy, unfortunately, bad games of League of Legends. Either way, what I was trying to get at was Astralis have shown, as recently as last split, a propensity for throwing big leads in the mid and late game. One play that went even certainly isn't that, but we need to see how it goes.
I just love the way that actually Kiba has been playing together with the team.
Really
right?
has.
Especially when you're integrating a brand new member into the roster. I didn't expect him to play to that extent. I think he has been fantastic. He has been hovering the map really well. He has been roaming the map really well. His vision set has been amazing. And it seems like he does fit the roster really well. The way he played bot lane together with Crispberg looked really crisp too. And talking about, you know, Astralis throwing maybe mid to late game last split, at this point, I see them playing really well. They're establishing their vision. They're pushing together as a 3 or 4 man core unit. And at this point, Ricky, the members are so squishy that they can't afford to actually face check into Astralis' vision, because one charm is the only thing that needs to land for somebody to disappear.
And you're right to praise Keeper. He's come into this slot. He's the one Twitch. And honestly, it seems to have made a pretty big difference. It's been a great Renata game thus far. It's not the only great thing we've been seeing. Because, of course, we've had some great social media stuff. As that's our friend Lara. It's a Nymera stand, no less. Look at that. Don't encourage him. His ego's big enough already, Lara. And there you go.
Shout out SK Merch at the back as well.
Oh, boy.
Really beautiful stuff.
Oh, dear. Well, Lara Leonardi, we love you. Well done. Thank you for that. Nymera is going to be very smug about it as well. There you go. Well, we've got ourselves 20 seconds until Notion Soul fight. We've got ourselves a last gasp potentially for Nariki as Abagnale is caught briefly there, but won't quite fall down on Senkux. Gonna walk up to that Fiora, gonna get charmed out of it though. Now try to turn it around, a lot of damage back, can't quite secure the kill though, but it's a big chunk onto that Ahri. I don't think it has the healing. Oh my days, that two-shot barrage as well did quite a lot of work.
Okay, he's gonna take the honey fruit and he's going to
Got TP.
regen a little bit together with the pot that he has. But Aero just left the building, does not have the teleport. He's actually gonna stay. It was Banderas that TP'd back into the fray. Full HP for both of them. Senkux is going to do the same.
Oh, that hook onto Flipper forces out the Crescent Guard. Carlson about to hit Mega. Takes a bit of a chunk, but it's not that much as yet. Looking to go forwards, can't quite find the Mega. Banderas looking to try and hold his ground as Flipper has to flash out away from Senkux's charm. He's down and kept so far away from this Dragon. There's just no way in. Senkux plays bodyguard. Now they're going to try and turn this around best they can. Dragon secured. Soul secured, hostile takeover. Doesn't really get as much damage as they want. Big charm. The cage is decent. Senkux goes golden. Now Flipper into the front line, dies, and Taxa will take the body and start charging on in. A double for Crispberg, and the Heartbreakers keep landing. Crispberg start throwing out even more feathers. A triple. Could this be even more? He'll throw out the blade store. The feather caller, I apologize. Trying to get another. A quadra kill indeed. Banderas alone remains. But I'm not sure the Penta is going to be quite on the cards. Yes, unless they want to fountain dive.
Is it going to be a fountain dive? Crispberg.
They're going to look for it.
Showing week 1 with a quadra kill. They're going to make sure that they take the next towers first, but Flipper is spawning in 3 seconds. You cannot flip this dive.
They can't. He's respawned. The pentakill seems to be off the table. They'll settle for the quadra. They'll settle for showing him exactly how it's done. It's unofficial. It's not enough, but Astralis nonetheless come up with the win in the final game of day 1.
Absolutely, and that is what we wanted to see from Astralis in Spring Split, but they keep 4 out of 5 members in the roster. They add Kiba, and honestly, it has been a pleasure to watch this guy complement the rest of the roster. The laning phase together with Crispberg was really, really well played. The way he was moving around the map, shadowing Senkux, setting down the vision, making sure to spot wherever Flipper was. His ultimates were insane. His shields were insane. The bailouts too. I think this iteration of Astralis looks really, really strong, and honestly, I cannot wait to see more from them.
They've done a great job in this game 1. They decided to take the call to keep the roster mostly together. The new member, Kiba, has a great showing as well. And it's a good win for them to end out our first day. But we've still got a little bit more to go. Time to cool down with this, you know. And to do that, the analysts are sitting just over there. We'll throw it to them.
And welcome back. That was a dominating game from Astralis. They completely took over the entire game. No memes aside, or no pun intended on this one. What a stellar way to end day 1 from week 1.
I mean, we thought that other game was really, really quick from Dusty. It's like, hang on, we actually ended up with some really dominating games, as you were saying. There are other words for it, but that seems to be the easy one to go to because, gosh, they were not close.
I have to say, though, I kind of feel bad for Flipper. He was playing the Sinsa, wants to be this active jungler early, right? But had kind of 3 scaling lanes. It's a bit hard. I learned my lesson. I'm never going to change predictions again. Yeah, it was such a dominating fashion.
Yeah, and I like to think that my prediction of Veigar doesn't counter Ahri came true. Although I didn't quite expect Aero to walk up and kind of give up a bit of a freebie at level 4, but still, Senkox had a magnificent game on the Ahri.
And we were talking about that. Changing your name back to what it was gave him a buff, like a +5 to engage and all that. And he was screaming. Nightmare was screaming on the green room as soon as the 1v1 appeared in the mid lane. It was like, aha! Veigar doesn't counter Ahri, it's the opposite. You were saying that in an old man's voice.
Okay, true. I did quite expect it in that situation. That is like, that also shouldn't happen. Would like to make that clear.
What do you think? What do you think at the end of this game?
That's just how the matchup goes, right? Veigar and Ahri, you just have to get killed alone, level 4. That's just how the matchup goes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
I would like to ask something, that because it seemed like the composition from Nuriki didn't have a lot of answers if Astralis got the lead. And as soon as they did got the lead, there's nothing they could do.
It felt like, again, I think what you kind of brought up earlier, just in terms of like those fragile early lanes. Now, the way you typically get around that is like, okay, maybe a support and jungle can turn up somewhere and kind of give an injection of gold when they turn around an aggressive play just by being in the right place at the right time. That didn't really get to happen either because Senkox was already taking control of the lane, turning up to places like that bot lane very, very quickly. So even that, the numbers advantage potential, just wasn't on the card. So for me, it was a case of a little bit of draft, also a big player gap too.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And as you mentioned, like when you have these 3 losing lanes and then you're kind of losing just on your own, just especially in mid where like the game has always been centered around, it just makes the game almost impossible to play from the Nurkic side. So I think they just have to kind of go back to the drawing board and see, like, because in League it's just, early game is kind of simple. You just have to draw at least 1 winning lane and play through that with your jungle. And then it's in the mid game where it gets a bit complicated.
Early game is simple.
Yeah.
Quote that.
It's a better quote than the 1v9, I would got to say that one. Moving on into the interviews for the winner side for Astralis, we have the coach Vendetta with us in the studio. Hello, how you doing?
Hi, guys.
Hello, pleasure to meet you. Obviously, that was an amazing startup for this split. We were talking about fast games, and Nightmare was bringing the fact that we had a really fast game previously to this one, and you guys were like, okay, hold my snaps, I'm going in. So this is a good day for Astralis, isn't it?
Of course, yeah, it's a wonderful day. We're very happy to get the first win in a convincing way, you know, and I think it's partially due to a lot of hard work we've been doing over the weekend. We've been working on closing out games. So against, we've been screaming a bit against some good teams and learning a lot. So, yeah.
Okay, I have a specific question. That is, last split, we got the hype train from Astralis at the first week, second week. We were like, oh, Astralis, top 1, top 2. Are we getting baited again?
No, I don't think that this season is going to be a bait. I think that we have a great roster, great synergy with the guys. We're working really, really hard, and we want to correct last season and make this one the best that the talent team has ever had. So that's the goal.
Okay, last question for you, Nightmare.
Yeah, so to hop in here, obviously, we actually haven't asked this question to anyone else on the day, but we have a big patch change coming up. Of course, your job as a coach, you're going to have to guide this team through it, and part of having potentially what you're aiming for in terms of that best split for this roster, how have you gone about preparing for the next patch, the durability changes, and how are you feeling about it?
We've been screaming a bit on the patch, actually, even though we were going to play on the old one today. I think the patch is really interesting. I think that one of the biggest changes is like the tankiness from obviously the tanks, and then also the turret changes. I think tanks are extremely hard to dive in cross map situations. I think enchanters like Yumi are looking pretty good, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a enchanter meta, but who knows?
Can't wait for season 5 Cho'Gath Maokai meta to come back.
Thank you so much for the interview, Vendetta, and good luck for Astralis. You guys are looking good. You guys are looking fast as well. You end up the game really fast, really hard to take anything from you. So let's see what Astralis is going to bring in this split. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I love the idea that Astralis is working to end up the game, to wrap up games when they have the lead. And this is something that you really need to practice as a team, right, M-Test?
Yeah, I mean, this, as I mentioned, right, early game is easy. Late game, not so much. And actually, like, I guess playing like late game team fights just all comes down to basically micro and how, I mean, obviously how well you play the fights as a team. But closing out games is actually something that I've been struggling with so much in the past. You had like your lead. You're like, maybe you're not even expecting to get a lead in the early game, and then you do it, and you're like, wait, guys,
you must get a lead in the early game, because early game's easy, right?
Oh, yeah, that is true.
And you won V9.
Ah.
Well, I'm just saying that about other players. I cannot take that on myself. But, no, all jokes aside, I think what that said just makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's been around in the scene for a long time. I spoke to him actually in the past as well. He seems like a mature guy. Pretty sure he knows what he's doing.
So you're really confident in this Astralis composition right now, the roster?
I think if you compare it to last split, it's hard to not get hyped when you see a game like this where they just completely...
Even though you're from Sweden.
I mean,
just want to know that.
I mean, that's the thing, Arkram. I cannot cheer for a Swedish team because there is none. What am I supposed to do? I have to.
You go for Danish team.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's the ultimate.
From
that's
NLC.
the ultimate.
I got you. Okay, on the other side, though, Nuriki, we need to talk with them. We need to talk with Sotsur, which is also the coach. So it's really good for us to get the information coming in from the coaches. Hello, how are you doing, Sotsur? Pleasure to meet you.
Hello, hello. Pretty good. I mean, not happy about the game, but it's looking good.
Okay, I have to be honest. That was a tough game for you guys. As soon as the early game disappeared from you, it was really hard to get anything from Astralis. What was the core plan with the composition that you draft?
I mean, the composition obviously was looking to scale into the mid game and try to deny their ability to get pick on us and be able to zone them with the tools that we had, like the Veigar Cage and so on. And obviously, like, play through the side, like we had very strong side laner. Of course, that could not happen if we fall that much behind in the early game, and that's what we will need to work on more.
So we've obviously talked a little bit before, Sotsur, and I've managed to follow a little bit of the journey of Nuriki over my own casting career. Last split, ended up having to kind of scale up into your understanding of the meta. Actually, in the NLC qualifiers just before that, very similar thing happened. Actually, it's been a very common thing for the roster over a number of years. Do you think right now you're kind of a little bit, you're still kind of trying to catch up with the understanding of the meta yet again? Is this something which you're prepared to do, especially with the durability changes coming in?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we are always been like slightly slow, like team to adapt to the meta, possibly to do like the scrims that we do, but we always catch on, and we are really good when we get the catch on. Like, same situation happened against Astralis actually last split, like first game of the season against Astralis, really shit meta read, and we just get back on after a while.
And this is something that I wanted to talk about as well. So good take on that topic, because now you as a coach, you have to prepare for the previous patch, the one you're playing right now, and the durability patch. So you have to prepare against two patches. Are you focusing on the next one, or you're still trying to get the players on the one we're living now? And you're like, okay, maybe we can sacrifice the first week and then look into the second for the durability, or are you doing double shift to prepare your team for the two different patches?
I mean, especially in this case, but I would say that's the same approach that we'll take in any split. I don't really focus too much on the patch in the early on, unless like I am able to like see on the roster very early, like having like 1 month of training and so on. But like the way that I would approach it, especially with rookies players that we always bring on as in Nuriki during the splits, like I do focus on like keeping the champion pool short and just playing comfort, and then focusing on how to play the map as a team rather than like going over to exploring all the possibilities that the meta offers.
Okay, last question for you as well. Since you're talking about a champion pool and the way you guys prepare and the way you guys bring games into us, what sort of personality can we expect from Nuriki throughout the rest of the split? Is this a team that is going to face off the 1v1s, try to headbutt the other teams? Are you looking for more macro? Can we get any sort of insight of what we can expect from Nuriki?
I mean, I do think like the Nuriki that we are gonna bring, it's gonna just be a better version of what we showed through like the wall way through the NLC, like from the Telia Finland, Telia Master, NLC qualifier, and so on. We have always been like a very aggressive team, macro-oriented, like skirmish-heavy, but focused on like getting good plays on, like and with the swap of the player, nothing changed. Like we got back like Flipper on the team, and we swapped top laner, but very similar approach to the meta, to the game, to the way that we play, like skirmish, like Keratos planers, like we're gonna just play clean macro and play 2 lanes and try to get it up on top with that.
Okay, good to hear. So thank you so much for that input and getting to know what we can expect from Nuriki and getting to know you as well. So I'll see you soon and good luck on day 2 for week 1.
Thank you, thank you.
There we go. This is lovely. Like day 1 is mostly about getting to know the changes, the new players, the new coaches as well.
A lot of
play
learning.
Style. Yeah,
an awful lot of learning, which obviously makes our job easy and hard because we can pretend to be idiots and go, wow, we didn't know this about XYZ player.
We can pretend.
Some of us can do that. So you're now the smart one between us. Good luck with that.
Yes.
That is.
I learned my way to go about champion selects with him now.
Let's go. What I was gonna say is actually it's kind of interesting. Also, we have so many new players, right, which we don't really know yet, and we're gonna get to know them. But it's also so interesting to see all these personalities behind the teams as well, to get to know the coaches a bit more and the way that they're talking about the game. I just feel like they are. I mean, I guess you have to be passionate about the game to be a coach, but it's just nice to hear.
And I actually, you know, in off seasons, a lot of the time I go out of my way to message a lot of coaches and just say, how's it going with your take on the meta? Because obviously that helps my understanding. It helps me get an insight on the teams as well. Also, we've had Tark a lot on the broadcast. Satsu, as I said, I've kind of chatted to him a number of times over the course of various splits. Old coach of Astralis, Donby, talked. There's a lot of people around who, again, just this plethora of information comes in and so many different takes on what has been quite a standard meta for the last split. It's really interesting to dive into and see how that affects the players we see on the Rift.
And we saw a lot of things in the Rift today, but we have to pick one specific play for the play of the day by MasterCard. Which one is it? Let's take a look at what we decided was the play of the day. We know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. None other than MNS.
Yeah, I think we knew what was going to happen. X7, they should have known what was going to happen because you do not go after, I mean, we use the word a lot, the king of solo kills without having an inherent risk. If you give him a chance to mechanically outplay, he absolutely thrives in those situations. He's back again.
Props to Senna, which sent the ultimate to get the shield, okay? She was part of the play as well. It was not a 1v2, it was 1.5 versus 2, I would say. But seeing MNS again in this core essence of the solo bolo king, and I was kind of confused in the playoffs. I'm going to be honest. I lost my faith in MNS. It's coming back slowly, but it's coming back.
It's just so scary to have to be able to play against a player with a caliber like that because you're never sure what he's gonna do because there are so many players. I would even say myself, whenever I play competitive as well, I would play always a bit more passive in the competitive games. I was a bit scared, I'm not gonna lie. But when you see a player like this, just completely, he does not care. He's just completely popping off, just out playing left and right. It's just beautiful to watch, man.
Anyone who's ever played Flex with me or Tom Kick, poor person I played in a team with before, knows I'm absolutely massively aggressive beyond what's really normal at that point. People tend to be different on those big stages, though, on those big games. That's the core of the point. And I think you are right to bring out like those games in plus from MNS last split. I think we saw that MNS had a wonderful laning phase pretty much throughout the entirety of spring, but there were some areas of the game where maybe in terms of linking up with the team, we even saw in that game, he wasn't there for a Baron after that play. There are some disconnects between the team and MNS in terms of trying to slot him into there. That's the next step, but if he does get to that point, holy moly is he on a very star-lit trajectory because we can see what he can do when he's given that space to perform.
This is a player that if he can rise to the occasion, there's no stage that can stop him. I could see this guy at Worlds if he gets to the next place. There's a lot to work, obviously.
Cool to see. Be cool to see.
That's a lot to work on, but it's the NLC, it's the RL that we're looking, the Northern League of Legends. And now, where is the standings? We need to understand where the teams are. Obviously, we have half at the top, half at the bottom. There we go. Astralis first place.
Hey.
Next 7 at last place.
Riddle, what's up, guys? You're not top of Group B. What's happened?
It is week 1, day 1, obviously, but it's good to look into the standings. And to me, I have a few surprises. Obviously, GDXL versus X7 was always going to be
crazy.
A coin flip. We never know what's going to happen, and it was a lovely game from GDXL, but we also need to understand how X7 are going to pop off on the second day of week 1. Is this what you guys expected to see at the end of the day?
By and large, yes.
Okay.
I think that maybe the M&M Dusty one could have gone a little bit weird. Look, there were some more flippy matchups. Nothing here screams to me huge upset. Wow. Partly because we didn't have a good benchmark in the first place. That's not trying to water down the point, but on the whole, things kind of went towards that, went towards expectations. I think many people will be looking at this from the outside, going, "What the hell's happened to X7?" I'm like, it's one game. It's
one game. Yeah, obviously.
Very strong opposition. It's the trial period. Got to give it like 10 to 15 days before we really get to the point where we start seeing the measure of these teams within this new patch on this new split.
No, that is true. And I mean, it's a part of it, right? When we see X7 being down like that, we have to give it to them. We have to say something, right? But of course, it's I'm not gonna say the name. I'm not gonna say the scaling name again. But X7, obviously, it's not the end of the world. They were playing with a sub as well. I'm just excited to see each and every one of these teams actually. Like even Singularity would. Last season, we didn't really see them have an identity. And already today, they were showing that they wanted to play for topside on this. They were doing it kind of well until it fell apart.
No. Singularity's identity was the Singularity Zone, which is like, for those of you who've ever been on the Tower of Terror like theme park ride, it's basically that. It's the Twilight Zone. We just pick out a random champion into the jungle. That's basically their identity. I find it very entertaining. It's just, again, finding like the coherent identity across that team. And again, like as we said, spring was our split of identities. It was finding out about the players and teams. Now it's about taking that step further and actually solidifying that and refining it. You've got your overall kind of blob. Let's chisel something out of it.
And taking a step further, it's for the next day. The schedule for day 2 of week 1. What games are we going to get? We start with M&M versus X7, Team Singularity versus Riddle. This is going to be a good one. JDXL versus Vanir, Nuriki versus Dusty, and Bifrost versus Astralis. This is a hot take for Astralis.
That's hard. That's a hard one, because I think what we saw out of Astralis today, if they are managing to show what they showed on stage today, Bifrost Astralis should be really fun. And if it's Bifrost, they're going to give us a heart attack as well. So that'll be interesting.
That is, yeah, that's for sure. And also today we just saw Astralis kind of winning every single lane. They were playing against Nuriki, right? And they were, I mean, obviously I would say it was quite a big draft gap. But you mentioned as well that both Shikari and Fury were having some struggles in the early lane phase. And if Astralis can attack that and make like a chink in their armor, maybe Astralis can just go out with so much hype in week 1.
Last words for the day. I'm going to start with you, Nymera. You're going to wrap it up.
The more things change, the more things stay the same. Great to be back in studio. Great to see the players on the Rift, and great to see all you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean,
you in chat. I see you.
Menacing.
I do. Honestly, I've just been having a blast. It's just been super fun, and you guys are just so professional. So I'm really happy to like have been part of this. It's really nice. I'm gonna go out with Scaling, 1v9, Copium, and
M-Test out, Michael.
Yeah, M-Test out, yeah.
Hey, he's learning. He's got the NL Copian. He's got the NL Copian. And you guys at home, you guys are amazing. So I'd like to thank every single one of you for the show you were part of. Obviously, the pictures from the NLC at home were beautiful. So keep sending those every single show day. And I'll see you Wednesday. NLC says goodbye. I'll see you soon, mate. Here comes trouble.